competitive. That's fine.
NFL Draft with Kyle Yeoman, Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Bobby Bellett, Nick Harris, and Tommy Yarish.
Night number 2 is officially underway in Green Bay, Wisconsin. It's the 2025 NFL Draft on DallasCowboys.com and 105.3 The Fan as we lead you into the first hour of many over these next 4 hours, actually 5 hours, if you go all the way up until that 11 o'clock hour. Cannot wait for day number 2. Alongside Brian Broaddus, Tommy Yarish, Vach Lombardi, Bobby Belt, I'm Kyle Yeoman, soon to be joined by Zach Wolchuk and Nick Harris as we lead you into night 2. The Dallas Cowboys hold the 44th and 76th overall picks in the second round and the third round, respectively. And, of course, they took Tyler Booker, the offensive guard out of Alabama, with the 12th overall pick. We'll await the stage announcement to officially get us kicked off momentarily from Green Bay. But Brian Broaddus, one pick down for the Dallas Cowboys at this very moment, 9 more to go.
Yeah, it should be a really exciting day for your Dallas Cowboys. I just feel like the board sets up for them very nicely. And I mean, I'm kind of looking at my board, but if you're talking about positions, and Stephen Jones went into some things. Hey, we don't need to force things. We don't have to take a running back. I was like, Steven, man, there's like a lot of really good running backs up on that board we might want to consider right there. So, yeah, I think when you look at the running backs, the wide receivers, defensive tackle, potentially those one techniques, and these cornerbacks, I think the quality of cornerbacks, some guys up there with some injury histories that they're kind of having to deal with. I would include Will Johnson from Michigan in that group. But this should be a fascinating day how they navigate some of these picks, especially if they're looking at running back at 44. You have a couple of teams in Cleveland and Chicago that have multiple picks, multiple needs at running back.
Also, not to mention, you only have the 2 selections to fill what we think are multiple needs across the board on this football team. I know, like you said, wide receiver, corner are very high, running back and defensive tackle are very high. There may be a combination of those to just make this work, Tommy, when it comes to the Cowboys with what they have at the moment. We've talked about the day 3 options, so we'll leave that be at the moment. But do you feel like they can do enough on day 2 specifically to fill those spots?
I think they can fill some of them. I think 2 picks on day 2 is not necessarily enough to fill the needs that you've got on this roster. It goes back to what I've said all along, which is I think this team should look into packaging some of their later day 3 picks and try to get back into the 4th round. With the amount of depth this class has, the amount of guys that are starting caliber, I think, that can be there for you in the 4th round, I think it's worth it to move some capital around and get back into there. They traded that pick away for Jonathan Mingo, so you can go a bunch of different ways and however you want today. Clearly, even if they don't trade into the 4th, they're going to go whichever way they want. I think that the entire Cowboys brass has been very clear about that they're going to pick whoever they think is the best available player on the board. They're not going to limit themselves to any sort of position. But wide receiver, corner, defensive tackle, all still very glaring needs. Running back, too, I think you could say, are all still glaring needs for this team. And I think if you had another pick either in the top 100 or in the 4th round, you get closer to addressing that, and then maybe you look at an option like the trades that they've been hinting at or external free agents that still may be on the board to kind of round out this team going into 2025.
What if, real quick, what if that capital you talk about of packaging is to get back in the 4th round, what if that's capital to try and move back up from the 3rd if you feel like there's a run on your guys?
Move back up?
You get further up from your 3rd round pick.
Of going up?
If you say you've got enough needs and you like enough players here and you say, I'm going to take somebody at the 2nd round, maybe it's a receiver, for instance, and then you feel like, all right, we're going to try with the running backs, but if you start seeing the running backs go, do they say, all right, we're going to take our 3rd and some of those 5ths and we're going up to get the running back with that?
Yeah,
if they like them enough, I think that's fine.
That's kind of what I was sitting there talking about before I was on 105.3 The Fan, and I just get a feeling that Stephen Jones, Will McClay, and Coach Shoddy they're looking at their board right now. And Will's trying to say, listen, if we really, really like this guy, if we've got a high enough grade, like it's worth it to maybe, let's kind of look at the situation. Let's monitor. Let's see where we could possibly get. Let's see where this guy can maybe fall to us. I think there's a lot of options here. I don't think they're just now walking into the war room and just saying, okay, Roger Goodell, open this thing up and let's draft. I think Will Coach Schottenheimer and Stephen Jones have an idea. They're probably looking at trade charts right now, and they're probably trying to kind of figure out, okay, who can we call? You know, they say they don't like to do that, but here we are. If they want a player back bad enough, they're going to pick up the phone. I think Tommy's right about that.
And we talked about that on the podcast side of things. You may want to have a specific target if you are going to trade up and go get a guy. Now, the Cleveland Browns are officially on the clock. Roger Goodell has us underway in Green Bay, so the second round in day 2 of the NFL draft has been started.
You know, if you listen to the Joneses, like they've been saying, I'm not lying. We're not up. We're not here.
I'm trying, making sure. Go for it.
I'm good to go. Y'all can hear me?
No.
Y'all cannot hear me? Okay.
Voch just sign, and then I'll repeat what I think you're saying.
Jerry Jones and them.
Jerry Jones and them, Voch says.
And we're not done yet.
We got our resident Voch translator.
They out here saying.
Come talk on my microphone.
Pause. We good to go? Check
Yeah.
All right.
There you
Put
go.
that camera on me.
Shout
now.
out to Chris Beam, the
This
best
is
in the
live
business.
radio at its
All right.
finest.
Shouts out to Beam and them. So the Joneses have been saying to you that, hey, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. So I imagine that there's some trades afoot, that there's some post-draft moving that's going to be going on. So I would imagine that they're not going to use these picks to try to fill needs. I really think that they're going to take the best possible dudes that they can find. And then once we're done here, they're going to relook at everything and go, all right, now let's do the we're not done yet thing. So to Bobby's point and all that, if we're going to trade up and get a guy, if they feel like that they're running out of guys, then get who you like. Just get real good. Like, you know, we may not be looking at edge right now, but Mike Green is there. Like, let's talk about it, you know? Take the best possible guys, and if there's any holes left over, let's just kind of deal with it later. One of my guys, Carson Swessinger, a linebacker. Linebacker's not an emergency need, but that dude reminds me of Sean Lee. I would love to take him, and you may not draft the one tech you want. You may not, y'all in the camera while I'm talking, you may not get the one tech you want. You may not get the wide receiver you want, but if they plan on filling that afterwards, then go get the linebacker, go get the pass rusher, go get Luther Burden, whatever.
There are a lot of ways that they could go, and my favorite thing you've said throughout this entire draft process so far is there are trades afoot.
Yeah.
I'm going to see if we can use that as we continue on. We're going to look in the war room. There's going to be a phone call. We're going to say, there are trades afoot.
Trades afoot.
And that one's from Voch Lombardi. As we welcome in Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star Telegram, to the show. You're a little bit late, but you were working. There was a reason behind it.
Sorry, guys. I was working.
You also went on a caffeine run.
I also went on a caffeine run, but I got back in that parking garage at 5:58, so I was here. But sorry.
He's just being a good teammate.
time. Yeah.
Selfless teammate right here.
Doing what you can. What do you think about the way things are setting up for the Cowboys at 44?
My bad. I'm all over the place tonight. I think there's a couple of different opportunities that we could see for the Cowboys. The running back position is the one I'm looking at early here, as well as the wide receiver. You look at guys like Luther Burden. Obviously, he didn't go in the first round last night. I think if he were to get to 44, I think this would be a fly the card into the table type thing. I don't think he's going to be there, though. At the running back position, you could look at guys like Caleb Johnson, Quinshot Judkins. I think Judkins would probably make a little bit more sense for what the Cowboys are trying to go for. That's another situation where I don't necessarily see Judkins there. If that's the case...
Judkins or Henderson?
Judkins.
Okay, so
I think both would be off.
You think both are gone?
I think both would be off.
I kind of feel like, though, Nick, that maybe that Johnson would be a better fit for some things. And I'll tell you this.
Caleb Johnson, right?
Yeah, Caleb Johnson from Iowa, because last night in Voch Lombardi, where we were talking about it this morning on our podcast that we do, we were talking about, though, that they're in a situation where they're talking about combo block. If you listen to what Tyler Booker was talking about, the combo blocks, those
dual blocks, yeah.
The dual blocks, and him and Clayton, they were talking about. That seems to be a team that's kind of running some like inside zone stuff. Maybe there's going to be an element of pin and pull. And we've seen, I watched, I know, the Wisconsin game with Johnson getting outside, angle from linebacker, angle from safety. Maybe Wisconsin's got terrible defensive players, but he was able to get that ball to the corner. But the inside stuff with the read the block, get up in the hole, make a cut, and go. This might bode well. Now, listen, they might not like this guy at all, but I do feel like his running style is kind of in line if they want to do some of that stuff where those combo blocks and things are going on.
And the Browns selection is in first pick of the second round in the 2025 NFL Draft.
How about them Brownies? Here we go with the 33rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. Your Cleveland Browns select Cardinals Carson Schlesinger.
Dang.
Wow.
linebacker,
Interesting.
UCLA.
That's one of your guys, Vach. You just talked about it. Would you like to tell us about Carson Schlesinger?
He's fantastic. He's Sean Lee. I don't want to talk about it, man. This is. He has the instincts. He has the best instincts out of all the linebackers in this draft. He's not just a guy that's a mental process. Like, he runs. He's sideline to sideline guy. He gets downhill. He's also growing as a pass rushing threat. Got 4 sacks last year and 2 picks moving backwards. Like, he does all the linebacker things. He deals with the linemen well, blockers well. He doesn't run away from blockers and loses gaps or loses contain. I'm upset here, man. I'm hurt. Carson was a guy that, you know, I feel like if the Cowboys would have had an opportunity to go, I feel like that they would have gone after him. And he's a guy that can, you know, he could build culture on your defense just as a leader and as a film watcher and as a dude and as a, you know, hey, this, you know, counter's coming. Everybody go run the counter. You can see the entire defense reacting to him. And it's going to hurt to see Carson Schlesinger be with the Browns that are going to be terrible. I hate this, man.
Former walk-on FBS leader in solo tackles last year with 90. I mean, he plays downhill. He plays in coverage as well, Nick. He does a little bit of everything at the linebacker spot.
Yeah, and this was a guy that Cowboys linebackers coach Dave Borgonzi worked out at his individual pro day just about 5 or 6 weeks back, and it was a prospect that the Cowboys loved, and if he was there at 44, certainly would have been in the mix. I think Vachi may have mentioned it, former walk-on that not only got himself into the starting rotation at UCLA, but was just 1 pick away from being a first-round pick. Wow. And honestly, shout out to the Browns, because there was a lot of really, really interesting names here at the top of day 2. They had almost 24 hours to think on it, but they go with a really solid player that will help their defense for the long term. I think they could have been swayed by a Luther Burden. They could have been swayed by going and getting a quarterback, but they got a really good guy who could be a leader in the middle of their defense. Browns fans should be happy about this one.
How about the jump for Schlesinger from last year to this year? In 2023, he's got 12 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, and a sack. 2024, 136 tackles, 8.5 tackles for loss, and 4 sacks. Becomes a first-team All-American, first-team All-Big Ten, leads the Big Ten in tackles, leads the team in interceptions. He's a team captain. That's a heck of a jump, and I think you guys nailed the player. This is a guy who can fly around. You look at that 4.25 shuttle speed, moving well at 6'2", 242. He's going to be a really good player in Cleveland. I like how they're bolstering up the defense here.
He is literally the first name I wrote down. I just wrote down 12 names that I would love to have today. And if you're picking at 12 and those guys on the board, then you feel good about one of your guys getting there. Carson was the first name that I wrote down, and I'm entirely sick.
So you jinxed it, is what you're saying.
Kyle, don't start.
That's kind of what it sounds like.
We're just carrying over the jinxes
now
from yesterday.
Now I got to cross his name out with my fancy fountain pen here.
Yes, and here's the Texans selection. You could cross that name out, too.
Feels like home coming back to Wisconsin. Houston, it's our time now. With the 34th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Jaden Higgins, wide receiver.
Overburdened.
Chat.
Wow.
Chat, we got action.
There's a little bit of something going on here.
We got action.
Jaden Higgins out of Iowa State. Nick, tell me about him.
Yeah, big, 6'4", 214 pounds. I think if you were looking for a big type receiver, this probably could have been in play for the Cowboys, but probably more so in the third. Would you guys have taken him at 44?
No, I've got a bunch of guys between him and where he was just picked.
Same here.
Yeah. So it's fascinating. Maybe a reach for Houston, but knowing the type of receiver they like, this one makes a lot of sense. He was a transfer from Eastern Kentucky, long physical pass catcher. He thrives in red zone situations. High touchdown production, 28 of them in 4 seasons. He can win at all 3 levels. The combine speed doesn't quite show up on tape, so I wonder how that can kind of translate. But his physicality and his vertical ability certainly does. I don't know if he's that big yak guy, but he is certainly a guy you want to throw the ball to downfield. He might be limited to like that back end of that second level into the third level of the receiving game, but I do love what he can do from a playmaking perspective in that sense. I wonder if the speed can create those opportunities over the top in the NFL for him. But Xavier Hutchinson, Iowa State receiver, the Texans were okay taking him a couple years back, and they pair him with another Cyclone. Matt Campbell getting some love down in H-Town.
Houston Cyclones, if you will.
Houston Cyclones. Okay, I'm with that.
Okay, that's an air ball.
Brian,
I'm with that.
You talked about the guys in between here and Higgins. By the way, Seattle has traded into the 35th overall selection.
In exchange for 52 and 82.
From the Tennessee Titans. So Seattle moves up. They worked in they got right. They had to go a long way. They were pick 50, you said? 52. They traded one of those back-to-back picks, so they still hold 50. Mm-hmm. They traded their second pick in the second round to move on up to the Titans pick at 35. Let's step aside. We'll continue to break down the early movement in the second round of the 2025 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Back here on the .com side of things as we take a look into the Cowboys war room here at the Star in Frisco, just down the hallway from where we sit currently. Brian, I want to hear your thoughts about how things have unfolded through these first two picks, and is it good or bad for Dallas at this point?
No, I think it's actually very good when you start to talk about the receivers. I mean, if you're interested in Luther Burden, here's the hope. You just got to keep everybody that takes a wide receiver. If Bird in fact is your guy, you're just sweating these things out. The pro personnel guys are probably in there, telling Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, Will McClay, who could potentially be taking wide receivers ahead of them, or who could be taking running backs ahead of them. The pro guys will have it wired to where they say, hey, team needs. This team needs a receiver. This team. So you just in your mind, you want to be ready. They're looking at that board and they're saying, okay, these guys are up next. So, a receiver goes off the board, but it's not their receiver. And it's a receiver, matter of fact, it's kind of far down the list. I know on my board, particularly like a fourth-round player there. So give me as many of those as you can get to try and keep the hope of getting, say, a Luther Burden to you at 44.
I wonder if Seattle's going up for Shador here. I don't know anything. I'm just theorizing here.
I was thinking wide receiver, but quarterback makes a lot of sense too.
Yeah. I wonder how comfortable they'd feel with Sam Darnold. Maybe get Shador some marinating time behind him, or compete with him. Shoot. But yeah, this is the more names that come off here to start the second, the better I think you feel about 44. Like Schlesinger, sure, you would have liked to have him available there, but I don't think he maybe would have factored into the plans as much with some of the other names that are still available. I think we're expecting look at these names that we expected to be off by now. Will Johnson, Travion Henderson,
Luther Burden.
Luther Burden. I mean, there are a lot of names that are falling here that could very well be very, very fascinating.
Yeah, see, that's the thing about it is, though, some of the corners that we're all kind of holding on right now have a little bit of an injury history to them. And maybe some teams are staying away from them. Maybe they're not interested in the Will Johnson and some of the things that he's having to deal with. With the whole thing with Ravel, the corner from East Carolina, with him coming off the knee, Morrison with the hip, the degenerate hip there. There's going to be a point in time, and I even want to include Mike Green from Marshall. The domestic violence stuff. This is weighing very heavy on him. Teams are looking at that, but there is going to come a point in time where somebody says, "Now, turn it in," and we're all going to go, "Hey, they just got a first-round player." But injury or some type of off-the-field stuff, kept him from being a first-round selection.
Let's talk a little bit about Luther Burden here specifically, because I know Cowboys Nation would love to see a first-round caliber wide receiver fall to them at 44. Why has he fallen to 35 and possibly beyond to this point? I know there was some character concern there, and that's kind of been the rumor circling, but is it anything worse than what we've seen in the past?
I don't think it's anything. And Nick, you've done a great job. Tommy, if anybody's heard anything, I was asking all my guys around the league, and it was like, hey, kind of goes to the beat of his own drummer. Maybe the practice habits, doesn't always practice hard, can maybe be a little bit deep. I didn't hear anything that was terminal. Now, I didn't hear anything that, the domestic violence, like we're hearing from Mike Green's side of things. Sure. I didn't hear, he's an alcoholic or a drug addict or what. I didn't hear any of those things. It was just, hey, maybe a little bit of a different cat, and sometimes a different cat's okay in this case. But like I say, I'm a big fan of the player.
Here's Richard Sherman to announce the Seahawks pick at 35. This is going to take some time.
Jalen Milroe, maybe?
Could they be taking their 37th running back on their roster?
Has been chosen.
That's Bobby Belt's joke.
Titans have traded the 35th pick to the Seattle Seahawks. With the 35th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Nick Emmanwori, DB, South Carolina.
This is one where defensive coordinator Matt Eberflus went to the pro day of South Carolina, and it was to really do some research on these defensive front guys that they have at South Carolina. But there's also a lot of love for Nick Emmanwori in this building too. I'm not sure if they would have picked him at 44, but it's certainly a guy that that comes off the board and you're like, darn. He's a great talent. I think I talked about him in the early draft process. I was toying with the idea of a first round grade on him early, but I eventually settled into a second. But I do have him as my number one safety. I mean, he's a huge safety, 6'3", 220 pounds. That'll give him some versatility to play in the box. I know Seattle loves those type of rover defenders, and their team history has certainly proven it. And I think they will certainly fall in love with this type of guy. He can play downfield, and use those big long arms to extend his range. And then he is a force whenever he's coming downhill and trying to support in the run game. A very fun chess piece for Seattle here. Your boy John Schneider there.
How about Giant? They must have kicked him out of the room. He wanted to take a running back here for sure.
Brian Broadus, would you like this pin, sir?
No, I'm good, man. I just kind of mentally threw my pin on that one. Yeah, I threw it. We're good.
I think Dallas wanted him to fall. Like you said, Nick, who knows if they would have had him over some of these other prospects, but I think they liked him enough, and especially Coach Eberflus and what he brings, I think they would have liked to utilize it.
The question I have about this guy is he doesn't always play to his size. I think he could be more of a dominant player, and I'm not sure. There's times where I felt like, man, this big son of a gun is in the pile, and he's doing a great job. And then there's other 2 or 3 plays where he's not involved that way. I just felt like that he could be more of a force. His workout numbers are incredible, but they don't always match what's being shown on that tape. I'll be interested to see if, in fact, that they can get a down after down type of a player here, because he flashes it, and then there's times he flashes where he's not interested in it.
Here's the Browns selection at pick number 36.
Pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, your Cleveland Browns select
Quinshon Judkins, running back, Ohio State.
So they take.
All right.
That's a big one.
That makes things interesting.
Yeah, the Cowboys loved Quinshon Judkins, one of the 2 Ohio State running backs that they really liked. You thought maybe Travion Henderson would go before him, but instead it's Judkins. When you think about the style of play that Brian Schottenheimer's wanting to play with, physical at the point of attack, run through somebody's face, Judkins gives you that, and this is going to be one that, this might be a legitimate pen throw, I think, for them.
Am I missing something about Travion Henderson?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I'm surprised Quinshon went before him. I would have thought Henderson.
Well, I would have never thought that Higgins would have gone before
Burden.
But like character concerns that have popped up with Burden, you can explain that one. I don't know if you can explain this one. Now, Judkins is a great back. Do not get me wrong. I'm just surprised that it wasn't his teammate that was drafted above him. But I think this is the type of Cleveland running back for sure.
I think Henderson is by far the better running back. Like just as a runner, pass catcher, big play, blocker, like he has everything. I thought Henderson would go yesterday. So the fact that I'm seeing Judkins come off the board, and nothing against Judkins, I think Judkins will do just fine there. With the power running that they want to do, but I just think Henderson's much better. But hey, good for them. We need this. Like as Cowboy representatives, I understand that everybody's kind of watching right now, but as Cowboy people in the room, I mean, I would much rather Henderson than Judkins, but.
Well, and you might have a shot at that just about 8 picks from now. So this one goes off the board early. Where did you have him comparatively, Brian, to some of your other running backs on your board?
Well, I like I say, he was down in he was in that 3rd round group for me, and so I'm totally okay with this. Like I said, I've got guys like Johnson ahead of him. My love for Johnson is there. But Johnson, Henderson, Sampson. I mean, Sampson's my first 3rd round grade. If you're talking about a Dallas Cowboy board of grading, it's a 1.30 right there. Henderson's like a 1.28, 1.29, bottom of the 2nd round, and then probably with Johnson about a 1.25 there. So I've got a couple 2nd round backs that I really, really like. I think they maybe like Henderson more than they like Johnson. So but the dream still is alive for me. I still have Burden there. I still have Henderson there. I'm kind of digging things right now if I'm the Dallas Cowboys.
I like Johnson too, Brian. I think he's my second running back behind Genty. And I think if we were talking about Judkins being the guy who is so good at the point of attack and so good going through contact and just running through people, I think Johnson's probably the guy that you look at as the next guy on the board right now that can kind of play in a similar play style with that. He's just so hard to bring down, breaks the arm tackles really easily, good, not great speed, hits his lanes hard. We talked about him a little bit yesterday too. Just wants to run through your face. That's what Brian Schottenheimer wants to play like. If you go back and listen to Tyler Booker's introductory press conference today, that's the kind of stuff they're trying to do behind that interior of the offensive line, and Caleb Johnson can do that.
Vegas is trading up here to 37. I would put my life on them getting a corner here. So who's the fastest corner in the draft available right now? That probably makes the most sense.
You mean Miami's trading up?
Miami's trading up. Oh, excuse me. Never mind.
The Raiders had it initially. Yeah. And then, hey, they could take speed too. They like themselves some speed down there in Miami. Now, is it a corner that they're going to be looking for? That's the question.
If it is corner, I think this is Johnson.
They do need a safety.
He's not fast, so.
You think they like the?
Yeah, but
you think they like Watts enough on this for Notre Dame?
That's a fascinating.
See, to me, if I was the Ravens yesterday, I would have paired Watts with their current safety there. I think to me that would have been a really, really good pair, but they went another direction there.
Some solid reporting here from ESPN's Todd Archer. Cowboys would like to recoup the 4th-round pick they gave up for Jonathan Mingo. Would likely mean a trade down from number 44 to get that 4th. Something to ponder as the pick grows closer.
Okay. So that's kind of the conversation we had earlier. Instead of trading up from your 5s and your 6s and your 7s, maybe if you have these guys continue to fly off the board like you have the last couple of picks, maybe you decide to move back a little bit and pick up that 4th-round grade. All right, here is the Dolphins' selection at pick number 37.
Interesting day so far, folks.
All right, we got a trade. We got a trade here. The Las Vegas Raiders have traded the 37th pick to the Miami Dolphins. With that being said, the 37th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jonah Savaianaya.
Oh, Jonah from Zona.
Jonah from Zona.
They kind of nailed that name. That was really good on their side of things. Here's Jonah from Zona. Brian, I know you've talked about him quite a bit. He wasn't super high on your board compared.
No, if somebody else wants to talk about him high on their board, I would, that would be good for me.
He was my top guard in the 3rd round. I had him at OG6. Jonas Savaianaya, he was right guard, left tackle, starting experience from his time at Arizona. Played with Jordan Morgan last year. Was a guy we talked about a lot in the 1st round last year. Loads of pass protection experience. I mean, we talked about it with Ted McMillan, but this team loves to air the ball out. And so he's going to be coming into the NFL with much more experience at the pass pro department than a lot of these other offensive linemen, and you just have to toy with this beam. Seeing the Ted McMillan film.
I know. I was just about to say, all these are just Ted McMillan clips.
The length and size combo, it's going to give him the opportunity to play 4 out of the 5 O-line spots in the NFL. I think I would put him at right guard. I'm not really sure what Miami needs up front. Well, they do need a left guard after losing Robert Jones. Maybe that's their thought process there, or moving on from Robert Jones rather. But he's got that wide, stocky frame. I think it'll work in the interior. I compared him to like a big body sprinter van going up against interior defensive linemen because he's got that kind of athleticism, I think, too.
For those wondering about the haul of picks, Raiders get 48, 98, and 135 from the Dolphins in exchange for 37 and 143, according to Tom Pelissero.
You don't like it?
I'm blown away the picks given up for the players that they're getting back, if that makes sense. I didn't think that Jonah would be a guy that you would trade up for, or Nick Emenwari is a guy that you would give up day 2 pick. And we look at these day 2 picks as like premium picks. Like these are the picks where you want to have these guys. I got this list of 10 now, and I'm loving these guys, and I need picks within this range to get it, and I just wouldn't expect to give up picks to go get some play. And look, no disrespect to any of them, I'm sure they're going to do fine, make a lot of money by their mama house, but I got a 4th on Jonah, I got a 4th on Higgins, I got a 3rd on Judkins. It's just, I think that these teams are drafting a little bit higher, but shouts out to them. We need that.
Well, there's always runs and clusters of players through these drafts that you see, Brian, that the league has higher than Media Scout.
Oh, a lot, absolutely.
And I think we're seeing a cluster of guys that are going after. You sleep on your board, you look at what you want, and just plain and simple, the media doesn't have the guys.
No, the best thing that we can do, I mean, we're trying to put together our boards and how we would take them and stuff, but be honest with you, we should just look at the players, and as they pick them, we'd say we like them or we don't like them, but we try and have a little bit of, give you a little bit of an idea about posting our boards. But I'm still, right now, I'm very encouraged if I'm sitting in that Dallas war room and I'm watching these names come off, when Higgins and Jonah from Zona and Judkins, and I know that you like Judkins and Manowari. Hey, let's go. I'm totally encouraged by what I'm seeing. If I'm holding on a wide receiver, if I'm holding on a couple of running backs. Again, my board reflects Johnson, Henderson. I'm kind of happy right now if their board would be the same way. Probably not. Yeah. But if they're holding on some of those top guys, then by all means, let's keep this thing going.
Okay, so let me just ask, when do you guys think the run on hurt character guy happens? Like these corners that we're mentioning, like the Johnson.
When does Cincinnati pick?
Cincinnati will definitely take them, but
Cincinnati will
49.
be 49. Yeah,
what I'm saying is, like, at some point you have to go, all right, y'all, I get it, but that's Revel, that's Johnson, that's Benjamin Morrison.
Well, the fact that Revel, that's Mike Green, that they did the surgery, that Dr. Dan Cooper, a fine surgeon, it did the actual. They know exactly where this guy's knee is. And I want to say that they're going to be, they would be happy, and that is an absolute need. Me personally, though, man, Burton a little higher on that board, but they're both needs, and they're both, I think, would really help this football team, whichever way they would go. But they have to know what that need looks like right now. They brought the kid in for a 30 visit to make sure of it as well.
So the first 5 picks of the second round: Carson Schlesinger, linebacker, UCLA, to the Browns at 33. Texans take Jaden Higgins, wide receiver from Iowa State. Seahawks take Nick Emenwari, deep safety from Georgia. Then you've got the Browns, 36 overall, Quinshawn Judkins, running back from Ohio State. And then the Miami Dolphins trade up with the Las Vegas Raiders. They take Jonah from Zona from the 37th pick overall, the guard out of Arizona. All right, pick is in. Pick number 38 for the New England Patriots. We're taking a look inside the Cowboys war room. At first, I thought Jerry was on the telephone, but that's actually an iPad in front of him that he's just kind of looking at their board.
Will McClay was going on a little bit of a tangent earlier.
Yeah.
I don't know how to read into that, but I just thought it was interesting. There was a lot of eyes directed towards Will McClay.
Well, the one thing that Will is really, really good in that room is, and he's got everybody's respect, the coach's respect, he's got the Joneses' respect, and he's got the scouts' respect. And if he's going to speak up and start to talk about, if people are sitting in that room talking about getting that 4th round pick, trading back, Will's probably standing there and saying, wait a minute, guys, we've got a grade on this guy. He might be absolutely fighting for somebody in that room.
Very well could be, and we'll talk more about the Cowboys war room after the Patriots selection.
To help make the New England Patriots selection
as well, he's going to come out later.
We are honored to have with us Special Olympic athletes Xavier Goff and Unified Sports partner Reed Turner. Both are Unified Flag football teammates from Special Olympics. Reed, Xavier.
That's neat.
Special Olympics is one of the league's Play 60 community partners funded by the NFL Foundation. The NFL and Special Olympics team up to provide opportunities for athletes of all ages and abilities to get active through unified flag football. This allows individuals with and without intellectual disabilities to play on the same team. Xavier, Ree, you got the stage.
With the 38th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select
Travion Henderson, running back, Ohio State.
Yeah, such a good fit. Vrabel getting his guy. This makes sense.
Elliott Wolf, good job to them. That's a good pick.
And both Ohio State running backs off the board before pick number 40 even in this NFL draft. I know, Vach, you've kind of kept an eye on him throughout. What do you think about Henderson here?
Fantastic player. Like I said, big play. Big play. Even in limited reps, there'll be games where he only got 10 runs, but he'll make 100 yards out of it. Home run speed, like we're showing you right now. But I just like to highlight the blocking. I'm sort of a blocking junkie, so I love to see wide receivers block. Of course, come on, man. I love to see running backs block, man. But he's not just like a pass blocker. Like, he'll lead block and thump the hell out of people, and I love that about him. Look at this. What are we doing? What are we doing? Yeah, man. But look, toughness, and I think that's what the Patriots are trying to build over there. So, shouts out to them. Trayvion's definitely a guy. He was my running back 3.
Yeah, one of the higher character guys in this class, too. Just nothing but good things that you hear from people around the NFL when it comes to what he's going to bring to a locker room. And from a mentality standpoint, this guy was one of the biggest leaders in the Ohio State locker room. He made a decision to come back to Ohio State when he very easily could have left last year and gone to the NFL waters, but stuck it around and helped the Buckeyes win a national championship. You think about what he did for Quinshon Judkins. This is a guy who Ryan Day called him up and said, hey, we're going to take Quinshon Judkins here in the portal. I just wanted to let you know first. And he said, all right, let's do it. It wasn't in today's era of college football, very much could have been, all right, I'm hitting the portal and I'm going to go somewhere where I can be the bell cow. He sticks around, ends up teaming up with Quinshon Judkins, and both of them reap the benefits for it. Both 1,000-yard rushers last season. They won a national championship, and now they're going a couple of picks apart in the second round of the draft.
All right, so let's reset things as the Cowboys are now within 5 selections of their next pick at pick number 44. I want to hear your top names on your board momentarily because we've got a long way to go, but still a lot of names can fly off that board before the 44th overall pick. You're listening to the 2025 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. On the .com side of things, I want to hear those names on the board. Let's start with you, Tommy. Who are some of your top names remaining?
Top 3 I've got right now are Luther Burden and Mike Green and Donovan Ezrau.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Donovan Ezrau is my lone first-round grade
him, man.
waiting on the board. Just an athletic pass rusher and just a freak. I wonder when he does go. I'm probably the only one at the table with the first-round grade still available, but Ezrau, I'm that high on
I have Burden.
Oh, no, I've got some first-round guys.
Yeah,
I got
Burden in the first.
Who do you have?
Yeah, I've got Green, Burden, and Ravel and Morrison.
Wow.
I've got 4.
Yeah. Very cool.
The thing about it is, like I say, the injury guys, I were not really sure about where I was going to do with Ravel and Morrison. I think their ability is too much not to give them their due as players. And so, but Mike Green, we understand with Mike Green's situation. If you're new to what's going on right now, domestic violent problems there, likely was going to be a first-round pick. Team's just not comfortable with taking him right now. There will be a point in time in this draft where somebody will take him, and he'll be a hell of a football player for him. They're going to have to probably endure a lot of things once they pick him, and the questions will be asked. But, man, he is amazing when it comes to rushing that passer.
Shocked Will Johnson's still here.
I was going to just ask the question.
There's medical there on that. There's medical on
All
that.
3 of those guys have medical.
Yeah, these corners, man, there are some super talented guys. But the problem is you have a knee, you have a hip, and you have other things, lower body issues there with Will Johnson that he's having to deal with. And, those are things that when he needs to play with his feet and his legs. And, those are some issues there that he's dealing with right now.
So where do you have those guys stacked? Revel, Johnson, and Morrison? Because I think corner, whether they're hurt or not, is certainly in play because of the need that you have at that position.
Yeah. Let's go 12, 15, and 25.
Okay, in that order. Okay,
that's on my board. That's how I have. That's where they were on my stack.
I'm going to say this: Chicago Bears wide receivers coach Antoine Randall was just celebrating on the draft stream over here. So
this might be Luther Burden. Yeah.
Wow. Could Chicago make the surprise selection one way in the first round and then the opposite way in the second round?
Would this be a surprise? This feels like a good Keenan Allen replacement.
Well, not a surprise, but the fact that he fell.
Oh,
that's what I'm saying.
Okay, I thought you meant from a
They
Chicago
reached in the first round, and then they get the value in the second round.
Yeah.
Here's the selection.
Could have probably flipped those picks and got it right.
Maybe.
All right. Simmer down.
Simmer down.
Wow.
That'll do it.
I could be Trey Harris from Ole Miss.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the 2025 NFC North champions.
Oh, boy.
Chicago Bears.
That's lofty.
Select Luther Burden the
Yep.
third.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Missouri.
You look at the Bears wide receiving core last year. They bring in Rome Odunze, and he has a pretty solid rookie season. But Keenan Allen was really never what they thought he was going to be in that offense to try and help Caleb Williams and give him a safety blanket with his veteran experience. Now they're going to see if Luther Burden can be that guy. This is a really talented wide receiver room in Chicago now with DJ Moore, Luther Burden, and Rome Odunze, and they had Colston Loveland in the first round. I'm still kind of on the fence about that one and how it'll turn out, but Caleb Williams has got some really good weapons around him now. They beefed up the offensive line as soon as Ben Johnson got into town, and you figured they were going to focus on the offense, so here it is.
Where you had him, Vach, is this the biggest value pick of the draft so far?
Looks like it. Luther Burden was a first-round grade on my board, and if I just run over here to the stack,
10th overall for me.
He was 11 for me.
Wow,
he was 11 for me. So yeah, Luther's a guy. And hey man, Tommy said it. If you just imagine that you took him at 10 and you took Colston Loveland in the second, boy, that's a hell of a haul for y'all. But they did it backwards. But whatever. But I'm just looking down at my little names left over, and I'm just crossing them out slowly but surely. I'm upset. All of my corners are there. My hurt corners are there.
Yeah.
And as far as running backs go, I don't know how the Cowboys feel about Johnson from Iowa, but I think he'll be a fantastic fit here since our other running backs are gone. And Brian, this is a conversation that me and you had a bunch. Like, if the run happens prior to the Cowboys going on the board, do we go for a third-round graded running back? If we really want running backs so badly, do we go for the third-round graded guy, or do we wait like we did last year and hopefully not?
We are currently on pick number 40 of the 2025 NFL Draft. The New Orleans Saints and former offensive coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys, Kellen Moore, is on the clock currently. The last 4 picks. Jonah from Zona, the Arizona guard, goes to the Dolphins at 37. At 38, the Patriots, Travion Henderson, running back from Ohio State, goes to New England. The Bears at pick number 39 find some value. Luther Burden, wide receiver from Missouri, is off the board. He goes to Chicago, pairing with Colston Loveland, who was their 10th overall pick, their quarterback in Caleb Williams, and Ryan Johnson, the head coach there, doing a great job.
Ben Johnson.
Close. I don't know what I'm thinking.
Ben Johnson, Ryan Poles.
Ryan Poles.
It's all good.
They combined to build some weapons there in Chicago.
Yeah, they did. And with that pick, the 2023 Panthers-Bears trade has been finalized. So the Panthers got Bryce Young in exchange for the Bears receiving DJ Moore, Darnell Wright, Tyreek Stevenson, Caleb Williams, and Luther Burden.
What a bad trade.
That is a...
What a bad trade.
And I don't know if there are words to describe the haul that is for Chicago.
Yeah, with New Orleans now on the clock, why have I heard that Shuck, the quarterback, could be the possibility here? A lot of people. Anybody else hearing that maybe that even with Shedeur Sanders being on the board here, that maybe that they go with Tyler Shuck. I just, it's something like there was 2 or 3 different New Orleans people say, hey, keep an eye on what we're doing right here, which, we could take a quarterback here we really do like Shuck. So I'm just kind of throwing it out there. Maybe things have changed now with Sanders sliding down the board. Kind of got the vibe that they wouldn't take Sanders. They passed on him the first time around. Will they pass on him again for Tyler Shuck? I don't know.
Transfer from Oregon, transfer from Texas Tech. He's kind of been around it. I mean, you talk about an individual who has the late rising ability in the NFL draft. He goes from being kind of an edge guy to being a possible second-round pick. Does he just fit the bill for Kellen Moore?
I think with Kellen, he's fighting for some offensive players there. The skill guys and stuff. They also need an edge. Could this be where Mike Green goes? That's New Orleans. There's been time. Jeff Ireland down there, helping out Mickey Loomis. He's not exactly known as a guy that's like all squeaky clean. So he could be looking at Mike Green right now. But man, I was hearing that this afternoon making calls that Tyler Shuck kept Shuck, New Orleans, and I'm like, what about Sanders? No, Shuck, New Orleans. I'm like, okay, we'll see what we do here.
What's up, Green Bay? I see you. All right. With the 40th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Tyler Shuck.
Wow.
Come on, Kellen.
Good call.
I don't.
I kept hearing that. I swear to you, I just kept hearing that name. Talking, Jane Slater with the NFL Network is down there in New Orleans. We were talking, just throwing a lot of different things at it. And I kept saying, Jane, I'm hearing, and she's like, I'm hearing the same damn thing. So this is not surprising to me. It's been a conversation all day long. Nick, I know you absolutely do not like this play.
I'm not trying to turn into Mel Kiper here,
No.
but Shuck over Shador, what are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing? This is a surprise to me. He played 7 seasons in college, and he only played more than 7 games one time, and it was last year in a Louisville offense that is pass-friendly. They throw the ball 40 damn times a game. Sure, it helped his development, and it probably helped expedite those games that he missed and helped recoup for them. But at the end of the day, this guy's going to be 26 years old in October.
Wow.
You're not expecting him to get a second contract. By the time that he is up for his second contract, he's going to be Dak Prescott's age right now. This is it's a fascinating decision. I think he's too inconsistent in the short to intermediate game. He's got awkward mechanics. He's a good athlete. I'll give him that, especially given all the injuries that he's dealt with. He really does push the ball downfield. But I think this is more of a pick that you make with the idea of like, hey, let's season this guy for a year or two. But he's so old that he doesn't have a year or two. I don't like this pick. I don't.
They just showed the graphic on there that says he's thrown 6 or less interceptions in the last 5 years because he's only played in 6 or less games in each of the last 5 years.
He's got some things wrong with him. The collarbones are clearly a problem. He's broken them twice.
Yeah.
He's broken his femur. The thing that noticed the most is when you watch him play, he's terrified of breaking his collarbone again because he'll flinch in the pocket. You see him get rid of the ball, and he will flinch. We saw that with Eli Manning, and if he's Eli Manning, then I'll stand corrected. But you will see him in the pocket, though. When it's clean and protected, he can make some great throws. But when he feels that pressure, he is worried about that collarbone, which he has broken twice. You'll see him, especially in the Notre Dame game. They got after him pretty good, and he was flinching throwing the football.
It's really interesting. I mean, you have the comeback player of the year as an NFL award. They have 3 comeback player of the years in college, and he was one of the winners of that this past year. If you're winning a comeback player of the year in college and then you end up going in the top 40 of the NFL draft, you're doing something right, but you also have been around for a little bit too. And I think for the most part, Tyler Shuck is just kind of a mind-boggling late riser around NFL draft circles. I mean, he took advantage of the Senior Bowl, took advantage of the Combine, took advantage of the film that he put on tape at Louisville, and now you have to adjust from there. But now we are officially 4 selections away from the Cowboys at pick number 44. The Buffalo Bills are on the clock at pick 41.
They gave Chicago 2 seconds and a 4th for a 2nd, a 3rd, and a 7th.
So a little bit of maneuvering there. Remember, Chicago had the 39th pick and the 41st pick, so they didn't want to pick twice in 3 selections. They ended up moving back in order to get some draft capital. There's a conversation going on in the war room at the moment. Looks like Jerry Jones and some of the scouts on the right-hand side of the room are kind of leading that conversation.
This looks like a debate.
Yeah, I think Will is fighting the room to hang in there, and Steven is going to
see that face from Will.
Yeah, Steven is looking at that phone like, okay, somebody's trying to call me here. If I'm going to pick up that phone, Shoddy's now involved. He's going to, Jerry Jones encouraged him to be very vocal in this first draft. Will, it looks like, Will has got that look like, okay, I'm going to keep fighting you guys. Jerry looking at Will there like, okay, tell me about this. Why? If we move, where are we going? Are we going to, if we stay there, are we going to take this guy? Will's trying to explain, we need to hang in there and pick this player. I've seen this before.
Read it. Yeah.
I've seen this before.
So who is who the guy that Will would fight for?
I think Will had an idea when he walked in this room today. Yeah. There's somebody he wanted. And it's getting close. And I think Steven and Jerry are and they're trying to work on that 4th round pick.
Yeah.
How bad do we want this 4th round pick? I think Will is fighting for Will is fighting for the player right now. Steven might be, I think he just picked up their trade charts there in his hand. and then he's looking at what the numbers will be to go down if they. So they're going to try and recoup this 4, but Will right now is fighting to pick that player that they're here at 44.
One of the corners, maybe?
I want to point something out here just based off of what we heard from last night and the Tyler Booker debate and the whole scenario that led up to that point. One of the things we heard was that as a first-year head coach, Brian Schottenheimer helped take control of that war room. That's kind of been the thought throughout the building over the last 24 hours or so. We didn't get to see it a whole lot on the stream last night. Tonight, I think we're seeing it a little more. Highlighter in hand. He's having a debate. They're having direct conversation between Will McClay and Brian Schottenheimer. Of course, the Jones family, Jerry and Steven sitting there specifically.
Jerry's going to listen.
They're going to listen through all of the sides in order to actually decide where there's a debate here.
I feel like we're contractually obligated to bring it up. Shador?
Okay, you want to have that conversation?
Do we want to have that conversation?
I'm going to shut that conversation down quickly. I don't think it happens. I think the way the board is falling right now is corner, and I'm about to put this tweet out there after I see this pick from Buffalo to make sure one of the guys I put on this list isn't out there. But you got Will Johnson, Savon Revel, Ben Morrison, Trey Amos, Ezrau Thomas, all still available. We know how big of a need corner is for this team. All 5 of those names make sense, and they're names that the Cowboys have been tied to. So that seems like the most likely possibility at 44, in my opinion.
Here's the Bills selection at 41.
Where you at? Where they at? All right, we got a trade. The Chicago Bears have traded the 41st pick to the Buffalo Bills. And with the 41st pick, in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select T.J. Sanders, defensive tackle, South Carolina.
Defensive tackle off the board at pick 41. We're closing in on the Cowboys selection at pick number 44. We'll have it for you very, very quickly. You're listening to the 2025 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
Should we switch out now, or are we going to wait a little bit?
This is going to be interesting because
this is the
top of the hour.
You should probably hang to the pick. Hang to the pick, yeah. Keep it consistent.
This is the top of the hour, though. That's the one thing.
Hey, Sanders finally got picked, guys.
We are on the top of the hour on the .com side of things. TJ Sanders, you want to talk about him real quick?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me pull up my notes here because I do like this guy, explosive defensive tackle, and you watch his film and you see a dude. I had a late second-round grade on him. He's going to be a 3-tech in the NFL, and this is something that the Bills needed coming into the weekend. They were mocked to Walter Nolan many, many times, but obviously Nolan did not fall that far. Explosive, violent player out of the interior that has some of the best footwork of all the defensive tackles in this draft, in my opinion. He works well on stunts. He makes life hell for interior offensive linemen, and he has room to add weight to his frame. He could be a potential 1-tech if he does kind of add that weight, but I'd like to maximize his athleticism and explosion at that 3-tech spot. I think him being a pass rusher out of that interior, it could really be it could be fun. High tackle production despite low snap count. They rotated a lot of guys at South Carolina, kept those legs fresh. It really worked for him. I'm not 100% sure what the depth chart looks like at that position for Buffalo, but if they have that freedom, I think it could certainly work for them. But if they don't, can he play a full game? You know, that's obviously something to throw out there. Former basketball player, you see that with his footwork and his athleticism. I think this is a really talented player. Good pick by Buffalo.
Smart and strong is what I put down for Sanders. This is a guy that I really liked at the start. I've got him towards the top of the third, but it doesn't surprise me that he would be taken here whatsoever. I think he does a really good job of diagnosing the play early, identifies where the ball carrier's at, and gets himself into position really well, fires into the backfield quickly at closing the run lanes and getting into the pocket. I think this is a really, really, really good pick.
Yeah, this guy's a really good athlete, and he's got the play strength to match. I mean, he can win along the line of scrimmage. He plays well with his hands. He does a really good job of retracing his steps when he gets too far up the field. He can come back and get to the ball. The effort to chase down plays is really, really good. He can bull rush you. I can see a guy that can play tackle or play defensive end and be really just fine playing on in either position.
So Sanders off the board. Tyler Shuck was the pick before at 40. Jets are on the clock at the moment at 42. Then it's the 49ers and the Cowboys. I know corner we talked about here, And I've just to name the guys that we know have been tied to Dallas. Benjamin Morrison, Notre Dame. We know the scouts really love him overall. I think Siobhan Revell Jr., the East Carolina product, is somebody that has been tied with Dallas previously. Maybe he's in this conversation at pick 44. But I keep going back to the edge rusher in two of them, really. Mike Green, who out of Marshall has that character concern and that flag on him specifically. But I'm looking at the Boston College edge and Donovan Ezrau there as well.
There's a staff connection to Ezrau. The quarterback's coach, Steve Shimko, was on staff at Boston College when this kid was a junior. Shimko only joined the staff this past season, so he only missed 1 year with Ezrau, but he has a lot of background on this player. I'm sure the Cowboys have a lot of homework on this guy that probably only Green Bay could match.
Yeah,
because Green Bay has their former head coach and Jeff Hafley as their defensive coordinator. So this is it would be fascinating, but man, this team needs corner, you would think, in this spot. Who are y'all's highest rated corners and defensive tackles left on y'all's?
Well, yeah, you want healthy. You want guys that are
just whoever's there for you.
Revell, Morrison, Will Johnson, Thomas from Florida State. I think Amos is in this mix right now.
I have
D tackle.
Yeah, I think there's more quality corners than there are defensive tackle one technique guys.
I agree with you.
Walker could be the guy too at Kentucky we're not thinking about either here.
Alfred Collins, we know they've liked him, but that's more of a 3 tech.
Yeah.
It's kind of an interesting thought when it comes to D tackle. Maybe that's something you address at 76. But right now, Vach, I'm looking at corner as a possibility here. Running back, anybody specific? I know Caleb Johnson.
I have Johnson high. I just don't think they have him as high as I do. And I've got corners that are higher than Johnson now. The way it is on my board for sure.
I think a part of drafting is kind of getting a feel for how the league is drafting. So do you guys think that they would pass on the hurt corners right now because everybody's passing on the hurt corners, and maybe they'll try to see if it can get back around to the 3rd round pick, and maybe they'll go for an edge right now or maybe a running back right now? Jack Besh is at my board at wide receiver sitting up there.
Or they're looking at those corners and the stack of guys there with the medical red flags, and they're saying this is the perfect opportunity.
Aaron Whitecotton just fist bumped Stephen Jones.
Because these are 1st round picks. Who's that?
Aaron Whitecotton just fist bumped Stephen Jones, D-line.
Alexander?
Darius Alexander, Alfred Collins, Ezrau.
Yeah, man, maybe.
And here's
Stephen Jones on the phone.
Closing in on the 44th overall pick for the Dallas Cowboys, the New York Jets are on the clock at 42 in the 2nd round of the 2025 NFL Draft. Their pick is in. The San Francisco 49ers are on the clock, and then very soon the Cowboys will be on the clock. Taking a look at the war room, Stephen Jones is on the phone. Aaron Whitecotton, defensive line coach for this Dallas Cowboys team, just fist bumped Stephen Jones. Here's the Jets selection at 42.
Mason Taylor, tight end.
Oh, there's my man, Mason Taylor.
You really liked him a lot.
I love Mason Taylor. Good job, Jets.
I wish this didn't happen right before the Cowboys pick and when we were breaking that down, but give us a quick scouting report, Brian.
I'll tell you what, Mason Taylor is a tremendous player. And and when you start to break down, I know there were a lot of folks that were talking about the Michigan tight end, Warren and all that. But Mason Taylor, when my alma mater there, LSU, he's one of the most clutch players in LSU history. When they needed a big play, the staff went his way. He's outstanding physical traits for the position. He's a nightmare to defend, to have to defend. He's an athletic big man that is growing into his frame. He's dependable hands. He's natural to adjust the throws. He doesn't flinch at all in traffic. He can withstand crushing hits. I just love this kid. He caught a pass in 37 of his 38 career games. But he is one of these guys that he can make the type of plays that moves the chains and is very, very good down in the red zone.
So Taylor goes to go Tigers. So he goes to the New York Jets. The pick is in for the San Francisco 49ers at 43, which means the Dallas Cowboys are officially on the clock. If you're joining us on the YouTube side, the X streaming side, or on the Odyssey side of things, welcome to the draft show as we break you down to the 44th selection in the 2025 NFL Draft. There's still debate going on inside the Cowboys war room. Here is the 49ers selection at 43.
Will's on the phone.
They got the player then.
Bang, bang, 49ers. With the 43rd pick in the 2025 class, the 49ers select Alfred Collins, D tackle.
Oh, there they go.
That's wow. I wonder if that was a pin throw in that room.
Maybe so. They don't look too upset about it as they have made a selection here. Jerry Jones is on the clock. He is on the phone as well. Everybody high-fiving. And it looks like Will's getting a little bit of a little extra there.
He fought. He obviously fought in this room for a player. And I think he had an idea of the guy that he was looking at when him and Coach Schottenheimer and Stephen Jones were in the war room early. Will was standing up behind his chair, and he was looking at the board, and he was trying to explain the vision he had for this player. I think this is one we'll see when it's all said and done who it is. But I'll tell you what, I think Will McClay fought really, really hard for a guy.
Matt Eberflus just gave a big hug to Brian Schottenheimer, Jerry Jones and company. This looks to be a defensive player. We've talked about corner. We've talked about edge rushers. Is this coming down to whoever the scouts and coaches agreed on the most in this regard?
Revel, Donovan, or
Morrison. I know they like Morrison quite a bit.
Nick's about to cry. He said something.
Nick has something here. Do you want to go ahead and talk about it, or we want to play the theater side?
Let it fly.
I like it. But either way,
will I be excited though, Nick?
Let it fly.
Okay, cool. Cool. Nick's
I can't wait.
Nick's a content man. He understands.
We've got Nick Harris, Brian Broaddus, Tommy Yarish, Vach Lombardi. I'm Kyle Yeomans. Bobby Belton, Zach Wolchuk are going to join us very, very shortly, right after the selection is made. And then we'll get their thoughts on this as well. The Cowboys go offensive line in the first round. They take Tyler Booker out of Alabama. We knew defense was going to be heavy today, Tommy, at least in one of these two picks at 44 or at 76. Looks like they stuck and picked at 44. Do you think this was a thought process from the very beginning?
Yeah, I think defensively, this team, you look at positions like corner and defensive tackle, there are so many needs. You just saw Matt Eberflus get off the phone, and now it's Aaron Whitecotton, the defensive line coach. So even at round 3 at 76, I think defense is still very much on the table, depending on which way they go. Do they go corner? Do they go defensive line here? And if so, do they think somebody's going to be there on the other side of that at 76? There are definitely some very good players. If it's not a corner, I think you look at some of the names that are still on the board, and Will Johnson, Benjamin Morrison, Savon Revel, Trey Imus, Azariah Thomas. I don't know if those names are all going to be there when you get to 76, but what it's to say that they can't be, considering what we've seen so far today with so many of these names dropping. So anything is on the table, but it looks like this is D-line, given that Aaron Whitecotton just got off the phone. So we might be bolstering up the front here.
Now, we're waiting on a commercial to come back on the main feed. This is like when Nikola Jokic got drafted during a Taco Bell commercial.
This wouldn't be Green, is it? This wouldn't be Mike Green, is it?
It certainly would be a Cowboys second-round special.
Yeah.
Very reminiscent of Sam Williams in this spot, right? It was Sam Williams. You expected him to be in a higher position, and it was character concerns.
Listen, there was always going to be a spot where Mike Green was going to be taken. And, sometimes if you're a general manager that's not going anywhere anytime soon, you can take a little bit of some risks like this. And if in fact it is Mike Green, then that just tells you a lot about where this organization is as far as going out and getting football players that they think can win games. We'll see if it's Mike Green, but that general manager ain't going to get fired. If he takes a player that has a little bit of a checkered past and makes it work, it's great. If not, we've seen this act here before.
Looking at D linemen on my board, I mean, we got some 3 techs, and I don't think the Cowboys are going to go in that direction. So this has to be edge. I think they want to get after the quarterback, and Tank Lawrence has left us now. I think Marshawn Nealon's going to be the new big tank guy, and maybe they're looking for like a pass rushy guy. Some of the pass rush that you have are on 1 year, 1 year deals, and they're not going to be here next year. So maybe they're going to. Mike Green, Donovan Easy is probably going to have to be one of those guys. Just looking at how my board's lined up here, it has to be one of those two.
Yeah.
What does it tell you about the defensive line if that is indeed the pick and it looks to be the pick? Why defensive line when you have so many other needs there overall? I mean, I think it's about the stack here.
They don't care about
they don't. It's all about the stack. And
F them needs.
It really, if it's Green, if it's our Boston College kid, they've got this thing stacked the way they want it, and so maybe that's the guy that Will McClay was fighting for. And kudos to him if he's doing it. This kid's got some bend to him. Yeah. And you watch him. If this is in fact the Boston College kid, this kid knows how to rush the passer. No question.
Both of these guys, double-digit sack guys. So maybe that's important to them. What up, Trav?
Hello, Wisconsin. With the 44th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Donovan Ezrau, defensive end, Boston College.
There you go.
Nick Harris.
Next guy.
Break down your first round grade, Nick Harris.
Yeah, this is my last standing first round grade. I think this is the most athletic pass rusher in this entire class. He lines up wide, swims and rips through opposing tackles, violent, decisive hands. He comes from a standing pre-snap stance, and I think that will be a natural transition into what the Cowboys at least have done in the past with Micah Parsons. Having a guy like Micah Parsons to help develop Ezrau here at the next level is going to be a perfect fit. Consensus All-American in 2024, 16.5 sacks, 20.5 tackles for loss. He's got this massive wingspan that'll help him improve in the run game. He just kind of needs to add some weight to his frame a little bit, and I think he could really maximize what the run game stuff could look like. But this is a guy that I fell in love with very early on. I think there was an episode of The Break we had, Brian, probably back in November, and afterward you asked me, any guys you've been watching yet? And I said, have you seen this Ezrau kid at Boston College? Mm-hmm. This is a guy that I just love. And the sense that he can play standing up as a standing rusher too, he has some box versatility as well. I think they're going to be able to do a little bit of drop coverage with him out in the flat. He's got the athleticism to be able to do that, and he certainly showed that against running backs coming out of the backfield. This is an awesome pick.
That drop coverage is all good and dandy. This kid knows how to get underneath blocks.
He does,
and he knows how to. And Nick, I like your report on this kid because I think you're absolutely right. The pressure that he immediately puts on offensive tackles, his ability to work down the line of scrimmage to get in on plays, he can make himself really, really small, get low to the ground, get underneath blockers, and then close that gap to the ball or to the quarterback right there. So this guy was the 26th player in my stack. So, again, I think it was a really, really good pick. They're really not thinking much about the needs right now. They're just drafting good football players.
One more thing I want to add before I leave, though. Nick broke him down perfectly, but just one more thing I want to add is he has a full tool belt right now. I think he's ready to line up and get sacks right now. There's not going to be a long waiting period. I've seen him many times in film set guys up just to sack them with that move that they set him up with later on in the game. Fantastic pick right here for the Cowboys. Coach, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Vach. I didn't mean to cut you off. And the thing, too, is we got Colts pick. I'll come back after
Let's
this.
Hear it. Here's the Colts at 45.
Huge shout out Salem City, man. This is a dream come true. But Colts Nation, let's find out who my new teammate is going to be, man. Let's go. Let's keep this train rolling on day 2. And with that being said, with the 45th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, my Indianapolis Colts select JT Tuimoloau, DA, Ohio State.
Another edge rusher out of Ohio State. He is off the board. All right, back to the Ezrau. By the way, Donovan Ezrau.
Easy.
That is how you say it.
Donovan.
It is easy.
Ezrau.
It is easy to say.
Donovan Ezrau.
Ezrau. That is how you say his last name. Because get used to it. You're going to say it a lot when he's in the backfield quite a bit. ACC Defensive Player of the Year. He won the Ted Hendricks Award, which is given to the nation's top defensive end after the 16.5 sacks. I mean, this is an overall bendy, impressive edge rusher. Tommy, I know you were talking about him as well.
Yeah, 21st player on my board. And, you look at what he's going to have to do for the Cowboys in this position. This is not a guy who you need to come in on day 1 and get 10 sacks. That's why you've got Micah Parsons. But it is a guy who is very capable of getting to double-digit sacks because of Micah Parsons. I think Nick explained it perfectly when he was talking about the pick earlier. This is a bendy, athletic, twitchy guy who flies in off the edge and has a knack for getting to the backfield. The ACC Defensive Player of the Year last year, consensus All-American, 16.5 sacks. You can never have enough pass rushers. And we heard so much about the Cowboys brass talking yesterday about how, hey, in this division, we feel like we need to bolster the interior of our defensive line because of how good defensive tackles are in the NFC East. Well, the NFC East has got some good offensive tackles as well. So getting as many good edge rushers as you can never have enough good pass rushers, I don't think. So you add them to a room with Micah Parsons, Sam Williams. Now Marshawn Nealon gets more time to develop as more of a run defender. You've got a lot of really, really, really solid options here for you. And you bring back your boy from a couple years ago. Of course, I'm blanking on his name right now. Washington.
Jeremy Mincy.
Fowler.
Dante Fowler. Thank you. That was my
Jeremy Mincy. You were looking at me.
That was my 5 hours of sleep kicking in here. Sorry about that.
Dude. All right, we've got Zach Wolchuk, Bobby Belt, both from 105.3 The Fan, rejoining us here in studio. Zach, what do you think about the pick?
I love it, and I know Nick was very, very high on him. I think he was higher than on Ezrau than any of us were. And
but I think all 26? Of us had him at 1 or 2 on our board, right?
What do you mean?
Like
his
first round?
Yeah. I mean, I had him at what was it, 37 on my board.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's a really good player. This is obviously great value for me. I mean, the production speaks for itself, but I love the fact that he's a tireless worker and the finishing ability with him. There are some other edge rushers in this class that you will see be able to get the pressures. I think Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M, we had that conversation about him this entire time. Donovan Ezrau, if he gets there, he's going to make the play. I mean, he can set the edge. Now, he's a guy that I think he's got multiple ways to beat you in the tool belt, and the lateral agility's really good with him. He's probably just a guy that's going to be a starter for 10-plus years here. I mean, like he to me, really, really talented. 20.5 tackles for loss, second on the team. Team captain. That's a theme with both these picks. High character individuals.
Yeah, I thought Green Bay might take a shot at him in the first round at 23. You know, they were talking about edge rushers. I was visiting with the guys up there. They absolutely love this kid, and tip of the cap to, and I think what we saw in the war room was Will McClay and what he can do, and I think he fought very hard for this kid. I think there's some folks in that war room that were maybe interested in bailing out of there, maybe going another direction, and he told them, hey, let's stick right here. We got this. This is our guy, and you could see it. And Jerry and Steven looking at him and saying, okay, and the head coach going with him, defensive coaches going with him. So nice job by Will arguing for his player right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's right. It's sticking to your board, right? I mean, they went best player available here. Was that
they're sticking to their board?
No.
We're talking about needs. We're talking about running backs. We're talking about wide receivers. They're taking their best players is what they're doing right now.
Well, and that's kind of the thought process that Brian Schottenheimer has brought to the table. He wants good football players. He said it in the pre-draft press conference. Yeah. And as we saw yesterday, they aren't lying in the pre-draft press conference at this point. They're saying what they're meaning. They want good football players. And if it's not necessarily and I think edge rusher was a low need on their board. Was it corner? Was it running back? Was it wide receiver? Mm-hmm. No. They still need those things, but they want to take good football players, and they're taking what the stack looks like, Brian, and they're sticking to their board.
Real quick, so we can. Yeah. Sorry, Brian.
No, go ahead.
Cut you off before we get to Bobby. Kind of talking about what they're looking for. He's also a 2-year team captain and one of the top character guys in this class. So that's just continuing from the Tyler Booker theme from last night. That's from Dane Brugler, our buddy. Go ahead.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm going to steal a comp from Lance Zierlein because I heard him say this on a podcast about Ezrau. Very reminiscent of Yannick Ngakoue. Like I think that's a very similar player.
Difficult last names to say.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've said Yannick Ngakoue enough times over the years that it's kind of
rolls off. It's like Osa Digizu.
Yeah,
it rolls right off your tongue.
Noah Igbenogany.
Ooh, that's a good one.
But I think that
Ezrau.
Yeah, I mean, there are clearly first round type of traits with him. I think that where some of the limitations are the ones that you typically find for a guy his size, which are. You're trying to dip tackles sometimes, and in the process, you get washed, or you end up losing contain, or you try to slip to the outside. So I think that he's a guy that this is more where I think he should have gone. I didn't have him as a first round guy. I think second. This is perfectly good. The only question I have at this point is you're saying to yourself, we're waiting until the 5th round to touch 2 of corner, running back, receiver.
Yeah.
No, 100%. I mean,
and Brian, we'll let them make the pick.
Yeah, here's the Rams selection at 46.
So first and foremost, I just want to send a huge thank you to all the men and women who serve as our first responders and in our military.
One of these corners is about to go. Get ready.
Secondly, I want to send a huge shout out to my son, Mikael. It's his birthday today. He's a draft baby. Let's go. Let's go.
From the 2012
All right, let's get into this pick. With the 46th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Terrence Ferguson, tight end.
Oh, tight end.
University.
Woo.
That's kind of a surprise.
Well, they were wanting tight ends. I think there was some buzz. They were trying to move on up and try and get maybe a Tyler Warren, a Colts.
They wanted McMillan. McMillan is who they really wanted.
Teteroa.
Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, I think in general they want pass catchers.
Some pass catchers overall. Bobby, you were making a point there on the Ezrau right before the Rams pick.
Yeah. The point that Brian's brought up before. The idea of
wow, I made a point.
Are they in that war room potentially, or when they're looking at their roster building, are they saying we already picked our receiver in the 4th round?
Yeah.
And that they're saying, all right, maybe we'll get our corner in the 3rd and our running back in the 5th. We pick whichever one stretches further.
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand that you need a corner, you need a wide receiver, you need a runner. I don't really know what the plan is here with just having a 3rd rounder. You might end up having to give up some of your day 3 picks and move back up in the 3rd.
And I'm not
that
saying,
could be the move here.
And I'm not saying Dallas is doing this the wrong way or anything. Like, I mean, Ezrau made if they feel convicted enough about him, if they've got a strong enough conviction, I want them to have the courage of their conviction. I want Will to pound the table and say, hey, we believed in this guy. We went through this whole process. We didn't go through it for nothing. We need to pick him. Like, I want that if that's how they feel. I'm just saying on the other end of that, so what's behind that? How are you going to fill the rest of those holes? Is it going to be through these trades that Jerry's hinted at? Or are you going to look for, some value buys like they were having to do at defensive line last year when they got Carl Lawson after rotating through a bunch of different players? So I don't know. I'm just going to be interested to see which position they choose to kind of leave out in the cold until the 5th round.
Here's the Cardinals at 47.
I like Ferguson, by the way.
What's up, Green Bay?
Oh, P squared.
And with the 47th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Will Johnson, defensive back.
There you go.
There you go.
All right.
We'll talk about Will Johnson and the fit there with Arizona. We will also hear from the newest Dallas Cowboy, Donovan Ezrau, very, very shortly, and we'll hear the secret audio from inside the War Room shortly as well. You're listening to the 2025 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. All right, back on the internet side of things, Will Johnson finally goes. He goes to Arizona. It's fitting that a defensive back as legendary as Patrick Peterson gets the opportunity to introduce Will Johnson, who was thought to be one of the top corners in this draft, outside of the medical red flags and possibly the 40 time.
Yeah, the medical red flag is going to be the biggest thing to watch for throughout the course of his career. But when he was healthy, and especially when you look back at his freshman and sophomore seasons at Michigan, this is a guy who looked like he was going to be a top 5, maybe even top 10 pick in the NFL draft. Just incredible in coverage. He moves really well. That top-end speed was never really his thing, but I think Michigan and Wink Martindale and what they did in a professional-friendly scheme set him up really well for making the jump to the NFL. And I think that'll still be the case if he can get healthy and continue to play at a high level. You see 6'1", 194, 30 and 1/8 inch arms. This is a guy who is kind of the prototypical size for an outside corner. I think which is why we talked about him so much for the Cowboys. They love their tall, long-armed corners. He fits the bill perfectly. This is a guy who, if developed correctly, if he gets healthy, has shown that he's put some really good stuff on tape. It's one of those things where you see the measurements and they worry you, but you turn on the tape and you just see the flashes of him being so good that I think it's worth a pick like this. And it's not surprising that he fell with the injury stuff, but I think that this is a good pick here for Arizona.
I'll tell you what Arizona's done on my board and my stack. They've taken player 24 at Walter Nolan, and they've taken player 25 with Will Johnson.
Not bad.
So tip of the cap to Arizona. If you're following along from the Brian Broaddus board, I do tip my cap, but I also would worry that you're not probably going to. These players will bust along the way. But anyway, player 24, player 25 out of my top 235 players for the Arizona Cardinals. So
that was the last first-round grade that I had on my board. Is Mike Green still the last one?
Yeah, Mike Green. But they've got the injured corners up there too. So.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. You've got Ravel there too.
Morrison,
who's still there. Could Dallas, you talked about maybe packaging picks and trying to move things around here. Could you see a slide on either one of those guys who we know Dallas has been connected to the back half of the second round, and then you start calling, or maybe the start of the third, and then you start calling to try and package something to go target your guy and go get a corner?
I don't know about on the corner. I wonder if they do it for one of the backs, though. Like if they really like one of these running backs and they say, look, last year we sat by and watched these guys get snatched up. We can't have it happen again. And so I wonder if, depending on who that would, Henderson, Judkins, they're off the board now. I think Judkins was a guy they really liked and were targeting heading into today. So, I mean, who would that be? Would they feel comfortable moving up for a Sampson or Tootin? Would they be willing to move up for those guys? Or would they just say, let's let fate take its place and go? Todd Archer, I know you guys mentioned it in the 2 hours that Zach and I were sitting in the other room, but I would say that Archer had said in there that they wanted to pick up that fourth again. And so, I mean, that was probably going to have to be with your second, I would think. Because with your third, you're just talking about margins that are going to be more difficult.
Yeah, when they were working the phones, I was really hopeful that they would end up making that trade back there to pick up the extra pick.
Continue. I was going to actually say we're about to go off air on the stream. So YouTube and X, we're about to go off air. If you want to keep watching live coverage of the 25 draft all the way through, follow us on DallasCowboys.com and then on the Odyssey app as well for 105.3 The Fan. Plenty of ways to hear us live if you're not watching on the X or YouTube at this point. Sorry, Zach. Didn't want
No worries at all. Yeah, I mean, I think that would have been ideal if they could have moved back and then weren't able to pick up an extra pick. I don't know that you would have been able to still get Donovan Ezrau if you did slide back. And obviously, if that was the player that they wanted, kudos to them.
Alongside Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt of 105.3 The Fan of DallasCowboys.com. I'm Kyle Yeomans alongside Tommy Yarich. The last 5 selections in the 2025 NFL Draft. The 49ers select Alfred Collins at 43, interior offensive lineman from Texas. The Dallas Cowboys at 44 take Donovan Ezrau, the Boston College edge. We're going to hear from him very, very shortly, both from the secret audio and from the newest Dallas Cowboy. The Colts at 45 take JT Tuimoloau, the edge rusher from Ohio State, followed by the Rams at 46, who take Terrence Ferguson, tight end from Oregon. And then the Cardinals at 47 take Will Johnson, the corner out of Michigan. The slide finally ends for Will Johnson. The Texans are on the clock at 48. They have traded with Miami and made the jump back up to the 48th overall pick. It's Texans, Bengals, Seahawks rounding out the top 50 selections in the NFL Draft.
I'd like to go back and just talk about some of these dudes. Obviously, Alfred Collins, I love. I think that's a hell of a pick there for the San Francisco 49ers. He was flagged medically. We'll see about that calf strain. But he's an absolute stud. I thought maybe that would knock him down to pick 76. Maybe he could get in that range.
There was some talk about him and Harmon both being guys that might slide a little bit with some medical stuff.
But JTT out of Ohio State is one of my favorite players in this class. He was one of the highest rated defensive prospects to sign with Ohio State in the modern recruiting era. And they have had some studs.
So he's been there a long time. Then,
he has. He sure has. Top overall prospect, according to 247 Sports, Polynesian Player of the Year in high school. But his power is impressive. I love the bull rush. He gets a good jump off the ball, can crash down the line, play the run. He's just a good, well-rounded player. Kind of remind me a little bit of Tank Lawrence with the way he's able to stop the run. But I think he's a better pass rusher than people give him credit for.
Here's the Texans selection at pick number 48.
Sounds like we've got somebody on the phone.
And we do have somebody on the phone very quickly. Let's skip the Texans pick. We'll catch up with it here in a moment. We've got Donovan Ezrau, the newest Dallas Cowboy, on the phone. Donovan, congratulations on being the second-round selection. What's going through your head right now?
How you doing? I appreciate you guys having me on. Nothing but joy. I lost my voice. I was yelling with the family just now. So, overjoyed, ecstatic, blessed. That's what's going through my mind right now.
Now, how did the process begin, and when were you first contacted by the Cowboys? Because it felt like they fought for you in that war room, and you ended up being the selection. It feels like a good fit.
Yeah, I met briefly, interview at the combine. But that's pretty much it. I didn't have any So I saw the area code. I saw the blue star, the caller ID at the top. So I was like, okay, answered it, and then it took off from there.
Hey, Donovan, Tommy Yarsh, congratulations, man. Really happy for you. You're joining a Cowboys defensive front that already has Micah Parsons, and now they're going to line you up on the other side of it. How much does that excite you, just not only playing alongside Micah Parsons, but playing for a Dallas Cowboys defensive line that has had a lot of success at getting after the quarterback?
Yeah, it's very exciting, and it's going to be very exciting to learn from somebody like Micah, and I think that'll be certainly pivotal and important to my development. And with the coaching staff that's here, I'm just excited to get to work.
What was your interaction like with the Cowboys prior to this? Were you hoping that maybe this would be the spot that you would land, or was this kind of a surprise for you?
Yeah, it was a surprise, honestly. It was a surprise. That's all I could pretty much say to that. I wasn't necessarily expecting it, but I'm happy that I got that phone call. So.
How would you describe yourself as a player overall? I think one of the things that stands out when we watch you is your finishing ability. Obviously, you're super disruptive. The tackles for loss speak for themselves. But what are Cowboy fans getting in you?
This team is going to get everything out of me first and foremost. But as a player, I would describe myself as somebody who's very athletic. I could play on the edge. I could stay. Be off the ball. I could walk up. I could rush the inside. And I have a knack for the football. I know I sometimes get, there might be a knock on my size, whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, the type of player I am, I'm a dog. I consider myself a dog, and I'm going to get to the football by any means. That's what this organization is getting out of me for sure.
Can't wait to see it as well. Now, you made such a jump in your game from your 21, 22, 23 seasons into 2024, where you had the big time jump up in production. What was the biggest change to your game from 23 to 24 to have the success that you did?
Dude, I would just say I definitely paid a lot more attention to detail. I did extra, but at the same time I played free within our scheme at BC. And I think I give big credit to Coach O'Brien and Coach Tim Lewis for what they did and what they helped me do, showing that I could play on the inside and I could play on the outside as well. And I could play off the ball as well. So just big credit to them, and I think that definitely helped with my spark of production.
Donovan, you spent some time with the Cowboys quarterbacks coach Steve Shimko at Boston College. I know he's on the offensive side of the ball, but what's your relationship like with him, and what were some of the conversations that you had with him throughout the process in those pre-draft meetings and now leading up to today?
Yeah, so I actually didn't talk up until this point, but we had a great relationship at BC. He actually, one of the ones that recruited me from BC because he's a Jersey guy himself. And, last time I saw him was actually when we went down to Dallas and played SMU. He actually, he stopped by the hotel because, we have a relationship that's, kind of goes past football. He helped and, watched me develop and grow into a young man. So it'll be great to see him when I step into them doors soon.
You were a two-time team captain at Boston College. Brian Schottenheimer's been very clear that as the head coach of the Cowboys, he wants to build a really strong culture, and you kind of fit that mold. How important is the culture aspect and the locker room aspect of football for you, and how much pride do you take in taking a leadership role on whatever team you're on?
It cut out a little bit.
So you were a two-time team captain at Boston College. Brian Schottenheimer has made it very clear that culture is a really big deal to him. How important is the locker room culture and just being a leader for you, and how much pride do you take in stepping into a role like that?
Yeah, it's very important. At the same time, I understand that, as a rookie, you got to earn that. You got to earn your respect from the veterans. You got to, go out there. You got to go to work. You got to make plays, and then you don't just walk into a building and you're just the leader of the room, leader of that team. So it'll be something that'll be earned, obviously. But I do see myself as a leader. But I'd love to, and I can't wait to learn from the good veterans inside that locker room.
All right, Donovan. What do you like to do outside of football? Let's get to know Donovan the person here for a second.
Donovan the person, as you guys can see, yesterday we had a draft party, and I had even more family and friends here. But today, it was a lot, just very more intimate with my family. That's who I am. I'm family.
Love to hear it. I think we lost you.
My God, Abu.
We lost you there for a second, Donovan. Hey, we take a lot of pride in the defensive line here in Dallas. We can't wait to see you as a part of it. Congratulations on such a big day, and we can't wait to see you with the star on the side of your helmet.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
There he goes, Donovan Ezrau, the second-round pick, 44th overall for your Dallas Cowboys. Love hearing it. Kind of a bad connection. Again, we're 0 for 2 in terms of cell service at the moment. But
yeah, these kids are going to make a lot of money. They're going to sign a contract, maybe get an AT&T deal. That would be very, very helpful.
That would help them out a lot.
And they'll get better. They'll get better at this.
We got a long way to grow. Not everybody's league ready. Whenever
not everybody that way.
No doubt about it. No, I liked what he had to say there about the connection that he has with Coach Simcoe and with somebody that he's had in the past that wasn't even his own position coach.
Yeah, I think that's a kind of a look into the college football recruiting landscape of the world. You're going to have guys on your college football staff that are, simply put, just really good recruiters that are also in position coach roles. And Steve Shimko appears to have been that way for Boston College, going all over the country to recruit some of the best talent. And man, Coach Shimko and the staff over there at Boston College found a dude in Donovan. And, this is Ezrau. Am I saying that right? Ezrau. All right, there we go. Yeah. Ezrau. Yeah, no, this is one of those examples of, coaches going outside of their position and building those relationships, and why relationships are so important, because this stuff translates, and this gives the Cowboys a leg up, because I'm sure Steve Shimko in the evaluation process was maybe brought into some of these defensive position meetings where they're talking over these players at these positions because he's got a background on him. And I thought the answer too about how important culture was for him being a two-time team captain and what Brian Schottenheimer's trying to build here, very similar answer to what Tyler Booker had to say earlier today. Hey, I'm a rookie. I understand that I'm coming in here and I have to earn my stripes in order to become a leader on this team, but that's something that's clearly very important to him, and we're clearly starting to see a type here in terms of what Brian Schottenheimer likes.
Ariante Ursary goes off the board to the Texans at 48, offensive tackle from Minnesota. We'll talk about him in a second. Demetrius Knight Jr., linebacker from South Carolina, goes to the Bengals at 49, and then the Seahawks just took former Frisco Independence product Elijah Arroyo, tight end from Miami, is off the board to the Seahawks at 50. Zach, you want to talk about Ursary so far? I know you liked him a lot out of Minnesota.
Yeah, Ursary's a really good player. I know, the heavy-footed stuff is something I know Brian and I discussed, but I was impressed with how he competed versus Abdul Carter in their matchup when I was watching him against Penn State. He was fighting for his life early in the game in pass protection, but he battles back, and then he ends up moving him off the ball and was able to really win some reps against him, and especially was really good in the run game. He adjusted well. He can kick wide of the quarterback and pass pro, physical player, long arms, inconsistent though with his hands. I think that's something he needs to improve. He can get a little sloppy with the technique, gets off balance, is a little clumsy, but he's a dominant force in the running game. He's going to move you right out of the way, can move well to get to the second level, finishes blocks, can combo block well. I thought the feet were better than others did. He did give me a little Kingsley Suamataia vibes, who went to the Chiefs last year, but a big dude. Ariante Ursary has a mean streak to his game, just kind of the offensive lineman that I like. I think that was a really good pick for Houston.
Are you guys surprised that Ferguson and Arroyo go before maybe like Helm and Fanning from Boston College? I think I had those guys a little bit higher myself.
Taylor, I had a little bit lower than those guys, but Arroyo, I'm really high on Elijah Arroyo. I loved what he did at the Senior Bowl. Now, I covered him in high school, called his football games for Frisco ISD during his time at Independence. But you talk about an incredible route runner for a tight end, good break, body control is there, large catch radius. He's a nightmare in coverage, great hands to pair with fantastic length at the position. Now, he does have a long list of medicals, so the fact that he goes in the top 50 is kind of interesting with the medical history there. He's got to work on balance a little bit as well, as the Panthers make their selection here at pick number 51 in the second round.
Texas A&M.
Nick Scourton. Yep, he is off the board. Edge rusher from Texas A&M. As I finish up Arroyo's build there, I really liked what he did his last year as well. 35 catches, 590 receiving yards, 7 touchdowns with Cam Ward as the quarterback there in Miami. Big-time player. What do you think about Scourton here from Texas A&M? edge rusher before we hear from some secret audio?
I get it. I'm already getting the people on Twitter saying, "Oh, Tommy's a Texas homer and he's gonna, talk bad about this guy." I just don't think that this was the year that a lot of people expected from Scoutin at A&M. He came into the year kind of expected as a top 10 pick based on what he had shown at Purdue before he entered the transfer portal. Was one of the top players in the transfer portal when he committed to the Aggies. And really the defensive line as a whole, I don't think was as disruptive at times as you would have wanted them to be. But the good thing with Scoutin is I think that he's got all the tools to develop into a top-end pass rusher. You look at the height and the weight there, 6'2", 257, 33.25-inch arms. He's got the perfect build for the size. Maybe he needs to drop a little bit of weight, but, strong at the point of attack. He's got good swim move for his size. You saw right there breaking up the pass from Riley Leonard. So this is going to be one that you're going to have to tweak with a little bit. But Carolina needs any and all help that they can get coming off the edge. So this is a pick that makes a lot of sense for them.
Gosh, I wanted to like him so much more than I did.
Yeah, me too.
You just watch him against Arkansas, you'll love him.
I felt like
that's Arkansas.
Way too often.
True.
Way too often with Scorton. I felt like when I'd watch it, it's like he gets stoned on the first move and he's like, okay.
Yeah.
It felt like, all right, that didn't work. Well, I guess I'm just not rushing the rest of the time. It felt like he could very easily be taken out of the plays. I think that there's good tools there. There are things I like about him, but man, I feel like he could be so much better, and I didn't see it.
Yeah, he's got a skill set that he should be. But, against Arkansas, 4 tackles for loss, 2 sacks, forced fumble. This spin move is nasty for him. He needs to use that a little bit more. He's got one of the nastiest spin moves I've seen. But, yeah, I'm with you. He could have been a more productive player consistently, but he does have a lot of talent. He's a freak athlete.
Oluwafemi Oladejo goes 52 overall to the Tennessee Titans. He's a really fun player as well. Another Senior Bowl standout. This edge rusher role is rolling now after the Cowboys take edge rusher Donovan Ezrau at the 44th overall pick. Let's hear this secret audio from inside the war room as Donovan Ezrau was the pick at 44 for Dallas.
Donovan Jerry Jones.
How you doing, Mr. Jones?
Dallas Cowboys. We're happy to have you.
Okay.
We're happy to have you. I'll tell you this, you've got a lot of support in this room. And
I appreciate
we were sure happy when you got down there right at us. So, we had a couple of people really wanting this pick. And, boy, when we saw we had you, we just said, don't mess around here. Let's get him.
I appreciate you.
But listen, I want to hand you coach, head coach, and then coaches coming on in here. We got plenty of time here.
Sir.
Coach here.
Yes, sir.
Donovan, Coach Schottenheimer, man. How you doing, brother? How you doing, brother? Donovan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you there.
Oh, okay. Hey, this is Coach Schottenheimer, man. Congratulations.
I appreciate you, Coach.
Hey, man.
I really do.
Hey, listen. I know one thing. You sure as hell know how to do a couple things that we love. Rush the frickin' passer.
Come on,
and play with edge, man. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. You know it. Yes,
so excited you're here. Hey, a couple guys, I want you to talk to Coach Eberflus, and then Coach White kind of wants to say hello. But, hey, congrats, my man.
Yes, sir.
All right, hold on. Here's Coach Eberflus.
Dono.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Hey, man, this is Flus. I'm the D coordinator. How you doing?
I'm great.
Hey, man, I stood on the stump. Hey, I stood on the stump for you, man. I'm just telling you that. Hey, I said, when is it do you get a blue pass rusher? That means you're great with blue character like you. That's a rare occasion, man. You know, and you're a dog too. So excited to have you on our football team, man. You're gonna kick ass and take names.
I appreciate you. You know it. You know it.
Oh yeah, I already know it.
There is the secret audio. Got to hear from Coach Eberflus saying he stood on the stump for Donovan Ezrau. All right, we got to continue on with more coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. All right, back on the internet side of things. Let's break down some of these players that just ran off the clock because man, we like some.
I got a shot to be really wrong about these Texas A&M kids.
You really?
I'll
think
admit
so?
that. Yeah, I admit that. I'm a coward. Put them both right in the same spot. You know, I'm really not too sure.
Nick Scour.
Very high film on these kids. Looked at a lot of early film, and went back and I was just like, man, I'm just telling you right now, I'm not really still sure about these guys. So I've got a real shot to be like, I don't think I was high enough on these guys, but I was just like Bobby was talking about. I was just expecting so much more. When people were talking about, oh, they can rush, they can do this, they can do that. Well, there's pressures there, and there's, but there's no sacks, there's no production. There's rushing down the middle and all that. Maybe these guys will come in the NFL and they will prove me absolutely wrong. If they do, gig them. Because I really, really, really struggled with these kids. I wanted to like them, but the production was bothering me. It was bothering me a lot.
Nick Scorton, by the way. I'm looking at the NFL pronunciation guide. That's different than what I've seen in the past. Nick Scorton. Scorton. How you say his name. But you'll be saying his name a little bit, or maybe a lot, with the Carolina Panthers there.
So going back to our guy Donovan Ezrau here, he grew up 20 miles south of Philadelphia in New Jersey, and on his conference call now that he's doing with the media, he said it was pretty cool to see the Eagles win the Super Bowl in, quote, my last year as an Eagles fan. So there you go. That is
probably just shouldn't have said that at all.
Yeah.
Could have left that.
He said he had attendees wearing Eagles gear at his draft party, and he told them to take it all off before.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Okay, so at least
so there you go. Yeah,
he's self-aware.
He's cutting ties.
We're starting fresh. Yeah, I know there's a lot of Cowboys fans out there that still don't like that, but hey,
it's okay.
You can't help where you're born,
No, you can't, and
it's not your fault.
And now he's severed ties. So
let's hear about Oluwafemi Oladejo, edge rusher from UCLA. I know I liked him a lot from the Tennessee Titans. Man, he's a fun player.
He is. He's it's a linebacker before moving. He was a transfer from Cal.
Yeah,
but he's got athletic ability. He's got length. He's got pop in his hands. He does a really great job of extending those hands. I mean, he does. He's got some natural leverage in the way he plays due to his length. He appears to have the quickness you want. He could rush with his hand down, 2-point stance, power. I've seen him move around as a rusher. He can get on the edge, line him up inside, use him as twists, loopers. He's a tackler. There's some violence to this kid's game. And I thought he might be best suited to play as an off-ball linebacker and kind of a situational rusher. But you could tell watching tape, this kid loves to play football. I've heard nothing but positive things about him and his character.
Yeah, I thought, go. Okay.
No, you got it, Zach.
I thought the best thing that could have happened to him. You want the Bucs pick?
Yeah, here
we go. Bucs. They got my guy.
Benjamin Morrison.
Yeah.
DB.
Good pick
Notre
for Tampa.
Dame.
Yeah, continue to stack that.
Good
roster.
pick for Tampa. Yeah, they got Igbuka. They've got Morrison. That is a heck of a 1-2. Maybe the best in the class there. Oladejo, though, I thought the best thing that ever happened to him was moving from linebacker to edge. I thought he was stiff as hell at linebacker. I didn't think he was good there at all. But he's got an explosive first step now at the edge. He had 13.5 tackles for loss, 4.5 sacks. A lot of raw natural ability as a pass rusher. Like his best football is going to be ahead of him. He can be a force against the run. You see a ton of upside. High motor, super smart player. He's just got an instinct and feel for playing the edge there. I think that this was a really nice pick for Tennessee with a player who's really on the rise.
Bobby, can you tell me a little bit about Benjamin Morrison, Notre Dame corner? What did you see with him?
Yeah, let me give you one quick sec because I've been distracted here for the last 3 minutes. Brian scratched my brain on something. When you were asking about Harold Fannin.
Yeah.
Because I remember somebody had told me that Fannin was flagged by some people.
Okay.
And so I was just like, okay, well, what
I wish I'd have known that before I put a grade
I know. But I was like, okay. I was like, what kind of flag is this? I guess there's some stuff in Harold Fannin's background that made a lot of teams uncomfortable. I don't know I don't know if every team's going to be uncomfortable with it, but apparently there's a lot there that can be that can be.
I hate to hear that.
Problematic potentially. No, yeah, he's fun to he's a little awkward, he's a little unorthodox,
sure.
But I mean, once he said that, I was like, oh yeah, I never followed up on that, and there it was. So that's what it is, Brian. There's your answer.
Around 10 picks remaining in the second round of the 2025 NFL Draft. Alongside Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt, Tommy Yarish. I'm Kyle Yeomans here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. The Packers selection is on the clock. Roger Goodell working to the podium now as he continues the second round in Green Bay in front of his home crowd.
I have some special guests up here to help make the Green Bay Packers choice, so give it up for Packers legend Jordy Nelson.
What's up, Packer country?
One of K-State's finest.
Looks like he can still play.
Commissioner.
He does.
I also want to introduce Kenya Marcellus from the Boys and Girls Club in Green Bay. We're recognizing incredible youth like them as part of our Inspire Change initiative. The NFL works with Boys and Girls Club nationwide to help young people find their voices, advocate for issues important to them, and become future leaders. Let's have these leaders help me announce the pick.
With the 54th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft,
The Green Bay Packers select
Anthony Belton, tackle, North Carolina State.
Ooh.
Go Packers!
They go offensive line there. Let's just recap the last 5 selections, starting with 50 in the Seahawks. Elijah Arroyo, tight end from Miami. Panthers at 51 take Nick Scorton, edge rusher from Texas A&M. The Titans at 52 take Oluwafemi Oladejo, edge rusher from UCLA. Benjamin Morrison, possible Cowboys target at corner from Notre Dame. He goes 53rd overall to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then, as you just heard, Anthony Belton, offensive tackle from NC State, goes to the Packers at pick number 54. Brian, you made a noise there from Belton. You like what they have there at left tackle?
No, I don't.
It's a reach. It's a reach.
Yeah. To me, this is when you start. I can understand the Packers. I was talking to those guys. I like Trapillo guys. There's some guys I clearly like better. Lunton from
Chase Lund
from UConn.
Charles Grant.
Yeah, exactly.
Logan Brown.
Just keep going. But here, let me get to where I am with Belton. The size, the length. At times he could be a little slow-footed, but he does
big dude.
Yeah, he's 6'6", 336. He handled the pass rush of North Carolina much better than he did those edge rushers from Tennessee. And we know Tennessee's got some dudes that can absolutely fly that corner. He's got a physical side to his game. I think he does a better job of bullying his opponent later in the season than he did earlier in the season. But he's going to get movement, especially when he can angle block and when he can seal his guy off. When he's asked to make those blocks in space, it's a struggle for him to locate his man and then connect on those blocks. He'd get turned around, put off balance. There's some snaps where his pad level and footwork can be way off, but he's going to win more with power than athletic ability. So I don't think he'll be a starter initially. I think he's a backup at best because of some of these inconsistencies that I just talked about.
Here is Melvin Gordon with the Chargers selection at pick number 55.
With the 55th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Trey Harris, wide receiver, Mississippi.
Good player.
Trey Harris is really good.
Really good player.
Yeah, I'm with you on Belton, though, Brian. His nickname's Escalade. He played at Georgia Military Academy before he transferred to NC State. 32 career starts left tackle. He actually took over for Ike Ekwonu. But I'm with you. The dude is powerful, just does not move well. He'll get out in space, and he's like, what in the world am I doing? Fills the hell out of the uniform. But Trey Harris at Ole Miss, man, I thought he could have gone a little bit higher than this spot, Tommy.
Yeah, you and I have, really been beating the drum for this guy. I think he's the best X in this class behind Tedero McMillan. Unbelievable 50-50 ball receiver. He's got the frame and athleticism to go up and fight for any ball. He can adjust anywhere during the catch. Strong hands to bring the ball in. A lot of the criticism has come from, does he have good burst off the line of scrimmage? I see some really good reps of him doing that. So if he can build on that at the next level, I think that's something that he can really round his game out with. Not the best top end speed, but he's got long strides to get the job done. Aggressive out and run blocking on the outside. This is a really good player, and going to a place in Los Angeles where, Quentin Johnson didn't really turn out for them as well. I think this is a guy who can kind of fill into that role and be a good complement to what QJ is trying to do there.
I know you guys have been big fans of Trey Harris. I had him on day 3. Like I just don't see a guy that I don't think.
It's a shame you missed him, Bob.
I don't think he's gonna. I don't think he's gonna get open consistently enough. That's just when we talk about some of the struggles that occurred when Jonathan Mingo went in the second round.
Sure.
And then you look at when he got to the NFL, some of the things he struggled with. I think a lot of that same stuff is there with Trey Harris.
Is that the helmet though that you're scouting?
No. This is legitimately. I think when you look at the size and the same sort of issues of he doesn't have the athleticism. I think to consistently get away. He doesn't have the nuance with the hand fighting, the releases, everything else. I just don't see a guy who's going to consistently get open.
But was Mingo this is a genuine question, was Mingo as productive in college as Trey Harris?
No.
When healthy, no.
I mean, you look at Harris this
he
past
averaged
year.
100 yards per game across his career.
You look at this past year, 8 games, 1,000 yards, 7 touchdowns, and 2 years earlier in 2012 when he was at Louisiana Tech, 935 yards and 10 touchdowns. I mean, I think that production certainly helps you. This is a 5-year player who started his career, like I said, at Louisiana Tech in those last 2 years at Ole Miss, 15 career touchdowns in 20 games. I think that's something worth banking on. He's a guy who I think makes plays. But at the same time, I think Bobby's got a good point in terms of how he sees the player.
I have the best points, Brian.
You're being too nice here, Tom. You need to fight for your guy.
Well,
step off.
Tommy, you're not going to be
step off.
You're not going to be asked back if you don't fight a little more.
I mean,
no.
I'm not.
No, look, I mean, like
I'm not saying he's right. I'm just saying he's making good points.
we just all sat around here around a table last night and kicked around how Jackson Dart was just a beneficiary.
This dude makes a lot of plays down the field.
Hold on. We're talking about Jackson Dart being a beneficiary of the Lane Kiffin system.
Yeah.
And I'm saying like that.
I fought for Jackson Dart.
No, you did.
Yes,
you did.
Yeah.
You did. I'm just saying, in general, around this table last night, we're talking about Jackson Dart benefiting from that. I think that when you see corners get into Trey Harris, his size shrinks.
He still had 100 yards per game, though.
Which is one of 2 players in the history of the SEC. The only other player is Jabbar Gaffney.
Man, Bobby, I see a strong red zone player. No, I see a strong red zone player.
He's got phenomenal hands.
I do. I just see a guy, at 6'2", 205. I mean, I see a guy that goes and gets the ball. So, I mean, I think the building up the speed and stuff like that, I think when he gets going, he could run past defenders.
He gets faster as he gets going.
He does. I mean,
he gets the momentum. He gets the head of steam.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the quick, off the line. I get that. I did write in my notes, I want to see him run more routes, and that's a product of the Ole Miss offense.
Why did I put in my notes he's a contested catch machine?
He did, because
that's what he does.
He is.
Yeah.
No, but I'm talking.
He made some one-handed snags.
I'm not talking about the size on the contested catches. I'm talking about when he gets pressed in general. I just don't see him getting open. He can't get open frequently enough. I think NFL corners, when they press him, he's going to have massive issues. I don't think he's going to get open often enough.
You brought up the note there, Zach, about the 100 yards per game average, and he's only the second player in SEC history to ever do that. Florida's Jabbar Gaffney did it back in the early 2000s. He ended up having an 11-year career and ended up with over 6,000 yards receiving throughout his time. So, I mean,
I don't know if Gaffney was great.
I was going to say, if Trey Harris is Gaffney, that he's worse than y'all say.
Then if that's the case, Bobby's right.
He's better than Gaffney.
I thought Jabbar Gaffney was going to be
He's better than Gaffney.
I'm giving you a
Gaffney was very skinny.
You did give us a comparison. That's against my alma mater right here. I mean, they're giving him free access in the route. Watch this. He's going to go to the back of the end zone. They're going to try and bracket him here. Boop, just go and get the ball.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's how he caught it. Free access to the route, Brian.
Yeah,
that's exactly right.
Oh, what's going on here? Looks like he's got press on the outside here, Bobby. This is terrible radio. I'm watching the highlight here. Look at this. Florida.
He's a deep guy monster, man. I mean, he's just consistently making plays down the field.
Now,
at the swamp,
the Chargers going with Amarian Hampton out of North Carolina in the first round. Then they go Trey Harris. They're hunting some wide receivers there in LA.
Hey, Brian, I'm gonna make you. I'm gonna make you 3 years from now shotgun a
Bobby.
Shotgun a beer on the air. Okay, fine, whatever. You're gonna shotgun.
Eric is not gonna let me shotgun a beer on the air.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying shotgun a beer on the air at 105 through Fed or on social media. I'll make you the bet. Trey Harris doesn't have a single 600-yard season in the first 3 years of his career.
All right.
I'll bet it with you.
Come on, let's go.
Both of y'all.
I'll be at the lake house when you guys are talking about having that 3 years.
All right. So
it's Bryce Harper.
Seth Rollins is going to the Bears selection at 56 overall.
Man, there's about 80 million diamonds on that suit.
Man, they do not like the Bears up there.
No, they don't.
Have we all just accepted Shador's not getting drafted?
Until 76, right?
Vegas in 2 picks.
I know y'all mad because championship gold looks good on the blue and orange.
Is this a pro wrestler, dude?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not up on this.
You suplexed our guy Isaiah Stanback.
Yeah, he's good friends with Isaiah.
Oh, he was on Good Morning Football.
Morning.
All right, cool, dude. I like it.
So you're up to date on the wrestling.
Yeah. Isaiah did a good job of helping him flip it. Jumped a little bit.
The best quarterback in the NFC North, Caleb Williams, is undefeated at Lambeau Field.
If he doesn't say first name freaking first name as that's his thing. Seth freaking Rollins is how you say it. I'm going to be disappointed here. After this big lead up, he's got to have the nickname in the middle there.
I am a revolutionary.
Yes, yeah, I guess.
I am Seth freaking
There you go.
Rollins.
See, now he's going to say it in the middle here.
To tell you that with the 56th pick in the
Gave me time to catch up on my notes.
NFL draft, the greatest franchise in the NFL, the Chicago Bears select Ozzie Trapillo.
There we go. Ozzie Trapillo. There we go.
It's a better play.
Now we're back on track.
That's a good pick right there out of Boston College.
Now we're back on track with Ozzie Trapillo. I'll tell you what, I do like Ozzie Trapillo.
I'm with you.
To me, and my career has been built on offensive linemen that are big and long and don't have strength. I've been wrong about these guys more than not. So, but I'm going to tell you what, this guy is 6'8", he's 316. He has played all the line positions for Boston College. He starts at right tackle. He's got the size, he's got the length, he's got the feet. He will end up on the ground some, but he plays well in space. This guy runs well, he moves well. He's a guy that he's in my blind spot. He's a tackles who move well, but not always strong. And I've been more wrong with those guys than anybody. And any block that involves movement, he could be really good to go. Reach blocks, scoop blocks. He finds ways to get in front of the defender. He engages of his share of stalemates when it comes off as a run blocker. He's allowed 2 sacks in 2 seasons. The metrics will tell you. But I think he's a much better pass blocker than he is a run blocker. And I do like this kid, but he is one of my blind spots. He's the tall guy that doesn't have strength. That means he'll be an all-pro next year.
But you know how different he is for most of the tackles that come out in today's NFL is that he knows how to use his hands.
He is good.
And then
he is a good football player. But
that's where
you're right.
Guys in the trenches most frequently when they're coming out of college, that's where they're furthest behind, I feel like, is hand usage. And it's not just the hands with him. I feel like he marries the hands and the footwork together. He's really smooth. And I think that's why he's – even with some of the strength stuff and the stuff that scares you, Brian, I think that's why he's still.
It doesn't scare. It doesn't scare. It just
or your blind spot.
I always talk about these guys, and I'm never right. So now I'm embracing it.
Embrace it because I think he's going to be a really good right tackle.
I'm embracing it.
Here's the Lions selection at pick number 57.
Kubi, who will announce the selection of the Detroit Lions second-round pick. As a proud soldier, Christopher deployed to Iraq, where he was tragically killed in an IED explosion in July 2007 at age 18. Specialist Kubi's service was marked by numerous awards and decorations, including the Bronze Star Medal and the Purple Heart. Christopher grew up in Michigan and was a lifelong fan of the Lions, passionately cheering his home team whenever he could. We honor him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. And now, I'm going to turn it over to John and David, who will announce in honor of their brother and son. Let them give him a cheer, baby. Let's hear it.
Thank you so much. And here we go. The Denver Broncos have traded the 57th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 57th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select
Tate Ratledge, guard from Georgia.
Here we go.
Good guard.
Tate Ratledge out of Georgia is the 57th pick in the second round. We have 7 selections remaining in the second round.
Is that Detroit's pick?
Okay. That is the Lions pick.
Okay, Detroit came up for this one.
Yes, they did. They liked him quite a bit. We've got more coverage rolling on through going into hour number 3 of night 2 of the 2025 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Tell me a little bit about Tate Ratledge here, gentlemen. You said you liked the pick.
I think he was the best guard left right now. Right guard, big, powerful mauler, plays with good feel and awareness to pass off linemen, recognize stunts and blitzes out of Georgia. He did get hurt in the conference opener against Kentucky, missed the next 4 games. SEC co-offensive player of the week in their win over Tennessee. You don't see that a lot for an offensive lineman. He also did switch his number to 69 this past season. Nice. I really enjoyed watching him battle against Alfred Collins in that SEC title game. Those two just went to war against each other. Now, he does have some times where he can get overpowered initially, but then he anchors down and he recovers really well. He's got good leverage, sound footwork, works the combo blocks well. I think the hand fighting, to Bobby's point about Trapillo, he can improve that a little bit. He can lean, be a little top-heavy into his blocks, but I think he's a really good right guard that's going to end up being a serviceable starter.
Somebody told me if he wasn't getting hurt all the time, he would have gone in the first.
I believe it.
I want to go back real quick.
He's very similar to Booker, by the way. I feel like I don't feel like he's as technically clean as Booker, but I think that there's a lot of similarities.
Yeah, the mauler type,
the mauler,
mentality.
some of the balance stuff,
and
at
the
times,
awareness.
Yeah,
I could see that.
Yeah, I think that tightrope surgery was what kind of knocked him down a little bit. I'll wait till after the Raiders pick here to go back to Trapillo.
We are rolling at this point.
Yeah.
58 on the
Ratledge or Trapillo?
I want to talk about Trapillo real quick.
Okay, sure.
And I want to give
if Shador doesn't go here, he's going to the CFL.
His tradition in this place was he
BC Lions, here we come.
Saskatchewan Roughriders.
No, BC. It's not even Saskatchewan.
It's 2 weeks till Mother's Day, and he always wished him an early Happy Mother's Day.
Cliff Branch, he's right. He did
if
that.
you're a fan of the NFL, if you're a player in the NFL, if you're a coach in the NFL, you likely had a very supportive, encouraging mom or mom figure that sacrificed to make that dream possible. Tonight, we have another dream being made. With the 58th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Jack Besh. Wide receiver.
Jack Besh. Good selection for them.
Yeah.
I want to talk about him when we get on the radio side because he is a local product. And TCU, of course. We can hit him here on the internet side, but once we get back on the line side, I want to continue with Jack.
Well, finish your point on Trapillo.
Let's get to
I just think, well, in
Beamer,
terms of,
if we could, hold off on the B-roll. We'll get back to Besh, I promise.
Just really quick on Trapillo, and I'm sorry to throw you off, Beam, but what's interesting about the Bears picking him there is he's played primarily right tackle. Well, they took Darnell Wright with 9 overall a couple of years ago, and he's played the last 2 years as a starter on that right side. So is this a guy that they're going to play at left tackle? He started 10 games at Boston College at left tackle in his career. Is this the guy that they want to trust Caleb Williams' blind side with? I don't think Braxton Jones is going to be the fit for them there long-term in Chicago. So is Ozzie Trapillo the guy? I would say yes. I say give it a shot. You know, Caleb Williams was sacked 1.5 million times last year, so anything is better than what they had, I think, and they've already buffed up the offensive line, and I think that moving him over to left tackle is going to be something that they look back and smile on.
You're going to ruin his career if you do that.
Caleb Williams?
No, Ozzie Trapillo. I think he needs to stay on the right side. I'd rather move Darnell Wright to the left, personally. I don't know about Trapillo as a left tackle. Try it. He is a good athlete.
He's played the position.
He's played 10 starts there, 100%. But I think he's much better suited on the right side. But he does have the athleticism to do it. So we'll see if it works out for him.
Well, and I think there's so much.
I can name them all the weak long tackles that I thought were going to just be terrible. You know, I mean, and they end up
Colton Miller.
Colton Miller. What's the guy? What's the guy?
Any of the Green Bay tackles for 15 years?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
John Michaels.
Yeah. Who's the guy that?
Balaga was.
Not Balaga. The other guy there that was always hurt. Always had his knee hurt. Can't remember his name.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Yeah. I'll think of it in a second.
Making a switch here, top of the hour. Boop, boop.
Trey Harris got drafted. How's Tommy?
Yeah, Tommy's doing all right.
I'm happy.
We're a little upset.
I'm happy for Trey.
A little bit.
Happy for Trey Harris.
Yeah, happy for Trey Harris. That's a great pick.
Oh, Zach, we lose you again?
Yeah, man. I'm in. I'm out. I'm out. I'm in. But
day 3.
I'll be back in an hour. I'll be back in an hour. We're good.
You'll be all good to go. Back in an hour. Musical chairs in this mug, y'all. Y'all all right online? Internet, y'all all right?
Did you talk to some of your people in the break?
Love my people, man. I talk to my people all the time. Even when we here, I'll just be on the laptop just typing in some chat box telling them I'm coming.
I got to see who's. Hey, hold on. Let me ask Brian who his top player left is. Because the Ravens are picking.
Ah, that's true. 59 overall.
Oh, well. Yeah, we know about this one.
Yeah.
Okay,
Do you?
Yeah, we do.
All right.
What did you already see it or?
We got sources, Kyle Young.
Oh.
We got sources, and the Ravens gonna
All right.
do something cool.
Rolling into hour number 3 of day 2 of the 2025 NFL Draft, alongside Nick Harris, Vach Lombardi, Tommy Arish, Bobby Belt. I'm Kyle Yeomans. Glad you're with us throughout the entire weekend here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Let's go catch up a little bit here. 54th overall, the Packers take Anthony Belton, offensive tackle from NC State. The Chargers at 55 take Trey Harris, wide receiver from Ole Miss, who we know some of our draft show brethren were pretty high on. The Bears at 56 take Ozzie Trapillo, offensive tackle from Boston College, who had to practice against the newest Dallas Cowboy, Donovan Ezrau, during his time at Boston College. The Lions at 57 take Tate Ratledge, offensive lineman from Georgia. And then the most recent selection, the Raiders from Las Vegas take TCU wide receiver Jack Besh. Let's talk about Jack Besh a little bit. Of course, the Cowboys had their eyes on Besh as a possible X receiver to add to their own tally, but since he's a Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex college player, Nick Harris, I'll let you start. He was second-team All-Big 12 last year, really a top wide receiver who helped grow his stock throughout the year.
Yeah, one of the better stories in this class, too. The attack that happened on New Orleans on New Year's Eve, his brother passed away in that instance, and he's dedicated this entire draft process and his career to his brother Tiger, and won the MVP at the Senior Bowl, had an awesome day there, had the game-winning touchdown. He comes across as this big, wide target, but he's only 6'1", and it's honestly a credit to him. He boxes out like a power forward despite being just 6'1". He can be a downfield target as a result. He's a fun weapon. He's not the strongest, he's not the fastest, he's not the biggest. He's just good. He's a good football player, and sometimes these type of guys work out in the NFL, and sometimes they don't. So I'm going to be following Jack Besh pretty closely. He actually has a familial connection to this building. Strength and conditioning coach as his uncle. So they did have quite a bit of research on Jack Besh coming into this process, but he goes to the Raiders, correct? Raiders.
Yeah, Raiders at pick number 58. Former strength and conditioning coach.
Brett Besh, yeah.
Brett Besh. Now, the Ravens are on the clock here at 59 here as
I just had to ask Brian, because we know Brian always says, whoever's my top player left on the board, that's who they're going to take. So I just had to pop out there, and I said, Brian, who's the top player left on your board? He says it's Mike Green from Marshall. So we got to see.
Are they going to take Mike Green from Marshall here, Nick?
Yeah, I can make a lot of sense. I can make a lot of sense.
It's the Ravens. Why wouldn't they take the best player?
By the way, going back to the Raiders really quickly, it's 2 picks so far, and they've picked up some others by moving back. I love the Raiders draft so far, getting Besh, Genty, and picking up extra capital.
Yeah. How many picks do they have remaining on their board? I mean, they've got quite a few left, right? I'm trying to look at when they're picking next. They picked the 4th selection of the 3rd round, 68. So they're up in now the next 10 picks. As the pick is in for Baltimore at 59. Ravens, Broncos, Commanders, Bears, Chiefs, and Eagles. The next 6 selections to round out the 2nd round. The Cowboys, of course, hold the 76th overall pick. Let's bring up this conversation because we brought it up early in the show. If there's a player there worth trading up for, I know they like Siobhan Revell Jr. from East Carolina. Could they toy with the idea of packaging some of those 5th, 6th, 7th round selections and trying to go up and get a specific guy?
Either that or you look at them trying to package some of those picks like we talked about earlier in the show and trying to get back their 4th round pick that they sent for Jonathan Mingo. This is something that I've been talking about for a couple of weeks that just makes sense given how deep this class is. You see, we're looking to the war room here. Doesn't look like there's a lot of action just right now. Obviously, there's going to be a while until the Cowboys are on the clock at 76. But it's something that I think would make sense. When you think about the holes that are still on this roster, there's only 5 defensive tackles on this roster. I feel like we've barely talked about defensive tackle so far. Darius Alexander from Toledo is a guy that's still on the board going in here. So if that's a guy that Dallas feels like they need to trade up to get because they feel like he would fill some gaps for them, that's somebody that I could certainly see them going up to try and grab. But if they continue to fall, then I think you're comfortable with staying where you're at. Maybe a Siobhan Revell, if that injury concern is is something that really scares a lot of teams. Maybe he falls all the way down to the third. Trey Amos is still out there. So a lot of guys still out there on the board for them and guys that they're interested. And I would say that the way this draft has fallen has been pretty well in their favor in terms of taking guys who are pretty high on their board so far.
I think the Cowboys are just kind of showing that they're just going to take the guys that they like. I don't think that they're going to sweat it too much. We've heard rumors about, I don't want to say names here, but maybe they'll trade for a running back. Maybe they'll trade for a wide receiver. Maybe they'll trade for a corner. So maybe in their mind that they have an idea of what's going to happen. So if the board doesn't fall their way in terms of wide receiver or running back, then fine. They'll just take the best pass rush that they like. And if they really like a guy, I mean, look at the War Room Cam, and they're just, hey, it just looked spirited when they were talking about Donovan Ezrau when he was being drafted there. I just think that they just want to take their guys whether they need a guy or not.
Here's the Ravens selection at pick number 59.
Found at First Fruits Farm, where we have grown, harvested, and donated more than 2 million pounds of food to help with hunger relief and hunger throughout our nation. And so our motto is to never stop giving, never stop loving, and never stop growing so that no child will go without food. My son JW and I, we have the honor and the privilege of presenting tonight's pick for the Baltimore Ravens. And with the 59th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens have selected
Mike Green, linebacker, Marshall.
They did it again. The Baltimore Ravens continue to take the best player on Brian Broaddus's board. They continue. Brian is currently sitting next to our studio, and he has both hands raised directly in the air, fists clenched, Super Bowl ring on his right arm, and he is excited to see Mike Green off the board at pick number 59 to the Baltimore Ravens. Another great selection for Baltimore. And Vach, I know you liked Mike Green as a possible first rounder too.
Ball get off, burst, bend, ass whoop, set you up. Hey guys, I'm attacking outside shoulder, inside spin. Deadly. And he's a guy that's a double-digit sack guy. And I always say that if you can get sacks in college, then you can get sacks in the league. And playing for Marshall, you would assume that maybe that he didn't play great tackles, competition, all this, but you go to the Senior Bowl and you're a little heavier at the Senior Bowl when you thought that weight was an issue and you weigh in at 251 and then you just whoop everybody at the Senior Bowl. I think it was telling when Josh Connerly walked out there and thought it was going to be sweet. Mike Green just ran right down the middle of him. He was on a mission since day one. So Mike Green, it's just not fair that the Ravens do this every single year. Like it's a trend at this point. But the rich keep getting richer in that aspect, and I think he's a day one ready to pass rush guy. Maybe not a day one every round. I mean, maybe they're going to try to fill him out a little more, and maybe they're going to work on some more of that run game stuff. But as a pass rusher, they're going to put him on the board right now and let him fly.
I'm glad you brought up that rep from the Senior Bowl against Josh Connerly. Me and Tommy were sitting halfway up the stands, right on that side of the one-on-one drills. You and I were in full conversation. I don't know if you remember this as vividly as I do. Full conversation as these one-on-ones are happening. We're kind of talking about whatever had just happened or whatever we were looking at the moment. We both stopped in our tracks when Mike Green had that rep, and we both went, whoa. I mean, it stopped everybody. It was audible, the silence that was there in Mobile when he made that move on Connerly. He's a good player overall, edge rusher as the Broncos pick here at 60.
I think there was some more colorful language there, too, for us.
The Denver Broncos select R.J. Harvey, running back, UCF.
We have to take a break here a little bit early because we have a hard out going into Rangers baseball in about 12 minutes. Let's talk about R.J. Harvey on the stream side of things, DallasCowboys.com. We can also hear a lot on the Odyssey app as well. You're listening to the 2025 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
R.J. Harvey.
Maybe a little early, but a really good running back.
Surprised he went above, well, maybe not entirely. This is a guy that, understandably, he has the explosiveness. He's a little old. He's one of the older backs in the class, but Caleb Johnson's still on the board, correct?
He is, yes.
Caleb Johnson, yeah. RJ Harvey over Caleb Johnson, Dylan Sampson's still on the board, correct?
Yep.
This is interesting, but I don't hate it. It's just interesting to me.
Hard runner. Ass whooper again. There's a common theme with my language here, but tough runner. I mean, he was hurt guy for a little bit, but he bounced right back off that injury and catches the ball well, runs the ball well. Big play guy, bursty. I was a big fan of RJ Harvey. I may be the only one in the room that got a second round grade on him, but I'm a huge fan of him. And Harvey was the guy that I was looking at. If the Cowboys, maybe got wiped with, Henderson, Johnson, Hampton, then maybe Harvey will be a guy that they'll look at. But that's not in the cards now.
Real quickly, Bobby, where did you have Harvey?
Fourth. Too old, touched the ball too many times, has been hurt too many times.
I had him in the fourth as well. Here's the Commanders at 61.
The 3-time Super Bowl champions, 5 times world champions. Washington Commanders selects Trey Amos, defensive back, Mississippi.
It's a Dan Quinn guy.
This is a Dan Quinn guy for sure. You talk about the length on Trey Amos. He loves those big, tall, long corners. Out of New Iberia, Louisiana, it's a very humble town. I covered many kids out of New Iberia. We'll be talking about one.
Where did you not cover?
And we'll be talking about one here in a couple years. And Derek Williams, a safety out of Texas, he's going to be a day 2 type guy. But back to Trey Amos, really talented player, and you see the tackling production, and sometimes that scares you with the corner. It encourages me with this corner because he's always on the action despite being on the outside. He's got the ball skills. He can make things happen as a true outside corner. This is a name that was tossed around quite a bit whenever we were talking about corners throughout the process, especially at that 44 sweet spot type range. Yeah. But this probably would have been more of a guy if they had wiped out at a lot of different positions. There were more guys on the board at 44 than I think we ever could have expected. So Trey Amos wasn't necessarily in the plans, but really talented player, really talented competition. Louisiana Lafayette transfer that has definitely deserved all the hype he's gotten in this process.
Physical, great length, press man guy. Fantastic versus inside routes. Like if you run slants or digs or anything like that, he just eats that alive, and I think he finds the ball well in the air, tracking, playing the ball, like doesn't get lost while the ball's in the air. Trey Amos is a good player. I got him in the second round. He's my last second round corner. I got him after Noah Williams and Thomas. But hey, good player there.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Amos, there's a lot to like about him. Like, he is incredibly talented, like Nick was just talking about. Like, when you look at all the skill set and the instincts are good. The one thing that's really tough, and the reason why he's in the second round firmly for me, is the eyes. But, like, it's not great eye discipline at times. He doesn't see things quick enough, I don't feel like. And so that's the one thing that kind of dinged him a little bit for me, but otherwise, I mean, good player. I think he got down this low because there's just some concerns for teams about injuries.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of a lingering thing there.
Yeah, he's somebody that was flagged by a few teams.
Leans on physicality at times. He falls behind the line of scrimmage, but overall, I think he does move fluidly. Natural ability to find the ball as well. Moved all over the field, covered just about every type of receiver, all the way from the X to tight ends. Had some good hands. Length, of course, at the line of scrimmage helped disrupt some timing for wide receivers that he went up against. It's funny because when we were looking at second-round corners, he was one of those names that popped out to me. I have him in the second round, so I'm happy to see him off the clock or off the board there at pick number 61 in the second round. But this is a great fit for Dan Quinn, and they needed some cornerback help, and they go and get some. This is going to be a tough matchup for some of these wide receivers over the next couple years with the Washington Commanders.
So we're probably going to be in the third round really soon, man. I'm just looking at my second round grades I got left over. Baron Sorrell for me, Braden Swinson, Kyle Kennard, Xavier Watts, Andrew Makuba. What about Andrew Makuba? Can we talk about Andrew Makuba for a second?
Let's talk about him.
76 guy, maybe. I understand that we're, looking for a wide receiver and we're begging for running back, but I don't think the Cowboys care about nothing about that. But Andrew Makuba's a 30-visit guy, and, maybe Eberflus wants a safety to go along with his pass rusher, possibly.
Maybe so. I
mocked Makuba in my final mock and
you had him in the third.
Yeah.
I think they have him a little lower. Just off of conversations, I like Makuba a lot.
Yeah.
Just 3 picks remain in the second round of the 2025 NFL Draft. Very soon, we will be switching over to Rangers baseball as they're out on the West Coast. Jared Sandler will lead you in the pregame festivities, going up with Eric Nadel and Matt Hicks on the call as they take on the San Francisco Giants in the Bay Area. Be sure to stay tuned to that. Of course, if you are listening to the 105.3 The Fan stream, continue on. We will be continuing through all 257 picks of this year's NFL Draft, and we've got coverage continuing on the Odyssey app, on the Fan Cam, on DallasCowboys.com, following the end of this segment on the radio side of things. Alongside Nick Harris, Vach Lombardi, Tommy Yarish, with Bobby Belt, I'm Kyle Yeomans, leading you through these final 3 selections of the second round, catching you up on the most recent 3 selections. The Ravens take Mike Green, edge rusher from Marshall. The Broncos take R.J. Harvey, running back from UCF. And then the Commanders take Trey Amos, corner from Ole Miss. 3 interesting names back to back there to go into the Bears pick as they are now on the clock. Pick is in for the Bears at pick number 62. Vach, some interesting names there with Green, Harvey, and Amos.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely say that the later portion of round 2 has been drafting better than the first portion. There were some guys in the first half of this round that had 4th round grades on them. In my personal opinion, I know everybody's going to think differently, but 4th round grades, 3rd round grades. But it's like this last 5 or 6 or 7 picks, I've really been upset at some of the guys coming off the board because I'm fans of those guys. So whether it be guys like Jack Besh, Mike Green, like these are guys that I wanted to be Cowboys. R.J. Harvey, Trey Amos. Tate Ralledge, I mean, we have a guard now, so maybe I'm out on him. But Trey Harris, like I'm fans of these guys. So now I'm like, all right, now the names that I like are coming off the board a little bit, and I just want to see what the Cowboys do with this 76 pick.
Do you feel like there's any way you're leaning? I mean, it's been hard to kind of peg because they're staying with their stack through the first 2 rounds. They go interior offensive line, get the guard and Tyler Booker in round 1. Round number 2, they go with Donovan Ezrau from the edge rusher out of Boston College. They're not going with need. They're going with possible best player available. Do you feel like they could lean toward a need now that they've gone best player available over the last 2 selections? By the way, Shamar Turner, defensive tackle, Texas A&M, goes to the Bears at pick 62. That was a possibility in the 3rd round for the Cowboys.
Yeah, I wouldn't have liked that pick. So
yeah, me neither.
So that's your fake pin throw.
That is my fake pin.
You want a fake pin to throw? Oh, you got it. There you
got you.
Just looking at my board, Kyle, we did this a couple of weeks ago. We were like, all right, well, what name, at what point in the draft do we run out of names that'll help you day 1? Besh goes off the board. Burden went off the board. That hurt our feelings a little bit. Me just looking at wide receivers left over that can give you some day 1 impact. And I know some Cowboy fans upset right now that we opted to go guard and wide receiver as opposed to pass rusher here. But Royals, A.O. Manor, Savion Williams, they may be wide receivers that you would like. And if I had to pick like where to go right now, it would have to be wide. If we're leaning need, it would have to be wide receiver. Because I'm looking at corner. I think corner got a lot more guys left. Dotson, Porter, Strong, Parrish, Williams, Thomas, Riley, Huzzy. I like all these guys. Even running back. I thought that the run on running back would have killed us by now. There's some running backs that I like that have come off the board, but still, Caleb Johnson, Sampson, Giddens, Smith, Krosky Merritt, James Blue, Hunter Martinez, Tootin, ETN, Allen, Neal, Mullins. There's dudes at running back.
Here's the Chiefs selection at pick number 63.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Omar Norman Lott, defensive tackle, Tennessee.
Back to back. Is this the run on defensive tackle that Dallas could not benefit from and actually be hurt by?
Hey, Turner and Norman Lott, they're more of the upfield, bursty, pass rushy, three techie dudes. I don't think the Cowboys are looking that direction. Osa just got a lot of money. Solomon Thomas is on a 2-year deal, so I imagine he's going to be around. And they're not going to go in that direction. I wouldn't think that you would use a 3rd round pick to bury him in the depth chart amongst 3 tech guys. If you want to draft a tackle, you may want someone that's a little heavier, like a 1-tech guy. And this will be a cool time to do it. Josh Farmer, if you like him, he's a 1-tech guy, kind of heavy. Caldwell from Oregon, he's a heavier 1-tech guy.
Farmer met with the Cowboys at the Combine. Just want to throw that in.
Big Farmer fan. Jackson from Florida.
Hi, Zach Wiltshire.
Sure.
Keandre Jackson?
Yeah.
This early?
I have him in the 4th. They don't have a 4th round pick.
Wow.
You want to get the run stuffer. Does he make it to the 5th?
I think I don't have him as drafted.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. He's 464 pounds. That's the Keandre Jackson.
Oh, no. Not the 460-pound guy. Cam Jackson.
Oh, okay.
Cam Jackson.
Okay.
You're talking about the.
I was like, hold on, really?
No, not the. Yeah, that guy's.
Did I miss something here?
Yeah, that dude ain't playing football for real. That dude ain't playing football for real. Nah.
Omar Norman-Lott's good though. This guy can be a game wrecker from the defensive tackle position.
Tell me about him a little bit, Zach.
He understands leverage and pad level. I mean, the great first step, strong anchor to push the pocket, does a good job at shifting his body weight to fight off blocks in the run game. Now, he can get pushed back by stronger guards. Like Tyler Booker definitely is a guy that would have knocked him off his spot, but he wins with speed and fast hands. He can live in the opponent's backfield. Super productive player. He could really be a hidden gem in this class. That could end up being a really sneaky good pick.
Back-to-back defensive tackles. The Eagles' pick is in, which means the Giants are on the clock to begin the 3rd round. We are now officially through the 2nd round. We'll hear from the Eagles' pick. We may have to wait and hear it on the stream side. Remember, if you're listening on 105.3 The Fan, Rangers baseball's coming up next. Eric Nadel, Matt Hicks, Jared Sandler on the call as they open the series with the San Francisco Giants on the West Coast. Be sure to stay tuned to that. If you want to continue the coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft, continue on DallasCowboys.com. Continue on the Fan Cam on the Odyssey app as well. There are a bunch of different ways to continue our coverage through the entire 2nd and 3rd rounds overall. It's been a fun one. Remember the Cowboys taking Tyler Booker yesterday to start round number 1 of the NFL Draft. In round number 2, they take Donovan Ezrau, edge rusher out of Boston College. More to come as we enter round number 3 of the NFL Draft. For Nick Harris, Foch Lombardi, Tommy Yarish, Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, and Bobby Belt, I'm Kyle Yeoman saying so long. Continue watching on DallasCowboys.com and 105.3 The Fan. And now we're on the .com side of things, and we continue on throughout. Sorry, had to do a little bit of bookkeeping.
It's like, have you ever seen Interstellar? And he's living in like 2 different spaces at once.
It's kind of what it feels like.
It's like blurred reality.
Somebody asked me like, why are you not rotating? And it's because I'm a clock watcher.
Yes,
that's why. And now I'm hearing myself in a commercial break going back. So
that's awesome.
There you go.
That is fun.
On-time experts, baby. We make it happen. That's what it is. Actually, that's a good time to get the read in. There's a read for on-time experts.
This is about to be the 2nd day you skipped it.
You're exactly right.
Once the clock started, we moved.
Way to call him out.
Well, let me remember when I did this. All right, 25 minutes. With the first pick in the home comfort draft, the Dallas Cowboys select the on-time experts. Now the official AC heating and plumbing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Go to the ontimeexperts.com to use the only pros that the Dallas Cowboys trust. All right.
Shouts out to
Good stuff, man.
There we go. All right, Nick Harris, Foch Lombardi, Tommy Yarish, Zach Wolchuk. I'm Kyle Yeomans. Let's get back to business. The Eagles are on the clock here. Final pick in the 2nd round. Where do you think the Eagles could go as another team that you just don't like whenever they select?
Hey, whoever the Eagles pick, you're going to hate it because they're a good drafting team, a solid drafting team. Howie Roseman's going to win awards one day for how he has drafted this roster and put it together. And, they've certainly done so over the course of the last couple of years. And now this is that type of range where they find those impact guys that, other teams let slip to them. And even though they're picking on the back end of rounds, they're still finding guys. I think they do need secondary help, though. They've lost a lot of pieces in that secondary. They could benefit from adding another one.
Here is the Eagles selection with Bo Allen.
I'm honored to be here
Foch,
representing the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles tonight. Go Birds!
No.
With the 64th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles select.
No one cares.
Andrew Makuba, defensive back, Texas.
Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? Andrew Makuba? I had him at 35 on my board. Butch probably had him at higher. They got him at 64. I hate this team. I hate you, Howie Roseman. I hate the Eagles. Screw you.
Nah, he's not that good.
How do you feel about it?
Are you crazy?
I hope he's a bust now.
Yeah, he's a 6th-round
This is
player.
such a good pick. I'm
Tommy,
sorry,
break him
Zach.
down.
This is an incredible pick.
19th on my board.
Go cook, Tommy.
No, the Eagles are running away with this draft. I mean, Jahad Campbell and now Andrew Makuba. This is a ridiculous haul. Howie Roseman can't keep getting away with this. I mean, it is ridiculous. You know, they get a guy in Jahad Campbell who you can place anywhere on the field defensively. He's going to make plays for you. He gets after the passer really well, and then you get a ball hawk in your secondary and Andrew Makuba. That secondary is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, you look at the amount of investment they put into it last year, and now they double down on it this year with Andrew Makuba. They're going to have guys and fresh legs all over the field on the back half in that secondary, and Makuba is just going to be the latest addition there. This is a guy who came to Texas after he said he wanted to be developed a little bit more, didn't feel like he got everything he needed at Clemson. He comes to Texas and absolutely balls for them this year, aside from Jahdae Barron, without a shadow of a doubt, the biggest impact piece for them on the defensive side of the ball in the secondary, and now he's reaping the benefits of it. An Austin area guy, 69 tackles on the year, 4 tackles for loss, 5 interceptions, 3rd team All-SEC, led the team in interceptions. This is a guy who worked his tail off, high character, personality kid. He's going to be really good in the NFL, I think, and have a very long career.
Well, geez, Tom, you sound happy for him, for the Eagles.
I'm happy for Andrew Makuba. I'm happy for Andrew Makuba.
I had him as the 80th player on my board.
It's a terrible
He's
place
a great
to go
player.
for him.
Yeah, undersized for the position, not overly physical when making a tackle. Missed 13 tackles according to Pro Football Focus. His final season had a tough time getting off blocks against power run games.
Where were all these negatives when we were talking about him 2 weeks ago, guys?
We're not doing that.
I wasn't going to kill the guy because I know that the Cowboys liked him overall.
Missing all them tackles, and he's small.
He's a very exactly.
We're undersized.
I don't want to hear from you especially.
Lack of length. What's going on with this kid?
No.
Why'd he leave Clemson?
5 years.
Dedicate yourself to something. You know?
Now, here's the thing. He's an experienced player. He's got quick reads, instincts in the secondary. He's a good player overall. I hate the Eagles for doing this as always, and we in the 2nd round with another Eagles selection. Here's the Giants selection at pick number 65 to get us started in the 3rd round. We may have to wait a little bit here. Looks like they've got some
I'm so phony. I'm so phony. While I'm podcasting, I was actually posing for pictures. Like I was purposely getting it. You know, I was actually.
So here's the thing.
Shout out to the best in the business. James Smith, my guy.
We call James. We call him Bones.
My gosh.
He comes in here, of course, right at the time that the Eagles make an incredible selection. So we're all upset.
We're ticked off
initially.
These photos are going to be like.
Yeah,
thanks to Bones.
Just reacting in the wrong way. Are you posing the way that you probably would either way? These are some future.
There it is.
I wish we could. Can you take the wide shot?
This
Chris?
is going on Instagram. Here.
There's James. He's taking photos in here. He does this once a draft. He comes and does us a service. Takes some photos for us. They're always
Thank you,
great.
Mr. James. Thank you,
James.
James is a legend. Some of the best photos you've ever seen from the Dallas Cowboys come from his camera throughout. So. Smile for the cameras. It's, of course, the start of the 3rd round. That's hilarious. So this is your first time in here, and now you're taking some photos.
I'm a professional, Kyle. I
are.
I am a professional BSer.
I do want to give you your flowers, by the way. It's been incredible having you on the draft show.
Absolutely.
It really has been. And I know every year we rotate so many different talented individuals, and we have such a rich history of people that have been on this show previously and left a legacy. You're going to be the next one to do that. And it's not just this year, it's throughout. It's been a lot of fun working with you, and it's been a lot of fun to listen to as well throughout. Here's the Giants selection at
Superstar
65.
Big Dog.
Appreciate you, man.
100% agree.
Filling our stadiums on game
Y'all might
day,
hate
so
this.
thank
I'm curious
you
what
for
y'all think.
With the 65th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Darius Alexander, defensive tackle from Toledo.
Yeah.
I mean, this defensive front, they are just loaded.
Yeah.
They're loaded.
Jeez, they're gonna.
Like how about when Leonard Williams comes off the field, you get to trot out Darius Alexander. I think this is a really good fit for Darius Alexander too, because he's going to have that jump in competition, but he's going to get rotational snaps next year and be able to work himself in. Now he could start at 3 tech next to Leonard Williams as a 1 tech. That would be fascinating, and to see how they move that front around, it could really be interesting for New York. But you put him with Brian Burns, Abdul Carter, Kayvon Thibodeau, Leonard Williams. You understand, and you look at the Eagles Eagles front line, you understand why that was one of the talking points from Brian Schottenheimer last night. He's like, look around this division. Look at these defensive interiors that we're dealing with. We wanted to go get a guy that can handle that, and so they got Tyler Booker. Two Toledo guys picked in the last 2 years on the first 2 days. Quinyon Mitchell to the Eagles last year, and they both land in the NFC East. So he's a talented player. He was one of my favorites at the Senior Bowl in Mobile. Had that jump in competition against better guys in Mobile, and he dominated. He was so much fun to watch there.
He was nuts in Mobile. He was unbelievable. One of the biggest winners of the week. I came out super impressed. This is a guy that, if he had been on the table at 76, I think it's a conversation that the Cowboys are having. It goes back to, they've only got 5 defensive tackles on the roster right now. And this is a guy who is athletic. He can move really well, and he's going to be a really good player. But I think this also makes you feel better about the Tyler Booker pick because, Nick, you rattled off all those names, but you left out, I think, the best player that the Giants have in the middle, and that's Dexter Lawrence, one of the best nose tackles in all of football.
How do you forget?
I mean, it's just that makes you say, okay, this is why you see the vision now behind why Brian Schottenheimer is wanting to build up the interior of this offensive line. Obviously, they're not predicting the future and seeing Darius Alexander get to the Giants, but nonetheless, you've got Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis in Philadelphia to deal with, so it's a lot on the plate for the Cowboys, and they've got to make sure that they're ready if they want to compete in this division.
Ashton Gillott goes to the Kansas City Chiefs in the second pick of the third round. Now moving into third round action, things are going to start picking up even more so as we continue on. Now, did anybody have the edge rusher from Louisville going this early on?
Big effort guy. I didn't really see a bunch of pass rush moves in him. He lines up in B gaps sometimes on the edge. I think he's really good in rundowns. Has room to grow as a pass rusher. I think he's a hot motor player, but besides that, I didn't see a whole bunch of technique and nuance to him, but he works hard as hell, and I think he's kind of strong.
The motor,
Gelati, by the way.
The motor is what stands out for me too. And if you watch his film, you see the motor pop up. And when you factor in that he's got a CrossFit background, he's been doing CrossFit for most of his entire life, and then that his brother is an MMA fighter, you see why this motor translates to him as a pass rusher. I mean, he's violent, and he's got that type of fighting aggressiveness. It leads to penalties, and he's not the cleanest when it comes to technique, but he is a fun guy. He's someone that, like, talking to some people, some people love him or some people hate him. It just depends on how much you feel like you can work with him. I personally had him in the fourth round, which I don't feel like is bad. Fourth round's a good player.
I had him as my 100th player in my stack.
Yeah, and I don't feel like that's off. I really don't.
Yeah.
He reminded me of Bradley Anae when he was coming out of Utah. And Anae obviously didn't hit the way, but I really liked Bradley Anae when he was coming out as kind of a, dark horse type of edge rusher. And I think, look, he gets a lot of credit for, I think, maximizing just about everything that he's got. And so I was really impressed with him and his makeup and everything else when I talked to him a couple different times at Exos. I think that he's a right mindset kind of guy. But I also think, we're talking about where should he have gone as this early. This is, I think, just talking around, this was roughly where he was projected to go as the third round.
Now, we are 10 selections away from the Cowboys at pick number 76. The pick is in for Cleveland at 67. Let me just bring this up. We have not heard Shedeur Sanders off the clock, and we were in the third round of the draft. I mean, this is the fall of the draft. It has happened before. It has happened plenty of times. But Sanders, is it starting to become more than just the X's and O's for Sanders, or is it something that teams just can't get over the possible circus media-wise that it would bring to the table?
I honestly don't have an answer for you, Kyle. And I think he's a talent that's worth taking a chance on. And at this point, we're talking about chance, at least as a backup. And there's got to be a team out there that's feeding for one. I'm just surprised that it hasn't. I'm surprised it hasn't come yet. I said yesterday I thought he'd go in the top 15, and here we are. So
yeah. I had a second-round grade on him. So when he fell out of the first, I wasn't necessarily surprised. But even then, I thought a team would maybe go and grab him at the end of the first round, try and maybe go up and get that fifth-year option. But as soon as he fell out of the first, I thought, sure enough, it would happen early in the second. We haven't seen it, Bobby. Have you heard anything specific?
So just asking around the last couple of days about him, especially today, I think the general thought that you get of, like, okay, why is it that he didn't go in the first? Why is it he could continue to slide? the general thought was along the lines of he still needs work, and he has not in these meetings or in his public disposition or whatever else, he has not shown that he believes he needs work. And so it's one of those things, I think, for a lot of these teams where they feel like we will put in the work with you if we think that you can tap into this potential. But if you don't think that you're in need of this sort of stuff, if you think that you're pretty much set and that you are, hey, I don't need a lot of tweaking, I don't need a lot of fixing, then teams are going to say, all right, well, then you're probably not ever going to reach that potential if you're not even willing to recognize where you're at as a player.
Here's the Browns selection, pick number 67.
2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Harold Fannin Jr., tight end, Bowling Green.
Harold Fannin Jr., one of the top tight ends remaining in this NFL draft. Some thought to be maybe a early day 2 pick. He goes middle of day 2, and possibly the most productive tight end in the history of college football.
He is. You look at the numbers, 112 receptions for 1,555 yards last year. That is the most at both of those categories in FBS history at the tight end position. I just wonder how the NFL game translates to his play. Like, how is that going to work? And that's going to be fascinating to follow. But one of my favorite players in the draft, honestly, it's just Cleveland's going to have some toying around to do with figuring out his role. But it's going to be fun regardless.
Yeah, teams, they'll try to bully him a little bit. They'll try to push him around, but he's very vertical. He finds the ball in the air, racks up a bunch of yards, and I mean he plays for Bowling Green. So 9 times out of 10, he's the only dude on the field that's getting drafted. He's against real competition. He'll still make some big plays versus an entire defense. But Nick makes a great point. Like there's not a lot of nuance to his game. It's a lot of running past you and jumping over you with Fannin's game there, but. It's a fun player to get in the third. I have a third round on him, a high third on him, and I had him better than some of these other guys, Taylor and Ferguson or whatever. But I think Fannin would be cool, just as long as he's not tasked to be bona fide tight end 1. Like if he could be a cool vertical 12 personnel guy that gets to do fun things and not get most of the attention, I think Fannin would be all right.
Here's the Raiders pick at pick number 68.
And NFL fans, do you agree? I'm thrilled to get the privilege to welcome another young man into the silver and black. I believe he has a commitment to excellence, and we are thrilled to get, with the 68th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Darian Porter, defensive back, Iowa State.
I am feeling bad for Shador now.
You thought he maybe could.
I mean, Raiders were one of the teams that.
They need a corner so bad.
They did, but I mean, corner stretches. I mean, how long do they think Shador's going to sit there? I am stunned that he's.
Yeah.
I knew it was possible he could get out of the first and even push down in the second some. I did not think he'd be sitting here in the third round and getting passed over by teams that have been connected to him.
At this point, I think it's legitimate to at least throw the proposition out there. I mean, not at 76, but if he's there for you at 149 or whatever it is tomorrow.
I mean, honestly, this is where things hit.
Yeah.
And I don't know that Dallas ever agreed with this, but there was The Athletic wrote a piece that said when Malik Willis started falling a few years ago and he had gotten all the way to the third round when people were talking about him as a first, that they thought the next target shot in the third round was going to be Dallas, that Dallas would just say the value's too good, we're going to take him here. And then he got picked ahead of them by Tennessee. And so, I mean, could it be a similar situation as to with Willis? Maybe not in the third, like you said, but where it gets to the fifth. I mean, I can't imagine he falls to the fifth, but I didn't imagine he'd fall here.
If they had addressed the needs in first 2 rounds, maybe we have a more.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah, maybe it's a more.
Because who is the number 1 player on your big board, or how far down is Sanders on your big board?
Sanders is my number 1. Left.
See, and he's my number 1 as well. Anybody there?
Revel and it's Revel and Caleb Johnson and Sanders, yep.
Okay, so yeah, and I've got Revels next. I've got Jalen Royals there too, who falling into the third. That could be something interesting as well. We're going to hear the pick on the other side of the break. We've got more to come. You're listening to the 2025 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
We good?
I Yep. Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Let me ask y'all
I
something
usually
cool.
try and wait for the cue.
Let me ask y'all something cool.
I like something cool.
So the New England Patriots drafted Joe Milton in the 6th round.
Yeah, they did.
That character played a preseason and one regular season game, and they got a 5th round value from a 6th round pick.
Uh-huh.
What if the Cowboys draft Sanders and he plays in preseason and he just gets involved in one game at the end of the season and he does well? Let's just say that it works out and Sanders looks like somebody. Do you think that of course it's not going to happen because the Cowboys have needs, but how cool would it be to draft Shedeur and he is as good as people thought that he was, like media people thought that he was, and you could actually get like real picks back from, like a second or first back from.
There's one risk there.
Mm-hmm.
You went and got Lance, and the whole thought with Lance was, hey, and if it doesn't work out, somebody will probably pay up for the question and the thought, and it didn't, and you ended up just losing the pick.
Here's a significant pick. Kyle Williams, Washington State, off the board. He goes 69th overall. Very nice fit for the New England Patriots. He is now off the board from Wazoo.
A kind of duplicate of Jalen Polk.
Yeah. That's a good way to put it.
I wonder how they toy with both those weapons and when Stephon Diggs gets healthy. But hey, man, they went and got protection for Drake May, and now they have weapons for Drake May. And Mike Vrabel, Travion Henderson. I mean, the Patriots are coming up. Let me tell you, this offense all of a sudden is looking pretty nice, and they're young. I like Kyle Williams. I don't think I like him as much as some others here on the board.
Right there with you.
But I think he's a good slot weapon. I think Vach was the biggest Kyle Williams guy at this table.
I got a 4 on him.
You do have a 4? Okay,
yeah.
yeah.
I got a 4 on him,
Who was the big Kyle Williams? Was it
I think
Brian?
Broadus did.
Okay.
I think Broadus. Yep, and he's raising his hand out of the hallway. Broadus really liked Kyle Williams a lot, and I know they did too. I think they valued some of the explosion. They valued the 4.40 with a good split.
I know some media guys had him like wide receiver too, and I was like, man, y'all.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Y'all ain't got film the rest of us got.
Either that or I don't know, or maybe he'll turn out and we're all wrong about it and give him the flowers where the flowers may be.
Well, that'll never happen, Kyle. We can't be wrong.
Yeah, that's true. We can't be wrong. Here's the Lions selection here at 70. You want to make your point real quick?
No. I'll come back with it.
Okay.
What a suit.
2-0 in this place. It feels amazing.
Terrion Arnold.
1 year ago on this weekend, I cried because I thought I was going to be a Packer. But the Kings of the NFC came and saved me. Detroit, baby, one pride.
Wow.
Pipe down. The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 70th pick to the Detroit Lions. Let's see who my future teammate will be. With the 70th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Isaac Tesla, wide receiver, Arkansas. One pride.
Isaac Tesla.
Can we talk? I don't know. Okay.
We can talk.
Yeah,
over
this is probably the most baffling pick yet in the entire draft.
It's fascinating.
I had a 6th round grade on this player. He was my last 6th round grade.
Yeah.
Didn't watch him. That's this is the first guy so far that I didn't watch.
He's a slot weapon, and I understood the intrigue as like a day 3 flyer. I gotta take these off. But I don't understand trading up to go get him here in this. He's a Division II transfer out of Hillsdale College, athletic, sure-handed inline receiver, but he never really had the production. I mean, it was the speed is there, the size is there, and he was one of those that tested like a freak in the process, and everyone just kind of looked around and was like, hey, who's this guy that's got the Elon Musk funny name? And he exploded on draft boards. If he hadn't tested as well as he did in the process, he would have gone undrafted. Easily, because there was not enough teams that knew about this guy. I mean, they knew about him, but in a draft pick sense, him getting his name called on day 2, I'd be shocked if there's a name that gets called today that is more baffling than this.
So you're saying Tesla exploded?
It's pretty good. Now, at pick number 70, did you happen to see the compensation that Detroit gave up to get up there?
No.
Did I?
3
third-round picks.
1 this year and 2 next year. They did flip some picks, but they were not thirds.
What are we doing?
They
what's your line?
Worked up.
Teams suck at this, man. Teams ain't good at this stuff, man. They have no clue what they're doing.
Hey, maybe we're the ones with egg on our face in the end, but hey, is this them preparing to get rid of Jameson Williams?
Maybe.
I know a team that.
Do you think you're getting the 3rd for Jameson Williams? And so you're like, I can give some of these up?
Yeah, so it really comes down to 2 2s or 2 3s, I mean. That's, ugh.
All right, so the Saints are on the clock. Their pick is in at 71. It's Saints, followed by Bills, Jets, Broncos, 49ers, and then our Dallas Cowboys are back on the clock at the 76th overall pick. Let's start talking here as it looks like the War Room conversation is starting to heat up a little bit. Where do you think Dallas could be leaning at this point? I mean, there are still some names available, but it could be anybody's best guess.
I think Steven is leaning into the telephone and hoping someone calls for a trade. That's what I think.
Because they want to pick up the fourth.
Yeah, I think they recognize the question we were talking about after their first 2 picks, which is they still got 3 really significant areas where you'd like to address, and you don't want to have 1 pick for the next 80.
Yeah,
and I think that's something that they'd like to pick up another one here. But if they can't move, then, I mean, we've been talking about Siobhan Revel. He's there. And then,
that makes the most sense based on how much hype he got at 44.
Yeah.
It does.
What about running backs? Who do they like?
Tootin. I think Tootin is the guy that we'd be looking at here if it's a running back.
That's a good one, too.
Caleb Johnson is still on
over
the board,
Caleb Johnson?
too. I would take Johnson.
I think they like – I think Tootin would be the guy they like.
What the hell's going on with Caleb Johnson then?
God.
I mean, they really could use
they need explosion. I think Caleb Johnson can do that, but I think Tootin gives you that passing game element a little bit more so.
See, I would assume they want to thump and whoop people.
Yeah, maybe. Because of the way that they drafted last night.
Yeah. Just listening to Coach Adams and Booker talk about like, hey man, we want to move the line of scrimmage, we want to run duo, right? Like if we run in duo, we thumping folk, not running from them necessarily. Now Tootin does run with a great deal of gravity. He does run hard to be fast guy.
He's a little bit smaller though than a Caleb Johnson,
for sure,
6'1".
But Caleb Johnson's job, he has a black belt in thumping people, so I'd imagine that he would be the guy. But
but I mean, aren't you doubling down on thumping with Javonte Williams and Caleb Johnson? But you need juice in that room. You've gone without real juice in the running back room for a few years now.
Honestly, I don't even want win the bill. I don't want to say that about it. But yeah, Javonte will have. Yeah, I like Javonte Williams. He's cool, but I'm taking Caleb Johnson. And let me ask y'all this: do you think it's more likely that we'll just double up on running back later as opposed to just trying to take a bell cow type guy now? Like, is that in the cards? Because I got a ton of running backs that just sitting down here just waiting to be picked.
It wouldn't shock me just because of how much they've talked about how much they like the depth at running back in this class.
Wow.
Like if they went like 5 and 7, 5th and 7th round, that wouldn't shock me.
If they traded for a running back and paired them with one of these 5th round guys like Taj Brooks or some Kyle Manun guy, then sure, that'll make a little bit of sense. But if we don't have a running back on the roster right now that I feel really good about, I would hope that they take somebody that they like pretty early. I like Tootin. I just fumbles is the only really thing that bothers me about him. And I don't think we want to come in this thing turn the ball over like that.
Here's the Saints at 71.
2025 NFL Draft. The New Orleans Saints select Vernon Broughton, defensive end, Texas.
Yeah.
Wow.
Defensive end? Okay.
He said defensive end.
Not
they
really,
have it listed
but
as a tackle, and 6'5", 311. I do know this is a guy that was brought up in their draft meetings last week as a guy that maybe could be there in the 3rd round. I don't know how interested they were specifically. Bobby, you may know a little bit more.
I mean, I know that Broughton was somebody that was on the radar. I didn't have anything that had
One way or
really
the
pinged
other.
that was like, oh my gosh, this is somebody to really watch out for. But
We haven't really talked a lot about him. We talked more about Alfred Collins when it came to the defensive tackles out of Texas. Who's watched Vernon Broughton and what he brought to the table? No pun intended.
Yeah,
I got him in my 6th and 7th round. It's my bad time. Go ahead.
No, you're totally fine. And this is one that I'm a little surprised by. I think this is a round or two high for him, but that's just my personal opinion. Yeah, it was Collins that was the guy at Texas, and Broughton's always kind of played in that rotational role, and now this year was when he and Collins were kind of destined to step up and take over as the starters with Devondre Sweat, Byron Murphy exiting the room, and even before that, guys like Keandre Coburn and Moro Ojimo came before them. So this was Broughton's year, and he didn't have a bad year, but he certainly didn't flash like you wish that he would have after so many years sitting in the waiting room at the defensive tackle position for Texas. And so
there's the Bills.
We'll get the Bills pick.
I know how y'all party in Green Bay. Y'all doing it right. Y'all doing it right. With the 72nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Landon Jackson, defensive end, Arkansas.
Landon Jackson, edge rusher from Arkansas. Long, lengthy possibility out of Texarkana, Pleasant Grove. I got to call a couple of games for him in high school as well. I mean,
good kid.
He's a very high character guy. Ended up having some production later in his career.
Great size, plays hard, great effort. He had a game last year versus Alabama. We got like 3 sacks. He beat the hell out of Alabama. But I haven't seen a game like that since from him. So I wanted to see him do that like a lot more. But scouts say that if you could do it one time, you could do it, all the time. I just didn't see him do it all the time. So that kind of dropped him down my board a little bit. But when he was on, I don't know if he was beating the hell out of Tyler Booker that year. I don't know. I would have to look at it. But just flying off the ball, high effort, strong as hell. Powerful hands, but he just didn't put it all together in terms of like technique guy. Good effort and great size.
Okay, so just because the Cowboys are now 3 selections away from being on the clock, let's step aside and continue our coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. All right, here's the Jets selection at pick number 73. The Broncos are on the clock at 74, and then it's the 49ers at 75 before the Cowboys pick. Here's the Jets.
Shout out to Chad Pennington and Anthony Beck, the 4 first-round picks we had in 2000. And also we got a free 99. We got a 3rd-round pick for Lavernius Cole from Florida State. With that being said, with the 73rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Ezrau Thomas, DB, Florida State. Represent, right, man, represent.
Ezrau Thomas, of course, Wanye Thomas, current Cowboy in the draft party. There he is right there. Having the conversation.
That's awesome.
Let's go. Hug him.
That's so awesome.
Really, really cool. Florida State corner. I know we all liked him quite a bit.
Yeah, I had a 2nd-round grade on him. Surprised he slipped this far. One of the younger defensive backs in this class. Cowboys defensive backs coach David Overstreet attended his pro day. Obviously, the brother of Wanye. Somebody else take it. I'm getting
a little conversation started.
No, this was a guy who on a very, very bad Florida State defense this year was one of the lone bright spots. Long arms, good frame, fluid hips, allow for good change of direction and coverage. I think he closes really well, makes up some ground on comebacks and crossing routes. He's really active in trying to break up passes, does a good job of it. Sometimes gets a little bit too handsy with receivers down the field. I think that's something he needs to sharpen up. But overall, there's a lot to like with this guy.
Yeah, I think a lot of the flaws that exist with him, whether it be in his pedal or at times of his hand usage or different things like that, I think a lot of that is correctable things that are more attributed to he's a young corner. And it's stuff that I think I would have been willing to take this guy in the 2nd round if I was a team that needed a corner, and if I trusted my secondary coaches to say, hey, I think you can bring out the best in this guy. But he also, no surprise, just from what we know with Wanye Thomas and his background, he gets massively high marks for character and leadership and culture as well from Florida State coaches.
Pick is in for Denver. San Francisco now on the clock at 75. Let's just run down. I'll run it down when we get back on the fan side of things because we have some picks to catch up with. Looks like a commercial break on the network side, so it looks like we have some time. If we could, Beamer, could we get up the War Room feed and maybe start trying to read some tea leaves here? Because the Cowboys go offense in round 1. They go defense in round 2. Where could they be thinking here? Bobby, I know trade back is still very much so on the table if they want.
Yeah, Steven looks like he's looking at that card, their trade chart. But, I mean, it's not super active in there right now in terms of working the phones, it doesn't look like. But, I think trade back's a possibility here. I also think, you're probably looking at, like we mentioned earlier, Ravel's still there, and you've also got Tootin, the running back. I think that those are 2 that make a lot of sense.
I think cornerback is the bigger need. So if Revel doesn't go here at 74 to the Broncos or 75 to the Niners, I think you're looking at Savon Revel being the Cowboys pick here.
All right, about to come back on the fan side of things. We'll reset the board and get you ready for the Cowboys' next pick. All right, the pick is in on pick number 74. It is the third round of the 2025 NFL Draft as we get the last 5 selections that have been announced. Starting at pick number 69, the Patriots take wide receiver out of Washington State, Kyle Williams. At pick 70, the Lions take Isaac Tesla, wide receiver from Arkansas. The Saints take Vernon Broughton, defensive tackle out of Texas. Keep reading. Bills, Landon Jackson, edge rusher from Arkansas at pick number 72. And 73, the Jets take Ezrau Thomas, corner from Florida State. And then the Broncos selection will be announced momentarily.
Where did Vernon Broughton?
He went to the Saints out of New Orleans. Defensive tackle out of Texas is where he ended up going.
God, that's crazy.
Yeah, I'm never going to live that one down. All right, the 49ers are next. They are on the clock, and then it's the Dallas Cowboys at pick number 76. Taking a look at the war room, Nick, anything that sticks out at the moment?
Yeah, they're calm, which makes me think that this I think they might just be going through the logistics of a potential pick here. They do seem to be debating a bit, and there's Will making
picked up the phone. They're making a pick.
They are making a pick here.
So they are on the clock at the moment. So an opportunity there to look in, and they are making a selection. You said corner there, Tommy. Do you feel like that's still the direction you want to lean?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe San Francisco here at 75 could ruin things with Revel, but if not, I think that just makes the most sense. You look at the outside alongside Trayvon Diggs. Not sure when you're getting him back from injury, but then again with Revel too, you're not sure when you're getting him either with his injury coming out of East Carolina. So you'd kind of be making a risk a little bit if that is the pick, but I think he's a risk worth taking just because he's come down this far. He's probably one of the top guys on their board.
He's too good to pass up here. I mean, I've got him as my 18th best player. I think he could have been the best corner in the draft if it weren't for the injury. I think
I've got a good report on the injury, though.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Well, their doctor did the surgery, right?
Dr. Cooper.
And here's Eberflus.
There he is, defensive player. Second straight defensive player. Continue on, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this is. I'd have considered him at 44. I probably would have taken him there if I went BPA on my stack. I loved what they did with Ezrau, but Revel's too good value here to pass up.
Here's the Broncos selection at 74 to see. Let's just make sure he doesn't fly off the board here at 74 or 75.
Again. Hey, Broncos country, how about Super Bowl 32 against the Packers?
Oh, my. I mean, as a Denver kid,
Wisconsinites, you know I love you. And with that said, with the 74th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Pat Bryant, wide receiver, Illinois.
I love Pat Bryant.
Tell us about him while we wait on this Cowboys selection.
I did have a 4 on him, but I don't mind him going here at all. I thought Pat Bryant was one of the more underrated wide receivers in this class from Illinois, 6'2", 204, fourth-year senior, team captain, 3-year starter. He was all Big Ten first team, tied for the Big Ten lead in receiving touchdowns with 10. Quick feet in and out of his breaks, tough runner after the catch with a mean stiff arm. He does not have elite top-end speed, but he's got acceleration to pull away from the secondary. Straight line runner, reliable target, strong hands, has a clutch factor to his game. This guy was the only player in the country that had 3 game-winning touchdowns in the final 2 minutes of overtime or during regulation. He's a stud. I think this is a really, really good pick for San Francisco, which pains me to say. Or for Denver.
I was about to say it was for the Denver Broncos.
I just saw pick is in for San Fran.
San Fran now, though. And, of course, we can see from the Cowboys war room that the pick is in for the Cowboys as well. Now we get to see the coaching staff. This is DB.
Do we have a DB coach in there?
Yeah, that's
David Overstreet.
There
we go.
Yeah,
It's got to be Revel. It's got to be.
I think there's too many tea leaves to read there, Vach, if that's the case. Here's the 49ers, and then we'll officially hear the Cowboys selection very shortly.
Now you're adding in Pat Bryant.
How's it going? 25 years since I've been here. Let's go Bay Area. With the 75th pick in the 2025 draft, San Francisco 49ers select Nick Martin, Oklahoma State.
Great pick.
That's such a Niners pick.
Great pick.
That's such a Niners pick.
Great.
That's a little high for me, man.
That's very high
It is
for
a little
me
high,
as
but
well.
that's such a nice.
But I
you
love
like
Nick Martin.
I got Nick Martin down in the extras, man. I think he gets lost a lot. I don't think he know what the hell going on. I think he gets confused, but he's very athletic. He's very athletic, and he loves to tackle people. But, boy, if you can misdirect him to death, it will happen for you. Tommy, you like him a little more than me, man. Say something nice about the kid.
I love Nick Martin. This guy just flies around the football field. You're watching, you'll be able to watch some of his clips of him if you turn on the film, and he's just flying through gaps in the line of scrimmage to stop on the run, get after the quarterback. Yeah, he's undersized. Yeah, he's got the injury history behind him, but he just flies around and hits people, and he goes to a really friendly linebacker room in San Francisco where you can learn from a guy like Fred Warner and kind of come in maybe as a situational pass rushing guy. Good knack for the ball. I remember watching him. The game that I fell in love with him was the Big 12 championship game a couple of years ago against Texas. And so he flew around there, sat in the middle of the field, picked off Quinn Ewers. So good athlete, high upside. If he gets healthy, I really like the upside for Nick Martin as the Cowboys pick is in.
Pleasant Grove.
Cowboys pick is in. Everybody
Another Pleasant Grove, yep.
Feeling pretty good about Revel here as the possibility.
If it is Revel, that's a first round grade. So that's Nick, is he a first round grade on your board?
He's a third for me. I don't think I like him as much as you guys do.
So that's still.
I think he's going to be. I think he could be a good player.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of risk here.
Here's the selection.
There's a lot of
Travis Frederick going to the podium to announce it at 76.
What a beautiful night out here in Green Bay, huh? All right. With the 76th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Savon Revel Jr., defensive back from East Carolina.
We love this selection. If it wasn't for the injury, this may have been one of the top corners in this NFL draft. Tore the ACL early in the season, clearing. Looking forward to having him back on the field early. Your cornerback room just got a ton of help and a ton of value at pick 76.
Size, length, can run, plays the ball in the air, gets picks, ball skills, great man coverage, physical, press cover guy. Like he's a first round grade for a lot of people. I got him as a really high second. Just looking at my board, definitely top 15 or so guy. This is slam dunk to get him at this value, 76 overall. Getting a guy that can come in, assuming that he's healthy, and we're just gonna knock on some wood or some glass or marble, whatever this is. If he and let's say Diggs is healthy and Bland is here, that is a hell of a trio. Assuming that all these guys come together and play for you, man. This guy's Teflon. Whether it's zone, whether it's man, smart player, IQ player. Played at ECU, so you may be worried about competition there, but, man, cut on Michigan film and get back to me, man. Yeah. Beat the hell out of all those guys, man. This is a slam dunk pick.
Yeah, this is the guy who kind of fits the mold of what the Cowboys like at corner, too. Those taller, lengthy guys with those long arms. He's exactly what they're looking for. And the fact that you get him here at 76 when in so many mocks, even some of my own, I've got him going at 44.
Yeah,
I've got him in the second round, and you're getting him down here. And I think the biggest part about all this is the Cowboys doctor, Dan Cooper, performed his surgery. They've got better intel than anybody about the health status of this guy. So if they feel comfortable taking him here at 76, I think that kind of, Nick, you said it was a risky pick, and I would agree given the injury history and what ACLs can do to corners. But if Dr. Cooper's giving them a report that says, hey, I feel like this guy's going to come in and play really well at a high level for you like we saw on film at East Carolina, then you got to feel good about where you're getting him, especially.
76 overall is worth the risk, though.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I agree.
100%. I'd taken the risk at 44. Calvin Watkins has reported that team officials said that he should be good to go by July after his ACL surgery.
Training camp.
So, I mean, that's fantastic. I mean, he was a two-way star in high school, playing both corner and wide receiver, and you see that translate with the way he plays, in my opinion.
I just want to throw one caveat into that. The same Dr. Dan Cooper did do the surgery on Jonathan Brooks. This is no discredit to Dr. Dan Cooper, but the info that they were getting during the draft process that a lot of teams were getting was that he was going to be ready by training camp. He didn't come back till October, so that's one thing to factor in. But the injury did happen to Revel in late September last year. It was not a drastic injury. Whenever it happened, it was a clean tear, and he was able to recover from it. You just hope he's ready in time for camp because he's definitely going to need that time at camp. But honestly, one of the better stories in this class. You talk about character guys. I think just looking at his story, I think you'll see where the character could be coming from. When he was in high school, he got in a really bad car accident, fractured his skull, fractured his jaw, knocked out a couple of teeth, and it was a traumatizing time for him. And then he also had a season-ending broken collarbone the very next year. No star recruit. He had to go the JUCO route, fought his way, worked at an Amazon warehouse while doing so, and then ended up getting a scholarship at East Carolina and balled out in the one season that he had at East Carolina. And then he had a couple of games this past year before getting hurt. But the reason I am probably not as high on Ravel as the rest of you guys, there's a lot of risk involved here. And I even put in my notes, I was like, he's the most physically gifted DB in this class, but just the 1 year of starting experience, that will increase the need for development. He's already 24. The medicals are going to be huge, but you hope he's ready to go medically, A, and then you hope he's ready for the jumping competition, B. If he could pass both of those tests, and if you told me he could pass both of those tests on Wednesday, I probably would have had him as CB3. I mean, he's that talented. Yeah. It's just there's a lot of risk involved here. There is
risk, and I think if you look at the player and you look at the film, when I was watching him, I saw shades, maybe not the same level of player, but I saw shades of Sauce Gardner. And Sauce Gardner played in the American Conference as well as a little bit of a different conference at that point in time as ECU is playing in currently. But when you look at really the way that he has the physicality, the way he steps up in the wingspan, the way he jams at the line of scrimmage, jump balls and the leverage that he has there, great ball skills, good hips, footwork. He's fluid all the way and he plays downhill. What did Brian Schottenheimer say in the pre-draft press conference? I asked him the question, what do you look for in the cornerback position? He said, we want to see length, we want to see athleticism, we want to see fluidity, but not just that. We also want to see a guy that's going to come downhill and tackle, come downhill and be physical. Revel does that, and I think it's something that as long as he's healthy and the risk pays off there, you've got yourself a steal at 76 overall. All right. With all that being said, let's catch you up just a little bit because another pick did fly off the board. It was Princely Umamielen, the edge rusher from Ole Miss. I know, Vach, you had an eye on him early, and then we gotta get Brian back in here to hear what he thinks about the Savon Revel pick as well.
Brian thinks great things just like the rest of us.
I'm sure he probably does.
That's a home run pick.
Yeah.
I'll say this real quick, too, in Revel. You know, we talk about the Cowboys liking their taller, longer-armed corners. Matt Eberflus has liked it, too. And you look at – this is not a player comp by any means. I'm just looking straight at size and build. At Jalen Johnson in Chicago, 6 foot 195, 31.5-inch arms. Revel is 2 inches taller, a pound lighter, and his arms are about an inch and so bigger. I can't do math, so I can't move fourth to eighth or half to eighth. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's been
I'm a journalism major.
Yeah, mistakes happen.
This is why I'm a journalism major. So, you've got a bigger framed guy there in that sense in Revel from a physical standpoint. Again, that's not a player comparison. I'm not saying this guy's Jalen Johnson. I'm just talking about strictly from the build.
Yeah, look, the dude's a freak. Athletically, it's unbelievable. The tape is incredible. The play temperament he's with, he doesn't shy away from contact whatsoever. I think he does an excellent job of reading wide receivers, and he's able to track based on their eyes where the ball's going to go to make a play. Runs well. He's just sticky in coverage. I'm a fan of his. I guess the injury stuff, I just see him very differently, Nick. I don't know. Maybe you got more background than I do. This is a guy I think you'd have considered taking at 12 if it weren't for the injury. That's just the talent that's there with him. To get him at 76, I don't know that there's a ton of risk involved in the third round here with the talent.
I just worry about the injury. And corners, I feel like, are the most difficult to come back from a torn ACL or a hip injury, and that's why Benjamin Morrison was a little for me as well. But if it works out and he comes back clean and he comes back 100%, this is going to end up looking like a really strong pick. But we got to have the conversation now. We expect them to be done for night 2. No running back, no receiver, no defensive tackle.
Yeah,
boy,
this has got to be the part where you think about how Jerry Jones was talking about the 2 substantive trades. You got to feel like one of those trades has got to be for those offensive skill positions, right? I mean, it almost seems like they, I know that they like Jonathan Mingo a lot. They're trading the 4th round pick for him, but it feels like even still, I think you just need more in that room, maybe a more proven guy, just because Mingo is still so unproven. He can certainly develop into a guy who is capable of a wide receiver 2 job, I think. But right now, you don't know if that's something that he's going to be able to step into, especially next season when he hasn't played with Dak Prescott yet. They still have to build that rapport together. And, he hasn't had a long track record of success thus far yet in the NFL. So it feels like the running back room, I think the running back room, they are more... Uh-oh, what do we got?
Yeah, well, just Kim, finish your thought. We'll get to it.
No, it kind of scared me.
the Cowboys pick, we're more important. Go ahead.
No. The running back room is more, I think, where they're like, I think we can wait a little bit longer on this one, maybe in towards the 5th or 6th rounds, just because, again, they've raved about how deep it is. They added 2 guys there in the offseason. But wide receiver is the one where, I don't necessarily think Paris Campbell is a guy who's going to vie for that wide receiver 2 spot. Mingo is, but do they really feel confident in giving him that big of a role when there's still so many question marks about how he can produce at this level?
And we're going to catch you up on the other side of things with these most recent picks. If you're watching on X and YouTube, our stream will go down momentarily. You can continue on DallasCowboys.com and on the Fan Cam on the 105.3 The Fan stream online as well. All right, since the Cowboys took Siobhan Ravel Jr., East Carolina corner. We're going to hear from him shortly. We're also going to get the secret audio from the War Room shortly. The Panthers took Princely Umami-Ellen, edge rusher from Ole Miss. He goes 77th overall at 78. Oregon edge Jordan Birch goes to the Arizona Cardinals. The Houston Texans select Jalen Knoll, wide receiver from Iowa State. I want to talk about that one in a moment. Another Cyclone receiver goes there. And then the Colts on the clock. Here's Jonathan Taylor to announce pick number 80.
Justin Wally, defensive back, Minnesota. For the shoe.
Wally.
Back to the Big Ten.
That was a player the Cowboys had their eye on coming into the weekend.
Yep.
Especially at that nickel spot. But is corner addressed now? Or I think you could double back. You definitely
I
could.
wouldn't mind double dipping. I'd love to get a Robert Longer beam on day 3.
Talk to me.
That dude's Jordan Lewis replacement-esque right there with the way how scrappy he is. I'm a big fan of his out of Rutgers. We can talk about him more tomorrow, maybe in the 5th round. That's right around where I have him. I would not mind double dipping at corner. But you brought up a great point here, Nick. I mean, no wide receiver, no runner, no defensive tackle. And I think defensive tackle and runner you can address tomorrow. The wide receiver position now is very, very interesting. And maybe that is where you're looking at. You brought up a wide receiver in Detroit. That could be an interesting move right there if that's what they're trying to do.
I think there's a lot of running backs that you can look at that'll be solid for you. Running backs, one techs, I think you're fine there. I think wide receivers, you're running out of time. I think wide receivers is getting down to the point to where if you do draft a guy there competing with Flournoy on your team or Jalen Brooks or something like that. If you wanted to get a wide receiver, you want that guy to come in and step in and be wide receiver 2 for you, or at least compete for wide receiver 2. I think we've gotten out of their range at some point. So if it's up to me, if the Cowboys are going to make a trade anywhere, I understand that there was a running back in New York that maybe people talking about on the internet. I don't know if I can say his name. But if I were the Cowboys and I were to make a trade, I would like for it to be wide receiver. But me and Nick Harris was talking about something in the back there, ladies and gentlemen, for y'all watching.
What is that?
Savion Williams can play running back and wide receiver, which I try.
Oh, I think he is a runner. I don't think he's a wide receiver. I think Savion Williams is a running back. When I watch, he doesn't look like he knows really what's going on when he's playing wide receiver, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't see a guy that really knows how to run routes. It's just get the ball in his hands and let him make plays. I think he and I've heard a lot about the Cordero Patterson trajectory type stuff. I see it 100%. You could definitely draft Savion Williams and say, you know what, that's going to be our explosive running back and let him develop into that. Big body as well. I would not mind that at all.
Just a big 6'4" running back thumping the hell out of people.
Let's go.
Bengals at 81 take Dylan Fairchild out of Georgia. I want to go back to Jalen Knoll because we've talked a lot about him over these last couple of months. Zach, I know you said that one hurt whenever his name popped up. Another Iowa State wideout joining his teammate in Higgins in Houston. I mean, they continue to stack up on their Iowa State wide receivers there.
Tough, competitive, and quick, man. He plays bigger than his size at 5'10", 194. He was co-captain the past 2 seasons, co-special teams player of the year in the Big 12. Smart kid. I mean, he's a big factor in jump balls, which is shocking for his size. He's able to go up and get it, attacks the football in the air. Slot player that can win outside. I loved watching him and Jacob Parrish go at it. Jacob Parrish, the corner from K-State. He's very quarterback-friendly, is Jalen Nolan. I think the Cowboys had some interest there.
Let's talk to the newest Dallas Cowboys. Savon Ravel Jr., corner from East Carolina. First off, congratulations. Welcome to Dallas. Can't wait to get you in the building very, very soon. Tell us what the moment was like getting that call from Jerry Jones and the Cowboys organization.
Man, just nobody knows. Like, my whole family is a Cowboys fan. Everywhere I go, it's a lot of Cowboys fan. A lot of people telling me, like, hey, I hope you go to the Cowboys. And it's just crazy because I've been doing my rehab, my training in Dallas, Texas, and it's crazy, and it's a very exciting moment just for me to get this opportunity to go out there and prove to the coaches and give them the best ability that I can give them, and prove and do this for my family, man. This meant so much to my family, my mom, my dad, my aunties, man. It's so exciting right now.
Hey, Savon, Tommy Yash, congratulations, man. Of course, the unfortunate ACL tear back in September. How are you feeling right now from a health standpoint, and when do you feel like you can be back on the field and ready to go to practice and get to be around your new teammates?
I mean, unfortunately, man, due to like a lot of visits, it really don't matter right now at this moment anymore. Just rehab, man. I just need to get back to the rehab real strong, hit the weight room real heavy, and get to work for real, man. And how it feels, it's pretty okay right now. Just trying to get back to the tempo that I used to be on. It ain't really bad. I feel like I'm up on the road right now, so it's good, man. I feel like I'll be back by like training camp.
Nice.
Yeah, that'd be best case scenario for you. Hey, Savon, Nick Harris here. I want to talk to you about your story, and I'm sure you've learned during the draft process that Brian Schottenheimer, he's looking for guys that love football, that are almost psychotic about football, and your journey is pretty fascinating. Going through the injuries and the accident that you dealt with in high school, to going the JUCO route, to working jobs to fund being able to be a college athlete. Talk about your passion for the game and why you had to go through all of that to prove your passion.
I mean, man, I've been playing football since I was a kid, man. So 4 years old, my dad put us in situations to better ourselves, man. Just doing it for my family and putting us in a situation to where we can build and motivate other people. And when I say motivate other people, I mean like kids, people out there that don't have access to a lot of things, and just prove to them that hey, every road, your road ain't gonna be perfect, man. Like I ain't have a perfect road. Hey, and I know regardless, you're gonna deal with adversity regardless, man. Just keep it up to God, man. Cast all your worries and your stress up to God, man. He's gonna do everything in his strength to do good things for you, man. Carve a path for you for greatness.
And I gotta ask, your game, you're long like Trayvon Diggs. Have you watched Trayvon Diggs?
Yes.
Are you excited to work with him, I assume?
You say what? Can you say that one more time?
You're excited to work with him, I assume, right?
Oh, of course. I'm ready to work for the team, man. I'm ready to work with the team, man.
I love it, man. Congratulations. I mean, this is an awesome moment for you, but the talent is on full display on tape, and you were a two-way star in high school playing both corner and wide receiver. There's times watching you, man, you're running a route better than the wide receiver is. Did that help you when you were making that switch to corner and playing that full-time in college?
I mean, I've been playing corner my whole life, my entire life. I mean, I like to be versatile, like just play other positions. That was okay, but like I know I love to guard, be aggressive, and I love to guard receivers, man. Be aggressive with receivers, knocking off the time between them and the quarterback, actually putting in work, you know. And like I said, cornerback, man. Like I said, I watched Deion Sanders my entire life. Nice. I watched him my entire life, man. It's just like okay, that's what I want to be. That's what I want to do, and I know what I'm signing myself up for. I know this is a tough position. And I want to accept the challenges. I want to work for it. I want for what I want.
What was the conversation like with the Cowboys staff and Matt Eberflus, and really what is their vision that they've told you that they have for you in this defense, and how quickly do you feel like you would fit in?
Man, it was just, man, from the start when I got there on my the visit, man, it was just the energy. Energy was crazy, man. It was just like I already felt like I was home. You know what I mean? Because I was already there training and doing rehab, and they made it feel more at home when I met the coaches and the whole staff, player personnel, just communicate with all of them, man. They made me feel like, okay, This could be a chance, man. And just talking to Jerry Jones, man, and what he was telling me, it was just motivating me to keep going. You know, I'm on this ACL injury. Don't turn off your light switch, man. Keep it on, keep it going, keep pushing every single day. Keep stacking the days, day by day, taking one at a time, 1% every day.
Hey, Savone, you said you were training during the pre-draft process or rehabbing in the pre-draft process in Dallas. You got any food spots that you've grown accustomed to? How do you fit in with the Dallas community?
You know, that's a good question because I'm from North Carolina and we don't have a lot of food like Texas. When I was in Texas for about 4 months, I probably went to every restaurant in Texas. I'm not gonna lie to you.
You got to stand out.
I'm a food person.
Okay.
I'm a food person. I get hungry. When you're in Texas, there's nothing you have to worry about. Like, you want something to eat, you're gonna find something you want to eat.
What's the?
So it's a hard question. I say Hutchins.
You know, the first round
barbecue restaurant.
The first round pick yesterday, Tyler Booker. He said the same thing. Y'all might need to hit a Hutchins sometime, huh?
So Tyler Booker earlier today gave us his Hutchins order. Do you have that ready to rack off? Like, do you know what you're getting every time you go in?
I already know what I'm getting.
What's the order?
What are you going with?
I'm getting the ribs. I'm getting the turkey, about 8 slices of turkey. The turkey's so good. About 8 slices of turkey, a whole chicken, macaroni, collard greens, green beans. Maybe some banana pudding.
You can eat for real.
Maybe banana pudding if it ain't too sweet.
There you go.
You know what I mean?
Awesome stuff. Well, congratulations. We can't wait to get you here in Dallas and see what you have for the rest of this Dallas defense. It's going to be an incredible time, and you're going to have some incredible barbecue as a part of it, all right?
Yeah, man. Yes, sir.
There he goes. Savone Revel, our brand new Dallas Cowboy. We need to step aside. You're listening to the 2025 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. All right, just to catch things up here, the Bengals, Dylan Fairchild, interior offensive lineman from Georgia. Titans, Kevin Winston Jr., safety from Penn State at 82. 83, the Steelers take Caleb Johnson, running back from Iowa.
Most Steelers running back ever.
Finally off the board, and now here's the Buccaneers at pick number 84.
With the 84th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Jacob Parrish, DB, Kansas State.
Yeah, we just had boom, 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 3 of my favorite players in this class going in order
Winston
here.
Johnson and
with
Parrish?
Winston Johnson and Parrish. Yeah, I mean Kevin Winston Jr. Man, he's an Energizer Bunny type player. Dude's an absolute stud. Now, he only had 1 year of starting experience, but he can play all over the secondary, plays with range, can cover the slot, deep free safety, can play in the box, consistent tackler. He reminded me of a bigger version of Earl Thomas, the way he flies around the field. I absolutely love him. There's times where he can just be a little over-aggressive. He gets caught upfield and over-pursues a little bit of time. But if the health checks off, man, Kevin Winston Jr. could end up being one of the best safeties in this class. And then Jacob Parrish is just a pest.
Feisty little dude.
Oh, my gosh.
Feisty little dude, size doesn't matter. If you're bigger than him, he's going to jump up. If you're, trying to bully him, he's going to press you. If you're trying to run slants or inside routes, he's going to fight for his life on those. Even if you beat him on a step, he's not going to quit. He recovers well. Tackler. He's one of the guys that are like outside corner, but they're small and they're feisty, but he'll probably play nickel for you. He was one of the guys that I was hoping that'll make it to the Cowboys in the 5th round. It wasn't going to happen. But Jacob Parrish, big fan of him and his feistiness. He'll be fantastic. And Tampa's killing him, man.
Yeah, they've had a really good draft so far. Walking up to the podium, here's the Chiefs at 85.
With the 85th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Noel Williams, defensive back, California.
Good timing. Noel Williams, Cal corner, is off the board just as Brian Broaddus works into the studio, one of his favorites. Yep. We'll talk about Noel Williams. You know him, Tommy. Give us a little bit of time for Broaddus to sit down here.
Yeah, Noel Williams, a guy who is kind of versatile in terms of where he can line up. 6 foot, 199 pounds. You can put him in the slot. You can put him on the outside. You've got him here returning punts. He can really do it all. 4.5 40 time with the ball in his hands. He's a playmaker, and he has a knack for getting the ball in his hands at the cornerback position. Like I said, this is a guy we've talked about this guy a lot in terms of potential fits with the Cowboys, and maybe he could fill that Jordan Lewis spot. 7 interceptions last year, was a consensus All-American, led the FBS in interceptions. That was this is the 80-yard kick return touchdown that he had last season. Also had a 40-yard pick six last year for the Golden Bears. 52 tackles, 15 passes defended. This is a guy that you really like. He started 2 years at Cal, not the best elite top end speed, but he's kind of sticky in coverage. You see that rep right there. This is a guy that I know Brian was really liking a lot, and I know he's still kind of getting plugged in.
Deron Bland-esque, man. The ball just kind of seems to find this kid. I love him really when he's in press. He's got the ability to turn into instant offense when he's on the field. Really like the strong punch he's got at the snap. Can use his size to battle, hand fights. Does a good job of breaking up slants, disrupting routes. Super competitive, and he can get a little feisty. Needs to watch the penalties, but I'm a big fan of Noel Williams. I'd have considered him at 76 if Revel wasn't still on the board.
Continuing our coverage of day 2 of the 2025 NFL Draft here from the Star in Frisco with Nick Harris, Tommy Yaris, Zach Wolchuk. I'm Kyle Yeoman. Sitting back down is Brian Broaddus. We're going to hear from him momentarily about the Cowboys' most recent pick, Savone Ravel Jr., corner from East Carolina at pick number 76. Let's run through the last 4 selections. The Titans at 82 take Kevin Winston Jr., safety from Penn State. The Steelers take Caleb Johnson, running back from Iowa. Jacob Parrish, corner from Kansas State, goes to the Buccaneers at 84. And the Chiefs at 85 take one of your favorite players, Brian Broaddus, Noel Williams, corner from Cal.
Now we're starting to draft.
All of those
now
guys
we're having some
great.
fun. Yeah, we're actually, I really love what's going on with all these teams. If you're a fan, if you're listening, and your team's getting, and you're following along with us, been sitting out here the last hour and 30 minutes and stuff, and these teams are really starting to get in a little bit of a rhythm with their drafting, and I think there's some players that are going to really come in and help some teams and help them at some key positions. And we talk about with Ravel and what he's going to do with the Dallas Cowboys. This is a first round graded player on my board. And my number 1 corner on my board. I know we're kind of I'm circling back on that. But I'm super excited that he is part of this team. I just think he brings so much to this game. His competitive nature, the way he fights for the football, the way he's able to read. I know Zach was talking about his ability to read routes and things like that. This guy is a fiery competitor, and he's got athletic ability. He's a fierce tackler. He's got physical traits. I mean, he will make some unreal physical plays when you watch him play along the goal line. Like, it's collision at the goal line, and he's not getting driven into the end zone. He's making a play right there on the goal line. This kid is super tough. He's gonna play every snap like it's his last. He can cover. He can chase. Everything about him is perfect. I know Nick is a little bit worried about the injuries. I have the experience of working with Dr. Cooper when I was here, and Dr. Cooper is one of the best in the world when it comes to putting these kids back together. The way this kid works, the way he attacks his offseason, the fact that he's been here in Dallas, and now he's about to work with Britt Brown out here, this kid will be ready for training camp, and you'll be proud about him when he's lining up for you.
Are you worried about the jumping competition?
No, I'm really not. No. Walter Payton went to school at Jackson State. Jerry Rice went to school at Mississippi Valley.
That's a good point. Hey, hey, don't hate on the American athletic.
No, I don't. I mean, I watched them against Michigan. SMU, Michigan, App State. App State beat Michigan. I've seen that kind of stuff. So yeah,
Here's
okay.
the Chargers selection at 86.
With the 86th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Jamari Caldwell, D-tackle, Oregon.
There you go.
Haven't they already taken a defensive tackle there, or am I missing that something?
I don't believe they got a Marion Hampton.
Yeah. Okay.
Who was the other pick that they made in this?
Trey Harris.
Trey Harris.
Right. Okay, my bad.
While we wait on the Packers pick at 87, you guys want to hear some secret audio?
Let's do it.
Absolutely. How about Savone Ravel Jr., newest Dallas Cowboy, selected at 76 in the second round?
Savon.
What's up, man?
Hey, man, this is Jerry Jones with the Dallas Cowboys, and we just drafted you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Like to hear it. Well, we're glad to hear it, and I know you're doing a little rehabbing, but boy, the guy said you will work at it. Okay. And I know you will, but man, I'm just proud for you and proud of you. But
Man, this is a blessing, man. I appreciate you, Coach. Yes, sir, man. Thank you.
well, you're a Dallas Cowboy now, and I'm gonna hand you over to Coach Schott. He wants to talk to you, but Miss Jerry, congratulations. We're proud to have you.
Thank you, Jerry, man.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Siobhan, Coach Schottenheimer, how you doing, man?
Coach, man, I'm well, man.
Hey, listen, hey, we are so excited you're part of the family, man. We are so excited, man. Hey,
I'm so excited, man.
Hey, we know one thing. You're going to come in here, use that length, that strength, okay, fit the run and make plays on the ball, man. We're so excited, brother. Congratulations. Can you believe you're a Dallas Cowboy? Can you believe it?
I can't believe it, man. This is my dad's team his whole life, man.
Your dad's team, that's right. You told me that. It's his dad's team. Hey, our defensive coordinator a couple guys want to talk to you, but hey, I'm glad your dad, he's got good taste in football teams.
Yes, sir,
hold
man.
on one second. Here's our DC, Matt Eberflus. Shabam.
What's up, man? What's up, Coach? How you doing?
Hey, man, what time is it? It's lockdown time.
Hey, you already know, man.
That's
It's time
man.
to sit down.
It's lockdown time. You good?
Yes, sir.
Hey, we're so excited, man. We're so excited to have you. We were just talking about your work ethic, your toughness, how you're physical, and how you're going to get this thing done and get all this rehab going.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you're going to kick some ass, man.
Hey, it's the reason I wore a blue suit today, man.
That's right. You damn right. I got my blue suit on, too.
Yeah, you know it.
All right, man. Hey, I'm looking forward to seeing you soon. I'm going to pass you over to DA, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, here you go.
Hey, Siobhan, what's up, man? It's DA.
What up, man? How you doing?
Good, man. You ready to roll?
Man, I'm very excited, man. I'm ready to get on that field, man.
Hey, what I tell you when you was here, man?
Hey, you already, hey, time to work, Coach.
Hey, tell your daddy what's up, man. You know he a Cowboys fan. He can really get down with us now.
You already know it. Yes,
you know
sir.
what I'm saying? Hey, look, we get in here, man. Let's get after it, bro. For real.
Yes, sir. You know it,
hey,
Coach.
you know I got you. Hey, I got you the whole way.
You know it.
You stay in my hip pocket, bro. How you right.
Yes, sir. Thank you, man.
All right. All right, man. Hey, tell everybody I said what's up, man. Tell your dad I said hi. Let's get this thing rocking, baby.
Yes, sir, man. Let's work.
All right, man.
I love that. How cool is that?
These are a bunch of kind of like college coaches working at it. I mean, I know that they're, you know, but yeah, that's a lot of fun. And the fact that the player he's like I said, this guy is a fiery competitor and he wants to compete. And, you know, and again, there's a lot of positive things. Again, with Dr. Cooper, with Britt Brown, with the guys that working with him here, being in Dallas, having familiarity with him and all that, you know, they'll get this kid right, and he'll be out there before you know it, and doing some things for you. They're absolutely right about the length, his ability to play, his toughness. I couldn't get away from him being my best corner. I just watched him play, and I said, this kid's too long, he's too good, he's too tough. You know, I'm super happy that he ended up here. I really am.
So through the first couple rounds, the first 3 rounds of the NFL draft, I think you look at the stat
how about
from
the Packers?
Dallas. Yeah, the Packers just took Savion Williams.
Drafted another
2 receivers.
Another Texas-based wide receiver, Savion Williams.
Well, this guy's a running back, so they'll be able to play him in the backfield.
Remember, they took Matthew Golden at 23rd overall yesterday.
What a fun room.
It is kind of interesting. All right, going back to Ravel and really the draft class as a whole. First round, Tyler Booker. Second round, Donovan Ezrau. And then you've got Savone is how you say the first name, by the way. Savone Ravel Jr. is the official NFL pronunciation. Those 3 picks you feel really good about, I think, for the most part.
Yeah.
But you've still got so many other needs, as Nick outlined so eloquently earlier. You're missing wide receiver. You're missing running back. You're missing defensive tackle. Arguably your 3 biggest needs. You addressed really good football players, and you found some guys that you thought there was value in across the first 3 rounds, especially in rounds 2 and 3. But Tommy, where do you go from here? Is this, like we talked about, is this trade time? Is this free agent time? I don't know exactly how you're going to address it outside of the building, but you got to make something happen there.
No, you do. And it's like we talked about earlier in terms of the two substantive trades that Jerry Jones was talking about. You look at wide receiver, maybe even defensive tackle, and maybe running back as the positions where those would be possible. I think wide receiver is probably the most likely, just because if you look at that wide receiver 2 spot, I think Dallas is looking for a guy who's more proven to put next to CeeDee Lamb and a proven outside target. Who that is, who knows? We can speculate about that all we want, but at the end of the day, I don't see them waiting until the 5th round, the 6th round, the 7th round, even if they decide to package some trades and get into the 4th round and look to find their wide receiver number 2 through those ranks. I just think that the scenario that they've got themselves into, it's not necessarily a bad one, is at each of these 3 rounds, they had a guy fall to them who was so high on their board. And really the last 2, you look up and you say, how on earth is this guy still here? And you pull the trigger on him, and those are the last 2 picks. One of them happens to be at a position of need in Savon Revel Jr. at corner. So now going forward, you say, okay, if we really like the running back depth in this class, do we like the running back depth enough to take somebody in the 5th round, like a Taj Brooks or an Ollie Gordon or a Jarquez Hunter or a Marcus Yarns, and I know Nick is a big fan of his, or a Kyle Monungai? So do you like the running back depth enough there, or do you feel like there needs to be a trade option there? Do you feel like you need to trade for a 1 tick at the defensive tackle spot? It's all the questions that the Cowboys are going to have to ask themselves. But the way that things have fallen right now, if you're looking at the 2 substantive trades, if I would have to guess, I think wide receiver is at one of those trade spots, just because you're not going to find somebody as proven as you would in a trade option in the 4th round of the draft, in my opinion.
No. I mean, it's Tej Johnson. You think he's your wide receiver 2 out of Oregon? That's what Kobe Hudson out of UCF.
Jalen Royals is still on the board.
Jalen Royals is still there. Jalen Royals will probably be my top wide receiver there. Eric Ayomanor, the wide receiver from Stanford.
Medical concerns there.
I mean, this is when you're looking at, okay, you moved to 4 to get Mingo. You'd like to have that 4 tomorrow. So I'd probably want to get back into that 4th round if I can.
Can I make an observation here?
Absolutely.
I think they set up their board not even with needs in mind. I think they're drafting the players. I think they put their board up with taking players who they're comfortable taking, and damn, who cares about needs and this and that and the other. Yeah. I think they went out with the idea of, let's set up our board, let's follow our board. Let's, the way that it's fallen for them, I don't think it's players falling in their lap. I think they legitimately have these guys in spots, and the way their stack is that they said, you know what, we're not going to jump tags. We're not going to set the board up to like stack it all where the running backs are there. We're not going to stack it all where the receivers are there. We're not going to stack it all where. I think they honestly set their board up. They're true to their board. They're taking guys they're off their board. This could very well be that they had a lot higher grade on that corner from East Carolina, and all of a sudden it became a blinking light. That's our guy. That's our guy right there. We have him as one of our highest rated guys. So I don't think they set their board up with the intent of, okay, we got to go get a wide receiver. We got to go get a 1 technique. We got to go get. I think they're drafting what they feel is the best players in this draft to them, and then let's figure out everything else after that.
Which is the way to do it. But, I mean, just looking at what they still need right now, it is wide receiver, running back, defensive tackle. I feel pretty good about still being able to land some of these defensive tackles. I think defensive tackle stretches pretty good in this class. I mean, I mentioned Cam Jackson, the Florida kid. If you really want a 1 tech, then go ahead and be a really good run defender. Ty Robinson from Nebraska is still available. J.J. Pegues, Jay Toya, Cam Horsley. Yaha Black, I think, has a medical thing as well. But from Iowa, he's still there. There's tons of defensive tackles and running backs. I think wide receiver is the one. I don't know for sure if you're going to feel good about, okay, we've drafted a guy now that we think we could solidify as wide receiver 2 on the depth chart. Running back, Damian Martinez is still there. Tootin's still there. But I think you probably need to go and be aggressive and get into that 4th round tomorrow to secure your runner, would kind of be how I feel. And then I think you can get a defensive tackle that slides.
We've done exercises where we've talked about, and maybe it's Vach, and I don't know if we did it on the draft show, but we talked about that, okay, give me a running back that could be 3rd round, 4th round that could end up in day 3. Mm-hmm. Give me that, I mean day 3, like 5th round, day 3. And I think there was probably 2-3 guys where all of a sudden, well, where do you feel Ollie Gordon's going to go? Where do you feel like Krosky Merritt, guys like they're
Smith from SMU.
Yeah, there are guys. It's a pretty deep. Would I have liked for them to get this by the third, get it done by the third round? Sure, absolutely. But now my hope is I didn't win in that war room on that. I didn't win that thought. My next thing is like, okay, which one of these runners could potentially get through to the fifth round to get to me? I think now that's what their hope is, that maybe one of these guys that shows up that we have maybe a fourth round grade, a number of them fourth round grades, and all of a sudden they're there for them in the fifth round.
I just want to hear Jerry say the name Scattaboo. That's what I hope to get out of the weekend.
How would he say it?
Scattaboo.
Scattaboo.
Scatterbutt.
No, you can't say that one. All right, let's just reset the boards here for a little bit. Most recent selections: Packers, Savion Williams, wide receiver, TCU. Caleb Ransall, one of my favorite players out of Tulane.
Yeah.
They really like
good player.
Cowboys like Ransall too.
They liked him as well.
Yeah.
Jags went back-to-back, 88 and 89. They go Caleb Ransall at 88. They go Wyatt Milam, offensive lineman from West Virginia at 89. You guys choose Williams, Ransall, Milam. Who do you want to break down?
I'll take Milam.
Yeah, go ahead. Because I was not that high on him, seeing him at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah,
I heard that he was going to be great at the Senior Bowl, and I don't think he was great.
Yeah, he had a letdown. But I'm curious of Zach's eval over there.
I had a third on him, so this is about right.
I think did I have him in the third? I might have even had him in the second. I mean, the tape I thought was really, really good on him. Where did I have him? Yep, I put him in the second round. So I think this is really good value for him. He started 32 of 36 games at WVU, including 31 in a row. Iron Mountaineer Award, didn't allow a sack or a quarterback hit in his junior year in 2023. He's also got some right tackle flex. I think he's a true guard, though. And he's a finisher, man. This dude also people mover, driving people off the ball. Really seems to understand the position. I think he's got a feel for hand placement and positioning, strong upper body, smooth lateral movement. He can sink his hips, play with good pad level. He does have two big old braces. I think a lot of these linemen are playing with big old braces now. He can pull around the edge. I thought he had a really good game against Abdul Carter in the opener. Now, that was a weird scenario where they had a bunch of lightning delays and it was stop and go in that. But overall, I mean, I thought he was really clean, consistent overall. The tape was good. From what I saw, maybe the Senior Bowl was weak, but I thought he put an outstanding body of work together at West Virginia. I think in the third round for the Jags, this is a guy that's going to be starting guard for them.
I'll talk about Williams from TCU. I was a little bit lower on him. I have him in the fourth. With him, it's just when he's got the ball in his hands, he can do a lot of really good things. And I think you see that all over the place on film when he played at TCU. The issue was at wide receiver. Sometimes he would struggle to bring the ball into his hands. It's a lot of easy drops here and there, and I just don't really trust his hands at all. But he's got the size and the athleticism to capitalize in 50-50 situations. He's experienced. Look at those 38 career starts. 1,000 receiving yards, 14 touchdowns. Here's an example of that contested catch ability, just being bigger than the guy that's guarding him. And, him and Jack Besh kind of fit in that same mold of just being able to box guys out and get in front of them. But here's the after the catch ability, just being able to make guys miss and get past them. That's about 8 different red jerseys there that he's making miss. So I don't know if I'm necessarily with Zach in terms of, I think this guy's a running back, but just get him the ball and not necessarily a Deebo Samuel role. I think that term kind of gets thrown around way too much, but just find him ways to get ball, whether that be in the screen game or just the quick passing game, and let him go to work. And I think that's where you're utilizing him the best.
This guy's Nico Collins to me. The way he plays, 6'4", 222. You watch him run kind of inside routes and stuff like that. It's amazing how big he is, how he moves up the field, and his ability to adjust. I think he's got some quickness in and out of his breaks. You see him right here. Look, he's breaking some tackles. I mean, that to me, when I watched Nico Collins play at Michigan and I saw that big old body running inside and catching the football, the drops and things like that, that's something I think that some concentration stuff that he has to kind of work on. But right here, look where he is. He's lined up right there inside, and then he's going to break the inside, boom, right there, touchdown. This guy, that size is pretty damn impressive, the way and the different things that he can do.
Before I bounce up out of here, I'm curious, other than Shador, who's the highest 2 guys left on y'all's boards? For me, it is Xavier Watts and Jeffrey Bassa out of Oregon. Those I have just a handful of second-round grades left, and those are the top 2.
I have 2 second-round grades remaining. It's Jalen Royals from Utah State and Xavier Watts from Notre Dame.
Yep, Xavier Watts and Jalen Royals from
Watts.
Watts and Braden Swinson.
Sanders. You did say without Sanders?
Correct.
Sanders.
Ayamanor and then Watts with the two guys I've had.
Yeah, Watts. So what's up with Watts? We're all in agreement there.
No, there's something going on there that we obviously don't know about. Yep.
I mean, if you look at, I'm just looking at the cons on my list. Tackling technique, back pedal footwork, sloppy at times when changing direction.
You're talking about Watts?
Yeah, Watts specifically. All teachable when you get to the next level. I didn't think his speed jumped off the tape like it should have, and I thought he hesitated to help in the run game. But when you look at extremely high football IQ, understanding of where to be in coverage, elite ball skills, tracking ability, all those things line up well. I mean, I had a second-round grade on him for a reason. I'm a little shocked he's still available. He was my 44th overall player in the draft.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a fascinating one. He's at 41 for me. I wonder what the value is going to look like at the top of round 4. We're going to have some interesting discussions going into day 3 about some of these names that are still available. Marcus Bowe, Dylan Sampson, Tootin, Caleb Johnson still on the board. Or excuse me, he went to the Steelers.
Jordan Phillips from Indiana.
Yeah.
Billy Bowman Jr. from OU.
Those two, I'll give it to you. There were some teams that were talking about them, and then the quarterbacks. It's not just Shador. It's Milroe. It's Quinn Ewers. It's Kyle McCord. I think these are some guys that we maybe could have seen taken on day 2.
Well, I kind of feel like the league is telling us right now that hey, these quarterbacks. John Snyder said he goes, hey, don't sleep on these quarterbacks. John, nobody's listening to you. Everybody's sleeping.
Everybody was asleep.
There's a lot of people that evaluated these quarterbacks as not being very good. Yeah. They kind of thought about Cam Ward as being number 1, and then everybody else was trying to kind of find a spot. I'm surprised that Will Howard hasn't gone yet. If you look at how he played for Ohio State, yeah, they have great players and all those things. But you look at the throws that had to be made, Will Howard made those throws.
Okay, as we're speaking on that,
Milroe goes. Here we go.
Where did he go?
He went
Seattle.
to
Seattle Seahawks.
I love that fit.
Your boy's got a point, Brian. Yeah. Your boy's got a point.
John said, "Watch out for those quarterbacks."
You know what? He might have heard me in Seattle talk about him.
He's talking
because he's like, John probably what he did. John probably said, "Listen, I made a really stupid statement that watch these quarterbacks, and I better take one right now." But this guy right here, though, I'll tell you what, man. This cat, and people hate when I call these guys cats. Cat or kids. But when this guy throws this football, you can watch Georgia, the first half of that game. He looks like he is unstoppable. Then you watch the first half of the Michigan game and the bowl game, and Wink Martindale got after his ass. So, this could be one of those things. John comes from the Green Bay Packers system of always drafting quarterbacks. You got one here in the 4th round, the 3rd round. Congratulations, John. That's a really, really nice job there. I love this kid. The arm, the mobility, it's all rare. Everything he has the trait-wise is very, very rare.
Before you get out of here, Nick, I want you to talk about Milroe because I know you have a personal connection with him and kind of knowing him for a while. I think we're going to look back at this pick 3, 4, 5 years from now, and we're going to say, wow, they had a steal at number 92 overall.
Yeah, in Tyler Booker's introductory press conference today, he brought up Jalen Milroe twice. One without intention, and then I asked him about Milroe because I wanted him to, speak about how he speaks about his quarterback. And anybody you talk to, Jalen Milroe is a legit leader. He's got that alpha presence as a quarterback. I covered him when he was in high school. I was covering University of Texas at the time. He was committed to Texas for a long time, and was super, super great with anybody he walked into. I mean, you talk about the person Jalen Milroe, it's hard to find one person who doesn't agree that he's one of the finer men out here. But the play, that's going to be the big thing for him. And he's had the same questions going back to high school. It's like, okay, yes, he has this powerful arm. Yes, he is super athletic.
He doesn't know where it's going to go sometimes.
But, that short to intermediate game, oh, boy.
We don't know where the ball's going to go when he throws it.
Well, we could say the same.
It's a fun ride.
We could say the same thing about Josh Allen.
It's a fun ride.
I mean,
Josh Allen's a way better thrower than what Milroe is right now.
Less than 50, like a 50% passer.
He was way more accurate.
His come on.
He was.
No. You guys were riding my ass about.
Passer.
No.
I didn't ride your ass about Josh
And
Allen.
on that note, goodbye, guys.
I didn't ride your ass about Josh Allen.
I'm just telling you, man.
He was a much better
took a
thrower
beating
of the
because
football
of that guy.
Coming out of Wyoming.
And you were involved in that.
I was not involved in that. I was not involved in that.
I remember. I got the receipts.
Well, okay, then show me the receipts. I did not.
Somewhere here I've got them.
I wasn't calling you out about Josh Allen. I promise you that.
Josh Allen was throwing to damn cattle ranchers, folks.
Tell him, Brian.
Throwing to cattle ranchers. And guys like Zach Wolchuk were like,
no,
I don't know how accurate.
Eric called him a tight end playing quarterback.
Yeah, okay.
You are confusing us, which happens all the time, and I'm not blaming you for that, but it was not me that was knocking you for Josh Allen. I think that's that honestly it's disrespectful to Josh Allen to put him in the same sentence.
This conversation sounded
as a
graphic
thrower
outside.
of the football. But
was.
Milroe is an incredible runner, and if you can figure out a way like Josh Allen did, going from what it was, year 2 to year 3, and you're able to somehow harness what he did in a half, and you can extrapolate that over 17 games, you're going to have yourself an MVP. It's just a big-time if right there.
Well, he doesn't have to start right away. He's got Sam Darnold in front of him. This isn't an immediate need.
Gosh,
he
can sound like you hate him.
He can grow into it. And whenever I'm
not a great passer.
It's interesting. You're right. And I think there's ways he can grow in that regard.
That's accurate.
Nick Harris talked about it. He said specifically, it's a wild ride.
Tell me how
with
Tyler
Jalen
Shuck's
Milroe.
going to play.
It was a wild ride with Jalen Milroe specifically. And because of that wild ride, it's up and it's down. I mean, I called one game from Alabama this past year. It was the Iron Bowl. In that same game, he had 3 turnovers. He had 3 rushing touchdowns. It was an incredible back-and-forth wild ride.
What was his final throw in that game? Was that 2 years ago that they had that game where he went?
2 years ago.
Yeah, it was in fourth and
yeah. He can showcase that, and then you don't know where the ball's going.
What?
And you even said that. You have no idea. The consistency is
it's
super
a rocket arm, but you make it sound like the dude can't complete a pass.
No, you just don't know where the ball's going, and that is an issue for a quarterback. But in the 3rd round, for a developmental guy that's going to be a backup, there's no issue with taking him there. But to compare him to Josh Allen, who was a top 10 pick and is an MVP,
you guys all hated Josh Allen. You admit it.
Don't throw me into the hated Josh Allen category.
I wasn't here at that point in time.
Well, not the show
I
either,
loved
Brian.
I love.
Maybe you're thinking of
Josh
Jeffrey
Allen.
Kavanaugh or somebody else.
I don't know, man.
I
took a beating. No, that was for that.
This is what this show is all about.
I would have backed you up in that regard, Brian.
Well,
you can go check the tapes at ESPN Central Texas in Waco, Texas. I was talking.
This Virginia
high on
safety
Josh
just
Allen.
went. He's a pretty good player.
Yeah,
pick a fight, Tommy. Fight Kyle on something.
Well, no, I'm not going to fight Kyle yet.
Kyle, what the hell?
I'm going back to Jalen Milroe.
I just don't like New Orleans. Okay,
me either.
Everything that you guys are talking about in certain terms of question marks or problems or whatever you want to call it around Jalen Milroe is all things that you can fix. Everything that he's got that you can't fix is elite.
You got one quarterback that's fixed that. It's Josh Allen. How many damn quarterbacks get drafted every year, Brian? How many? You got one example. One.
Oh, they fix quarterbacks all the time.
They fix quarterbacks all the time.
They do.
This is a traits league. This is a traits league, especially when you
get
don't get defensive because you're wrong about a guy. That's okay. That's okay.
I'm not getting defensive.
You are getting defensive.
You're sitting here coming at me for something I never even did to you, and I'm just saying you can't fix quarterbacks all the time. You did.
Cowboys ain't got no picks.
Our show
hated Josh Allen.
I wasn't on the show then. I was on the nosebleed seats at night, Brian.
Okay.
I got promoted afterwards.
I was at
it's because they didn't like Josh Allen. They had,
and so they kicked out those guys, and the one guy who had your back on Josh Allen, you're coming at right now.
Two guys that are on the show.
One booth.
Two guys.
Stop it. Don't say that. All right, Cleveland's on the clock. Their pick is in at 94. Let's just reset the board after a fun, lively conversation. 91, the Ravens. Emory Jones Jr., offensive tackle from LSU, goes to the Ravens. A good pick there from your LSU Tigers, Brian. Baltimore takes another one of the guys from the Tigers. Seahawks, of course, take Jalen Milroe. That's what sparked this whole conversation. Quarterback from Alabama. And then the New Orleans Saints take Jonas Sanker, the safety from Virginia. We've got a couple more picks remaining in the 3rd round of the 2025 NFL Draft. Our coverage continues on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Back here on the .com side, we still have a commercial.
We have the commercial blaring in our ears right now.
Yeah, commercial still there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bill Jones doing a great job on the VO read. Alongside Vach Lombardi, Brian Broaddus, Tommy Yarish, Zach Wolchuk, I'm Kyle Yeomans. There's Bobby Belt walking in.
God, is he
to
done
the
talking
studio.
about Milrow yet?
Yeah. Get his ass.
Yep, I'm done. Well, I didn't get to finish because we broke out into a full fist fight.
It was great. Do you want to finish your thought on
great
Milrow?
player. Super happy for him.
Okay.
You should be.
Tommy, you got to fight somebody before the season's over.
He's Switzerland is all he is. He is Switzerland.
I'm not a fighter. I'm a lover. Thank you guys so much. See you guys tomorrow.
Yep, sounds good.
Great work, Tommy.
This is type of day 3 stuff. We're on.
This
day
is what
2.
we need. This has been way too calm and relaxed.
It's Vach's fault.
No, it's good.
You haven't even been
and
in here for the
quarterbacks
last
get
30
people
minutes.
going. I can't believe Milrow went ahead of Shador, quite frankly.
Shador still ain't got drafted yet?
No, he hasn't.
No.
What the hell going on?
Well, I mean, we did think there was going to be a run on running backs at some.
I was kind of feeling like that Will Howard should have been drafted here at some point, too.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple quarterbacks there. Could Cleveland at pick 94, their pick is in, could they take a quarterback? And not Shador specifically, but any of those quarterbacks that are still left on the board.
Why not Shador?
Maybe not.
Why not?
I don't know. It's weird.
Well, and Jalen Milrow goes off the board at 92. Can that spark an end of a day 2 run on the quarterback position?
Man,
He'd
I
have
don't
to be
know.
a quarterback first.
I don't know about that. I think it's unfortunate, and I think the kid can play quarterback.
I think so too.
I can. When you watch him play, I think there's things at Jackson State that he was able to do. I think he was a much slimmer player. I think that he's gotten bigger, and I think it's hurt his mobility. And so I think if he could have gotten down, if he gets down, somebody gets him, trains a little better, we'll see.
Let's go to the Browns selection.
The Cleveland Browns select Dylan Gabriel.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
Oregon.
Okay, Brian, I got a real question for you.
It's a guy that can throw.
Is there a chance that this has gotten to a point that teams are punishing him?
It's weird.
It is,
for the way he maybe handled himself.
well, this is what teams need to worry about now is the fact, and we'll talk about Dylan Gabriel. I think Dylan Gabriel, I'm surprised like the Dolphins didn't draft him.
Yeah.
Because if something happens to their guy, they got a shorter left-handed quarterback that they can put in.
He's
really
This
accurate.
dude is so tough.
He is tough. He's accurate. He is under 6 foot. I will say this, though. I think teams are now in a point where Deion Sanders will get players at Colorado. He's about to shut the NFL out from coming to see his school.
Oh gosh.
You think there's a little leverage there?
He's about to tell the NFL with 2 birds you're no longer welcome here. I don't care about coming in. He's been more than welcoming to NFL scouts throughout about coming in and seeing his players and being a part of that and being open to all that. But now it seems a little personal here is what it is, because like I say, there's and like I could be wrong about Sanders, but I know with Dylan Gabriel, got him a little bit further down the board. The kid is super accurate the way he plays. But you watch Sanders play, and nobody was under the microscope more than him as a player.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He has poise. He's got touch. He has some accuracy. He will drift in the pocket, and that gets him in trouble. And those are the things. But there's a lot of these quarterbacks that you find. That Jackson Dart, his feet are all over the place.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sanders' feet are all over the place. Ward's feet are all over the place. This is turning into something I think a little personal right now.
Just an observation. They have Daniel Jeremiah's best available on the clock.
He's had Sanders since this thing started today as his best player.
He has him ranked as number 20. The next player,
I do too.
55.
Yeah.
That's a big gap for you to just be sitting there at the top of the draft. And Daniel Jeremiah is about as plugged in as any of the national pundits are. So with that being said, we have them all kind of in a similar spot. I had him at 24. I thought at some point that might have been low on my board.
I had him at 30.
And
even if
you go.
Even if you don't like Sanders as a person or whatever, right? Sure. And he may not be a first round type player for you, but he's still a dude that walked into Colorado when Colorado was like the worst franchise, or the worst program.
For decades.
Yes.
Decades. Nobody knows anything about Colorado at all. And this is still a growing program. Like we still got he needs help on the O-line. Like the defense wasn't all that great. He got like 5'7" wide receivers. He has Travis Hunter, but the rest of the guys are like little bitty. Like it's not like this Will Howard type perfect situation that he's in.
Right.
And he's able to do that. And they were one game away from postseason. And I at least think that means something in terms of like toughness, leadership. Hey, we're a gritty Colorado team trying to figure this thing out, and look at what we're fighting. And I'm making and I'm getting hit in the mouth. I'm not complaining. I'm making tough throws, and I don't see a player that should get passed up for Dylan Gabriel and Milroe.
I will say I think there were, and why I think it's worth asking the question outside of just the obvious of he seems like he should have been good enough to go already. There were at least 2 prominent NFL coaches I know who felt like flat out aggressively disrespected by Shedeur Sanders in Indianapolis.
Wow. That if they're dinging him because of the personality traits and stuff like that, well, that's cool. That's cool. But, my job as a personnel guy, I'm trying to get to the bottom of these kids, talk to these kids and stuff like that. But you can't tell me putting on his tape that he's a guy that's getting passed over by quarterbacks that are 5th-round guys.
We got back-to-back Raiders picks coming up. They still haven't taken a quarterback.
Maybe they are the one that wants to take him. I mean, you nailed it with toughness. That dude takes a beating.
The Falcons just traded up to get this spot at 96.
Well, God, if they take a quarterback, we got a scoop.
They traded right back up into the 3rd round to get here.
This is a very Falcon thing.
Here we go.
They take quarterback right now.
How many picks do the Falcons have? They traded a couple. They gave next year's one to get up.
Yeah, they did.
With the 96th pick in the 2025 draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Xavier Watts.
Oh,
DB,
boom! There's our
Notre Dame.
guy. There goes our dude.
And that's why they traded up to go get him.
That's a good trade up.
The ball magically finds this dude.
Yeah.
Like he's always in the right place at the right time, but the ball just magically finds him. Whether he's playing deep or whether he's roaming around the box as a robber guy, they'll put him in linebacker sometimes, but he just finds the football. He's a tough run defender, tackler, but I really give safeties a lot of credit for getting hands on the ball. And as a box safety kind of dude that can play deep sometimes, he gets his hands on he gets a lot of picks, and I value that. I had him as a second-round guy. I think there's some pretty good value for him.
Yeah, he's second-round guy on my board. This guy, he is always around the football. And you can watch Notre Dame's defense at times. It looks like crazy, like people are out of place. They always cover guys, and this guy cleans up a lot of mess back there. I kind of felt like that he was the guy that should have gone ahead of the Georgia safety. It paired him up with our guy there,
Kyle Hamilton. Yeah,
Hamilton. This guy could play deep. Hamilton could play down, and you would probably have a lot of turnovers in that secondary.
Plus ball skills. He is all over the field, to your guys' point, and a high IQ player, man. I mean, he gets it. He sees it. The tackling, he is aggressive, and at times you can get a little over pursuit, but it also creates some big-time plays for him where he'll gamble a little bit. I love him. I mean, I think this is a great value to get Xavier Watts.
Bobby, let me ask you a question, sir. You're the insider, and you're tapped in. Oh, we got a pick?
Can we hear the Texans pick first?
Go ahead.
Traveled up here. And the 2 biggest Texans and football fans I know back at home, my sons, Henry and Benjamin. I love you boys, and I'm proud of you guys. With that being said, we have a trade. The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 97th pick to the Houston Texans. And with the 97th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Jalen Smith, defensive back, Southern California.
USC.
That's your guy, Bobby?
Different swipe.
Talking about the old James.
He's trying to bring up old things.
The sunglasses?
Bobby, quarterback wise, back to Sanders, right?
Yeah, back to Sanders.
How far will he have to? I know media would just love this, but just a part of me want to just say, bleep it. Let's just make him a Cowboy. How far would he have to fall down for the Cowboys to even think about it?
If they're picking their board, if in fact that they're not looking at needs and they're just picking their board. Could he be? I mean, he's got to be.
Maybe the only thing I can think is because they still do have needs out there, and they just got Milton.
Yeah,
that they might, and I think they already have their eyes on a couple guys in potential undrafted free agency.
Sure.
Then I don't know if it
or
makes
guy
total sense.
Graham Mertz.
Yeah,
is that who we're talking about?
Oh, vomit.
Mertz could be one of them. Mertz, a guy.
See, that's what I'm saying. Sanders is better than any post-draft guy you can get, right?
And we'll see what happens in the 4th round. But this now to me, this is the I don't know what I'm calling myself here, but this is now where the whole thing where I wish I wouldn't have traded for Milton.
Yeah.
If I'm knowing this kid's on the board.
Yeah.
I'm serious. Give me my pick back. If I had the crystal ball and they said, "Hey, you could keep your pick. You could keep what you want to do." I'm thinking too, with the situation with, the 4th round pick and stuff with a receiver that you gave up. But going after Milton, if you knew that Sanders was going to fall like this, you wouldn't have
probably reconsider that.
Would Sanders, if you pick Sanders right now, would he be your QB2?
Yeah,
over Milton.
Yeah, I think so.
Probably.
Yeah. How about
but there's not a whole lot of fallback there if you don't have Milton.
How about this for a thought? What if Dallas had not re-signed Dak? Would you have considered taking Sanders at 12?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, I liked Shedeur Sanders more than I think a lot of people did. But Shedeur Sanders was still a 2nd-round quarterback to me with a lot of flaws, and
you have
a lot coming out of Indianapolis about how receptive he is to criticism and changing the things that he needs to fix.
The league is punishing him right now because of his demeanor.
Well, I had one team I talked to said that their thought is
anybody saying he's not good on a board?
No.
Is anybody saying that he's disrespectful?
Is he overconfident? I mean, what is it?
Resistant to fixing the things teams think he needs to fix.
Okay.
And
if that's the case, then it's going to be hard.
I know of one team who's just like, all right, well, if you seem resistant to fixing the things we think you need to work on, then you're never going to achieve what we think you can achieve.
How did he get better playing under Pat Shurmur, who was a former pro coach?
I don't know. Pat Shurmur compared him to Daniel Jones 2 weeks ago, so I don't know what Pat Shurmur was seeing in him.
That's terrible.
I guess the question would be, in one pushback I heard is he's only ever had, Dion as his coach. So how would he work with somebody else as a head coach? Maybe, when dad's telling you, you're a little bit more receptive. If it's somebody else, I don't know. Maybe there is pushback there. I didn't really want to believe that. I mean, I think the kid does show a lot of talent on tape. Yeah. The fact that he is just taking a beating, pops right back up. His teammates seem to love him. I mean, he's definitely a guy I would have gambled with. I mean, to your question, Brian, yeah, I think he had to have been in the conversation if they didn't re-sign Dak at 12.
See, that's what I wonder. If, in fact, that if Dallas was honestly looking for a quarterback, they had not made the move, and they did. They signed Dak Prescott to a 4-year deal. But now it kind of makes me wonder, would they have considered Deion Sanders? And maybe they wouldn't have. Maybe they would not have considered him at that 12th spot if that was the case.
Yeah. And, hey, we're 5 picks away from the end of the 3rd round, and he is still on the board. Now, like Bobby said.
Watch Philadelphia take him.
Oh, man.
And just,
the Raiders are back to
San Francisco leverages Purdy's contract.
Yeah, back-to-back Raiders. San Francisco at 100. 101 is the Eagles, and then 102 is the Vikings to round out the 3rd round. Where do you think, if you're the Raiders, you're going back-to-back here? If there's a pick where you could take a quarterback and take a risk, it would be where you have touching tags there at 98 and 99, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you would think.
Or maybe you take one of these other quarterbacks, like
Howard.
I
like Howard a lot. I have
yours from Texas.
I have Howard in the 3rd round myself.
Here's the Raiders selection at 98. Let's listen to this just in case it gets interesting here.
DJ Uiagalelei.
Another one is currently.
Let's go, Raider Nation!
That's a good message.
Nico,
that would be awesome.
Some good Raiders, and I'm very thankful. Many great franchises and many great players, but I'm very thankful for what the Raiders did for me as a player, as an assistant coach, even as a sideline reporter.
Every time.
And I'm thrilled for the opportunity this young man's going to have. At the Raiders, we say, once a Raider, always a Raider.
Always a Raider.
This man's going to have a great career. With
Steve, hand him the pick.
You've got another pick.
2025 draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Caleb Rogers, guard from Texas Tech.
Texas Tech, man. I thought he could have been a day 3 guy for the Cowboys.
Same here.
Man.
I had him in my mock. I was hoping he would fit.
This guy's played a lot of football.
He really has. They love him at Texas Tech. I mean, my brother-in-law, Ben Golan, covers him there for Red Raider Sports, and he had nothing but glowing things to say about Caleb Rogers. I mean, this guy was a team captain, was just a leader, played in 61 games, 55 starts, every position except center, 2-time honorable mention All Big 12. big body. I think he uses his hands pretty well with a strong punch, wide base to hold his ground, can move in space, get to the second level. Reliable player, really good at the combo blocks, gets the leverage when people need to be helped with the combos. He doesn't have very natural bend, but somehow he does a good job of keeping pad level. It's very, very unique, super competitive. Caleb Rogers, this was a little high for me, but I love the kid, and I'm happy for him, man. I hope he ends up having a great career.
He's going to be a little bit an older guy, right? 24 years old.
He's a super senior. Yep.
And he's, like you said, he is one of those guys that he's played all the spots you mentioned. I mean, he has practiced at center from what I understand, talking to the folks out there about him. But he's one of those guys too that's really good for being 6'6" and 312 pounds.
Here's the Raiders again.
The initial quickness.
Steve, take your time.
No way.
Oh, he went into it. In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Charles Grant, tackle.
Oh my God! Now they took your dude, William and Mary.
Yeah, Charles Grant. I am a big fan of Charles Grant here. I think. Go ahead, Voch. You were the guy that kind of turned me on to Charles Grant. I'm gonna give you some shine on this one.
Hey man, Charles Grant is a natural mover, smooth, great athlete. He plays with a great deal of power, and I would put that with a caveat that he's playing against some little bitty school guys. But based on the film that we see,
future accountants,
he can push some guys around a little bit. I really wanted to see him at the Senior Bowl. We didn't get an opportunity to see him, but versus the competition that we saw on the film, great mover, gets to his landmarks really well. Great reach blocker, scoop blocker, second level blocker, get him out in open space on, jailbreak screens, slow screens, Texas screens. I was a big fan of him. I just wanted to see him compete versus better schools. I watched the Towson game, and I didn't even know Towson. I didn't know Towson was a school. Yeah. I watched VMI, I believe.
VMI.
I didn't even
both good
know.
basketball. Look at this, schools. Brian. That looks like bounce house type of
we have
there.
some bounce house stuff.
It wasn't exactly the bounce house, but it looked similar. It
That's
like
Coastal Carolina. Where they're going to give all their concessions away for free next year.
It's a good bit.
Oh, we got stuff going on. That I'll tell you what though, Voch, I like what you're saying. This guy was a starting left tackle for the Tribe. He was a high school championship wrestler. Draft him just on that alone. But the quickness out of stance, he's 6'5", he's 3'11". The mirror skills are really good. It's hard to defeat him with counter speed moves. He processes stunts, twists. You're not going to fool this guy. Flexible. Rarely do you see him off balance or out of position. He can be a dominant finisher, and he'll fight through the whistle. The toughness, not to be defeated. He is not the heaviest guy, so that freaks me out sometimes. but he'll need some mass. But man, he's a really good zone run blocker. He's got the ability to reach, cut off, all those things. Outstanding. And Voch is right. Wish you could have seen him with the competition there at the Senior Bowl.
How high did everybody have him?
I had him in the 4th round.
I had him at 109 on my board.
I had him in the 3rd.
That's the 4th for me.
I had him in the 2nd.
Whoa.
There you go.
I got a 2-1. I got a 2-1.
Actually, I had him in the 3rd. My bad. I had him in the 3rd. My bad.
I think you get him in an NFL weight room, and that's an easy starter.
Yeah.
I think that's an easy NFL starter. There's really
you had him in 2nd?
Mm-hmm. That's really the only thing to me.
Well, why didn't you read your report?
I was just waiting for you guys to get through it. I wanted to see where everybody had him. But no, I've got it.
I thought Voch had him.
No, Nick Harris, he has him in the 2nd.
I got him in the 2nd.
We both got him in the 2nd.
Oh, you do? That's what I thought. Yeah.
No, but to me, I think there's so much about him in terms of the movement skills and everything else that's so rare. And there's so much in terms of progression. If you go back and look at some of the stuff from 22, 23 up to now, that's a guy who I think as soon as you get him in an NFL weight room and you can fix some of that play strength stuff, then I think he's going to be a lot to deal with. And I think that's a legit long-term NFL starter at tackle.
I'm with you.
Can I make a board observation? My 3rd round running backs have really yet to be touched.
They all there. James,
and every one of my 4th round running backs are there when it's Etienne, Neal, Giddings, Brooks, Martinez,
Milrow
Smith. What?
Milrow went.
Milrow, yeah.
Damn.
Remind me just to when I see you in the parking lot.
I got a pen if you want.
Then what I'll do is after that I'll walk over to Wolchuk's car.
I'm an innocent bystander here.
But I'm just, you know what? Just an observation.
Hold it down.
And then looking at my 5th round guys like Gordon, Hunter, Krosky, Merritt. I know you have him a lot higher.
Mm-hmm. Got 3rd on him.
The same might stretch for these.
Yeah, they're all
cats.
Jordan James.
They're all there.
Dylan Sampson.
These cats
Really
might
like Jordan
stretch
James.
to the 5th.
Trevor Etienne.
Tuba's there.
Taj Brooks.
Allen.
DJ Giddens.
Neal.
Brashard Smith.
Mullings.
Lakin Allen.
Yarns.
Stop with Yarns.
Manungai. Ollie Gordon.
Manungai.
Rocket.
Jarquez Hunter.
One last note, since Nick's not here for the feel good on Charles Grant, he was a bone marrow donor to a 29-year-old with Hodgkin's lymphoma. That's sweet, sweet man.
No, that's awesome.
Unlike you.
I'm sorry that you're angry.
You would take the last chicken wing bone, is what you would.
You know that that's not even true.
Just wait until the breakfast talk.
I'll give that to you.
Y'all
All
want
right.
to wrestle?
Just pointing out, Milrose not the best thrower in the world. That's all it is.
Final three selections.
I don't think
in the
Milroe
third
can skip
round.
rocks.
Well,
49ers, Eagles, and Vikings. Final three selections. Pick is
You've
in.
never
for the
seen a
49ers.
workout room.
Well, that's true.
Jalen Smith, corner from USC, goes to the Texans at
Grizzly
97.
Bears scouting players.
98. Raiders.
Hi, I'm
Take
Team
Caleb
Scout.
Rogers from Texas Tech. 99. Raiders take Charles Grant.
49ers
William
picking,
Mary.
y'all.
Here's the 49ers.
Damn.
Draft.
Y'all stay
the
focused.
San Francisco 49ers select Upton Scout.
Okay, who's
Defensive back,
the Upton
Western
Scout guy?
Kentucky.
That's okay.
I like me some Upton Scout.
Upton Stout's interesting.
I thought that.
Oh, because you probably called one of the Western Kentucky games. There you go.
That and where did he transfer from?
North Texas.
The University of North Texas.
Okay, I thought
I
Nick
Harris is
Nick
probably
had him
on
too. Nick
yeah.
had him too.
I mean, you talk about a guy who could play on this slot only sort of things. That's really what he is. I think he's a really good value here as well. I'm trying to find his
Like over Riley and Strong,
no,
those kind of guys.
I have him below.
I think it's a little early.
You think it's a little early? Where do you have him?
Just I got him way down here. Just some
you used to call it the others, right?
the others. Just some names. I got Dotson, Strong, Riley, Huzzy, Bryant, Alexander, Longerbeam, Muhammad Burke. I got some names.
Okay, so I have him as I actually put him as a safety. They labeled him as a corner. He played corner throughout his time at Western Kentucky. He was a safety at North Texas. 19 miles per hour during the gauntlet drill during the combine, which was the fastest out of all of the defensive backs. He ran a 4.440 with a 1.59 split. I think you have him a little bit smaller, 5'8", 184 pounds, but he had 6 interceptions in his collegiate career. He had a ton of pass breakups. He just always found the football. I had a 5th round pick on him, so yeah, it's still a little early for me, but I did like him out of Western Kentucky specifically. I have guys like Reed ahead of him, Sanker ahead of him, Billy Bowman Jr.
Sanker
ahead
got
of him
drafted.
as well. Exactly, they're all ahead. But for him to go above guys like Billy Bowman and some of these other corners, I know he can play safety or corner. I'm a little surprised to see him this high, but I did like him as a prospect and maybe a day 3 selection.
Did Denver trade into this? This was Philly, wasn't
They
it?
just traded into it, correct?
Philly got next year's one doing this. Watch.
Yeah, some crazy.
Thanks a lot, Sean. What the heck did you give up?
Watch.
With the 101st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Savion Jones, defensive end,
another LSU Tiger.
But you like him a little bit more than me.
Hell no, he and my others. I don't.
Oh, didn't I? I thought you liked him a little bit more than
Where did I have Savion Jones? I had him in the 4th.
Trace guy though, he's got length, he got size, he's an athlete, but he runs down the middle of people, and I think in the run game he gets a little lost.
Yeah,
had him in the.
He just had his best season: 40 tackles, 7.5 tackles for loss, 4.5 sacks, 27 consecutive starts. Finished with 29 over his career. I think he does have quickness off the ball, but he just has a wild play style. I mean, he does take a lot of wasted steps. I think you need to find a way to kind of harness that. And he doesn't always break down and finish, but he does have a knack for getting his hands up to bat balls down, and he's a relentless player. I mean, the motor does not stop. He is constantly moving, and he lines up all over the place. He's in a 2-point stance, then he's in a 3, sometimes he's down in a 4. So I like the explosiveness. He's very talented. He's got the size that you want. He can fight off blocks, but yeah, I mean, I see the critique where it's like you kind of need to calm him down. You need to kind of just round out the game a little bit, work on the technique. But this is a high upside player, 6'6", 283. I thought more of the 4th, but this is the end of the 3rd. I don't think this is a bad spot for him to go.
You remember when we were talking about the Texas A&M guys, specifically Scorton? We were talking about wanting to see more.
Yeah.
Like I expected to see more. That's something I'll ask guys around the league. Is like who are those type of players that you had? And this name came up for somebody that I talked to. That they were like, he should have been better.
Yeah,
I hate to do this to one of my Tiger guys.
Go Tigers.
Yeah, but this guy, he can't turn. I mean, he's really stiff in the way he plays, and you know the effort, as you guys mentioned. I mean, but he'll miss tackles in space. But man, the length is good. 6'6", 280. He is good. He's one of the bigger ends in this draft. The initial burst, the hold the ground against blockers and stuff. But when it comes to pass rushing, it's just kind of straight line more than it is bend.
Yeah.
And I just don't think he could turn well enough.
Here's the final pick of the third round from the Minnesota Vikings.
Tayshar Felton, wide receiver.
Ty Felton. Is that Maryland?
Maryland,
wide
yep.
out. Final pick as the third round comes to a close, and yes, Shedeur Sanders is still on the board. Somebody tell me about Ty Felton out of Maryland.
And at 5 on Ty.
I got a 4th on him. Gets off the ball, some pretty good quickness. Gets downfield with a long, stride. Can be shifted with the ball in his hands.
Yeah.
But quarterback play was terrible for him. That's one thing that I kind of give him a little bit of credit for. The ball was all over the place. Tracks the ball well. Decent hands, but sometimes can be a body catcher. And I thought he was a little thin, and he gets pushed around a little bit.
Yep.
But Felton, big plays. I like him.
Yeah, he needs to showcase more of a route tree, and that was my issue. Like, he gets bullied by the stronger corners because he's thin. But gosh, he does do a good job when it comes to downfield.
How about run after catch?
The run after the catch is there 100%. He drew 3 pass interference calls in one game that I watched against USC.
Yeah.
I mean, he does an excellent job of putting a lot of stress on DBs with his quickness and acceleration.
Poor man's D.D. Westbrook. That's what Ty Felton is.
Okay.
I like that.
This is one of those situations, too. This guy led the nation in screen catches. So the production was, the numbers were, he had 143 targets this year. And I think 31 of his receptions were screens. And you could kind of see just kind of getting up the field a little bit. But, man, he's got an ability to track it.
He does.
This guy will track the football. He's got a feel for how to kind of find space, too. So I liked him in that regard there. But his testing numbers from the combine are actually super, super impressive. And he is, his ability to make people miss. I think there were 26 missed tackles.
Wow.
That he had this year. He had, after the catch, was over 600 yards. I kind of put that in my notes as well. So
it's impressive.
And he's also played special teams. So, if he doesn't make it as a guy right off the jump helping the offense, then this guy played over 300 snaps on special teams.
All right, so the third round has come to an end. Of course, the Dallas Cowboys took Tyler Booker in the first round at pick number 12. At 44, they go with Donovan Ezrau out of Boston College, the edge rusher. And then in the third round at 76, they take East Carolina corner Savone Ravel Jr. out of course, ECU, as I just said. We'll await the press conference with Jerry, Steven, Will McClay, Brian Schottenheimer shortly. But before we get there, let's go ahead and take our break here on the radio side of things. You're listening to the 2025 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. All right, .com side of things. What do you guys think after day number 2 wraps up, going into day 3? Still some really good names available on the board. Who are some of the number 1 names on your board?
Shedeur Sanders.
Jalen Royals.
Royals is
honestly
there.
After Shedeur Sanders, which is, I would guess, everybody's top player left, I would assume.
Yeah.
Jack Sawyer's the top one left for me.
Okay.
I've got
Kennard,
Cal Kennard, Marcus Bowe, Jordan Phillips.
All right, so we're back on the radio side of things. No more commercial breaks. That sounds good as we continue through the final hour here of coverage. And Voch Lombardi, Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, Bobby Belt. I'm Kyle Yeomans, wrapping things up before going into the final press conference in a couple of moments. Continue your thought there, Zach.
Yeah, just going through some of the top guys. I mean, I can't believe Savion Jones went ahead of Braden Swinson.
Yeah.
I'd have much rather taken Braden Swinson from LSU.
Swinson's flagged by a lot of teams.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yep.
Well, there you go.
Medical?
That would be one.
My board's a wreck.
Let me check. Hold on.
In a bad way or a good way? Chase Lund's still there?
Yeah. It's funny, and I don't know how you guys feel about this on the stack. This team has drafted backwards.
Character on Swinson.
Which team?
The Cowboys.
Cowboys?
Yeah.
In terms of your rankings?
Yeah. 37, 25, 11. They went backwards. They went instead of going 11, 25, 37. They went 37, 25, and 11. So they went backwards on my deal.
And I mean, at the end of the day, that's not a bad thing. You get the guys.
No, I don't think I've ever done it. I don't think I've ever put together a stack where a team drafted 3 players and it went backwards. They took the first player they took was the highest grade and went the other way. That's it, right? The highest grade or the lowest grade?
The lowest.
Yeah.
The lowest. I mean, it went 21, 37, 18.
Didn't you have that happen last year? Weren't BB,
I can't remember what I had.
BB, Nealon, and Guyton, I think you had in that order.
But was it backwards like that?
Like it went Guyton, Nealon, BB, and I think you had it reversed.
Yeah.
I think.
Weird. It's weird to sit there and look at it right now because, I got my board color coded now, and it's just to see where these players are at. But what's wrong with the Stanford wide receiver? Is it
medical?
Okay.
Yeah, he's got a medical.
I like
Royals. Has he got a medical?
Royals doesn't have anything that I know of.
Okay.
Tez Johnson's there. Kobe Hudson.
I don't want to get
into testing may have hurt Tez.
I could see that.
I don't want to get into mode tomorrow where I'm talking about the same guys and then all of a sudden I figure out that they're missing a toe. Or something is wrong with them. And you say, well, Kyle's going to ask me, well, who do you like? Who's your guy? And you're going to go, well, I really like this Stanford kid. And, and he's.
Well, that's the one for you to know. He's got medical stuff. I know he's got stuff. And then Swinson, who we already brought up, Swinson's character.
Yeah. Okay.
But it looks good for running back. Looks good for defensive tackle.
They didn't touch my running backs. Yeah. They didn't hurt me at running back. They really
and our guy Teddy Buchanan's still there.
I'd love to.
I'm going to throw a party when he gets taken.
I'd love to have Teddy Buchanan.
That'd be awesome.
I think everybody had the same idea about running backs. Just there's so many of them. Just get one later. But man, Cowboys, we're not picking till 149.
Yeah.
So that doesn't benefit us at all.
Well, that's kind of wild that you bring that up. They've only taken 6 running backs off the board. Genty, Hampton,
I think this
Henderson.
thing might stretch.
We might get lucky.
I think you might get some 4th round guys there in the 5th round.
My 3rd round guys are Sampson, Smith, Giddens, and Krosky Merritt.
Yeah.
Then we got James Blue, Hunter, Tootin and Martinez, and Allen and Neal. Like there's names here.
Jaden Blue has medical and character.
Yeah. What's out in Texas?
Bobby, let me just send you my board and just mark off all the dudes that got.
I'll actually do that for you if you want.
Might as well not have me.
Well,
here
day
tomorrow.
3, that's when you'd be open.
Look, I'll say this. If it's a Texas player, they're going to have character or medical, one of them, sometimes both. Look, we're trying to win over there, okay?
I wish we could just have a bunch of 4s, man. Like, let's go get C.J. West. Let's get us some Jalen Royals, and then let's add in whichever runner you want. If it's Tootin, I'm in on that. If it's Jordan James, Dylan Sampson, ETN,
man, I love Jordan James.
Let me ask you guys this question then, because tomorrow you don't have a 4. You're going to sit this one out for right now. But if I could give you a pick in the 4th round, I trade back in. I get you a pick. Don't take Sanders. Give me the guy that you would take with that pick.
Royals.
How far up are you?
It doesn't matter. You have a 4th round. It's like I am targeting this guy.
Jalen Royals.
Yeah, it would be Jalen Royals.
Utah State. Not
He's
even close.
Definitely.
It fills the need that you haven't addressed yet, and it gives you somebody that you can pair with CD Lamb.
I got Royals in the 2nd too.
I did too.
Regardless of position, we're not just talking.
I'm gonna give you a chance to get back in this draft in the 4th round and just take somebody off your board. Other than Sanders,
I would go C.J. West,
the defensive tackle.
I'd be okay with. I love C.J. West.
I would be thrilled with Sampson, Tootin, or Jordan James. Like, give me one of the running backs up there.
Something in my mind makes me feel like the Cowboys have a plan for wide receiver. There's no way we're just going to walk into this thing with the wide receivers that we have right now. So if they're drafting just on the best guy, and they're going to find.
It looks like that's what they're doing right now, Vod.
Which I commend them for doing.
Yeah,
I think that's how you have good drafts.
So we have corner knocked out. We got a ton of running backs that we can feel good about. A ton of a few one takes that we feel good about. It only makes sense that wide receiver would be the one situation that goes outside of the draft, because at this point, I don't think you have anybody that's really pushing for wide receiver 2 right now. Apparently they love Mingo. We know Shotty loves Tolbert, and I don't think there's anybody right here talent wise that can really push those guys. Burden was a guy that can come in with so much talent that he can push some of your favorite guys. I think some of the wide receivers we have right now, I don't think that they're pushing anybody. However, all these running backs can push the running backs that's on this roster right now. CJ West is pushing Mozzie right now. Jordan Phillips is pushing. Josh Farmer is pushing Mozzie right now. And even though you drafted Revel, I don't know if he's going to be a day one guy for you. So I still think there's a lot of room to get Quincy Riley and just let him come play nickel for you.
I'd love to get Robert Longerbeam,
Mello Dotson
from Rutgers. I mentioned that earlier. I think he'd be an excellent player if you want to keep Deron Bland outside and you need somebody that can play in the slot. I think Longerbeam can be that guy for you.
Can I interest anybody in Walker from Kentucky
at this point? Yeah, absolutely.
I think now's the time to start talking about it. Yep,
sure. Absolutely.
But to that point though, I think Farmer would have to be gone for me because at least I feel good about Farmer. CJ West, Phillips would have to be gone. If I'm white at one tech and Walker's there, then we can talk about Walker.
You want to get real crazy?
Let's talk about it.
What if you took Seth McLaughlin, the center from Ohio State?
They'll hate that, but we high-fiving in this move.
Now we're just going ahead and we're retooling this thing.
We high-fiving.
Let's make some calls. Maybe we make a move. Maybe we trade a tackle that might not be working out for you. I don't know. Or we just compete the heck out of this thing, and literally whoever is the best man wins.
Let them fly.
And we're great. We are loaded along the offensive line.
Put Tyler Guyton back at tight end. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
And I like this.
And run it like that. And put Big Tyler at left tackle. BB at left guard. What you saying now?
Yep.
Who else?
And then McLaughlin at center.
Put him at center.
Booker at right guard. And then, hey, I mean, you could even move Guyton and Steele. You want to compete at right tackle? I mean, competition. We're talking iron sharpens iron.
Terrence winning that.
You guys are crazy.
It is crazy, but
it
might be the best center.
We have time. We have time. We're
killing time until the press conference.
We're vamping. Okay, here we go. Who's the player right now, as you look at your board, that you feel the most wrong about?
That has already been taken.
It has not been taken.
Has not been taken.
And I'm and you didn't know about the injury stuff. You can't kill yourself about.
I have Sawyer higher. Like Sawyer should have gone by now.
And I'm not talking about Sanders. Take Sanders out of this.
Jack Sawyer was 52 for me, so that's been really wrong so far. I mean, we're into the hundreds now.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I guess Jordan Phillips, the defensive tackle from Indiana.
I'd say Jeffrey Bassa from Oregon, linebacker.
I like Bassa a lot too.
Yeah, I had him in the top 70, and I mean here we are with a 100 pick on the board, and I don't know if a team that's going to take him immediately right off the jump.
Why do I feel like I'm wrong about Helm from Texas?
Gunnar Helm, tight end.
Yeah.
You're not. This is.
Oh, is he another character?
No. I'm saying the league.
He's from Texas.
I know. No, the league.
All the Texas guys had it.
Helm was a guy that I had asked about a few different times leading up to the process. Helm was generally considered a fourth by most people.
I got him in the third.
How about Ty Robinson from Nebraska? My guy's still hanging around. You think he loves football?
He watch film by himself?
I think he might, man. He might be a good guy to bring in here.
What about these edges, man? Swinson, Sorrell,
Kennard.
Kyle Kennard. I got those guys in the second. They just kind of.
I loved Kyle Kennard. I might be wrong about him. I thought, as a pass rusher.
Eli Roberts, SMU. I like him a bunch, and he's just kind of sitting here on the board.
The only edge rusher I have that's inside the top 100 that hasn't been taken is Jack Sawyer. That's the only guy. So
I had Sawyer in the third.
I have a third on him as well.
I wasn't as high on Sawyer as a lot of people. I got him in the third too, though.
Sorrell was, from people I talked to, a fourth. Kennard and Swinson were both fourth, fifth, and they both had character issues.
Sure. The whole damn board's got character issues.
The
guys talking about the draft's got character issues.
Listen, you are becoming the Cincinnati Bengals more and more every day, Brian.
Guilty.
I'm with it.
You see what the Baltimore Ravens did.
I'm with
it.
I did.
The Ravens want to win ball games.
Damn right they do.
Yeah, they want to win all the ball games up until like January 20th.
My man Ozzie Newsome over there,
While we're talking about it,
is Ozzie still in there?
He's still helping them somehow.
While we're talking about it, let's talk about some of the draft classes that have started to take shape here. Baltimore only has 2 picks, but Malachi Starks and Mike Green are the 2 picks for the Ravens specifically.
I think the Cowboys got some good ass picks, and I ain't just saying this because because we're here, but
because we're wearing polos.
Ravel,
Booker, Donovan, Easy, and Ravel. However you got it set up, those are 2 first-round grades and a second, maybe 2 seconds and a 1 for us. That's pretty good. I think we got good value for those guys.
I mean, I do like what the Raiders got a bunch of players. I like Ashton Genty, Jack Besh, Darian Porter, Charles Grant, Caleb Rogers, and they got extra picks and trades. I like what the Raiders have done.
I kind of like what Kansas City.
I was going to ask you what Kansas City. It seemed like every time.
Josh Simmons, Noel Williams, Omar Norman Lott, and Ashton Gelati for Kansas.
Okay, Gelati, I would have.
I wasn't that high on Gelati.
That's the only one out of those 4 that I don't like.
He is a hair on fire guy.
He is.
He is clearly a hair on fire guy.
I mean,
what do the Chargers do? I asked about them earlier. They go all skill.
Marion Hampton, Trey Harris, Jamari Caldwell.
Okay, so they went 2 skill and a defensive tackle.
How about the New York Giants? Abdul Carter, Jackson Dart, and then Darius Alexander. I know how we feel about the Dart pick, but Darius Alexander there in the 3rd.
And the Eagles with Campbell and Makuba. That's a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
Those jerks.
Jahad Campbell and Andrew Makuba.
Harmon and Johnson to the Steelers. I mean, are those 2 Steelers right there? Man, those fit Pittsburgh.
Tampa Bay, Emeka Ibuka, Benjamin Morrison, and Jacob Parrish.
I don't hate.
Oh, wow. That's probably my favorite draft. Tampa's probably my favorite draft, yeah.
I mean, if Chicago just would have taken Warren instead of Loveland, I would really love theirs. Because it's Loveland, Burden, Trapillo, and Shamar Turner.
What about Seattle? Nick Emenwari, Elijah Arroyo, Gray Zabel, and Jalen Milroe.
I like Zabel and Arroyo a lot. I mean, Milroe's not bad there in the 3rd round where they took
Schneider can't help himself, can he? With those running backs.
No, God, no.
He had to take Milroe.
They're like, no. The new coach is like, what are you doing? I'm handing in a running back.
You think that was his way to trick them? He told them Milroe was a quarterback.
What are you doing?
He told everybody to get out of the room. I'm taking over. And I'm like, damn, John. He can't help himself.
Did you know when you were working with him, was he like really obsessed with running backs then, or did that come later? Yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. He used to like spat up his shoes. We'd be in the draft room. He'd spat his shoes up like he was Walter Payton.
Did he have like a Barry Foster poster hanging up in his office?
Oh, he had the towel hanging off the back of his slacks.
Big Amp Lee guy.
I mean, looking at some of these other ones, Cleveland, Mason Graham, Carson Swessinger, Harold Fannin Jr., Quinshawn Judkins, and Dylan Gabriel. Kind of a wild card.
That's not bad.
Those 4 picks are great.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like Mason Graham, but I felt like they could have done something. If they're going to flip away from Hunter, I don't like jumping away from Hunter just for Mason Graham. Like, I would hope you would have something bigger in mind that you were swinging for than just a guy who I think is going to be good, but is really, out of all the first-round players I graded, and he was one of them, I think he was probably the most vanilla, just I felt like kind of generic first-round type of player.
How many teams gave up first round for next year? I'm sorry.
Falcons did.
I think that's it.
The Falcons were the only one?
Yeah.
Okay.
First.
Jacksonville?
Did Jacksonville not have to do up with Cleveland? Maybe they didn't.
I think so.
No, they did give up a first, didn't they? For next year? Yeah, I think so.
Those would be the 2 then.
Yeah.
That would be the only other one.
Did you guys read the story of how that trade came together, by the way?
No.
That trade was made.
Was like Nico involved?
It was made 3 weeks ago.
Oh, was it really?
It was made 3 weeks ago, and it was dependent on Cam Ward going number 1. And if Cam Ward didn't go number 1, then they were nixing the trade. Cleveland was, and they were picking Ward. But if Ward went number 1, then they would agree to the deal. But Travis Hunter said he didn't talk to the Jaguars one time.
Yeah, my guys in Jacksonville yesterday morning were. And they were talking to me about, they're like, listen, there's 3 different ways we're going to go here. And I was like, okay, we're going to try and go up. If we stay, we're going to pick Genty. And if we go back, we're going to probably pick McMillan. And that's kind of where I'm like, well, okay, these guys they haven't lied to me in years. So I was like, I was not, it was not surprising to me. I mean, I tried to was talking to Dane Bergler. I said, Dane, who is Cleveland take? And he's like, and Dane's like, man, I don't see them making that trade. And I said, well, Dane, you might need to call some people because I think this is about to happen.
Jags did trade next year's one.
Okay. So two teams.
So
2 teams.
Yeah. You wonder about that. Which one of those teams, which one of the teams is going to who's going to benefit the most out of that? Is Jacksonville going to benefit the most with the player they got, or is Atlanta?
I'd rather be in Jacksonville's shoes. I'd rather take the swing on the guy who I feel like is 100% with certainty the best player in the draft.
Yeah.
And the 3 picks for Atlanta, Jalen Walker, Xavier Watts, and James Pierce Jr. That's who they had. It's not a bad draft.
That's not a bad draft either.
But they don't have the capital moving forward.
I mean, I think that the Pierce trade was a little silly, what they gave up for him. But if you're talking about we needed pass rushers, they got 2 really good ones, and Xavier Watts we love and think is tremendous value. There might not be a more boom or bust draft than what Arizona did, with Walter Nolan, Will Johnson, and then Jordan Birch, the Oregon edge.
Yeah, I told you that with Arizona, their pick at 24 and 25, those were, I mean, they went back to back.
Yeah.
24th best player on my stack and 25th best player on my stack. So
a lot of talent there.
Yeah, a lot of talent on that.
Sure. So let me just ask y'all a question, man. Do you think the Cowboys are going to look at Mingo and then look at us and say, well, I think he's better than any wide receiver that's left on this board right
I
now.
was worried about
Could
that.
be happening.
I was worried because I was thinking that there was going to be a press conference, leading up to the draft, and they were going to tell us the value of Mingo and Tolbert and all that.
But they did do the opposite. I mean, Steven said pretty consistently, we need a number 2 receiver.
Yep.
Yeah, they sure did.
So, I mean, that'd be tough to sell it now and say that it's Mingo because why wasn't it 2 months ago? Yeah. That kind of thing.
Are you a little surprised with the fact that, of course, Brian Schottenheimer talking about building from the outside in?
I think he was pulling our chain,
flipping a little bit
Little
because
smoke.
they went from the inside out. First 2 picks were on the line of scrimmage.
It's kind of like I think they're getting us on this pin and pull stuff too.
So I think the inside out.
Yeah, I don't think they're doing that.
I always felt like that was a misunderstanding of Schottenheimer's
and all
quote.
this.
I actually thought like people were misunderstanding what Schottenheimer was saying when he said he builds outside in. I took that to mean that, and then when he explained it a little bit more, that he meant not I go receivers and then I go inside to the trenches. He meant it as receivers, then tight ends, tackles, then guards, ends, then tackles, outside linebackers, inside corners, then safeties.
I'm
like
nodding my head, but I'm like, what?
No, like basically I'm saying that when you talk about pass catchers, what matters are the guys on the outside more than the tight ends. The corners matter more than the safeties to him. The ends matter more than the tackles to him. That's what he meant by outside in. He means in those specific position groups, the outside on the island is what matters.
Per unit is what you said.
Yeah, it's per unit. It was not necessarily he values receivers more than he values the offensive line. I don't think that's what he meant.
Yeah, I got you.
It's a good time to talk about Miller Lite while we're waiting here.
You got some more in here?
Mm-hmm. We have some in the back.
No, Tommy drank all of it. It's
so we do. Oh,
Jeez,
Tommy, man, he got
Tommy old enough.
Not old.
Harsh, man. I would like to have a taste
Fair
of
question.
50 years of legendary moments for Miller Lite. Legendary stories start with a light is how we kind of believe it here. But, had some Miller time moments last night. Got to toast the pick. And special thanks for always sponsoring our NFL draft coverage. It only makes sense. Draft party, draft show, draft coverage with Miller Lite. So special thanks to our friends over at Miller Lite. Apparently, the front office is still in the war room talking through tomorrow's stuff. So this press conference is going to be delayed a little bit here. Anywhere that you guys want to go specifically whenever it comes to the NFL draft tomorrow, it could be what happened today. I mean, I feel like at this point, it's kind of all up in the air because there are 7 picks on the board tomorrow for the Cowboys. Do you anticipate them making all 7 picks?
I think they got to try and be aggressive to get up in the 4th.
Is there enough to where you can trade up into the 4th?
Man, I guess
it's
we have
not
to look
easy on the trade chart.
No, like the 6s and how many? What would it take to get up there? Could you give up a 5 and a 6?
I don't know if that's enough to move up.
Maybe
because what
picking a 7.
I mean, they're 60 picks away. Like they're back.
Yeah, they're far.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough one.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I see some teams with multiple picks.
I don't know. Do they look at are they looking at when they talk about potential trades out there? The running back market, the trade value is not very high. DeAndre Swift was one of the last big running backs that got moved a few years ago, and he got moved for a 4th and a 7th swap. And so do they feel like, is there a running back out there on the market that they feel comfortable? One of our 5ths can get us that tomorrow. We can make a swap for a veteran running back that's on the block.
I was hearing the name Breece Hall.
Yeah.
Are we allowed to do that?
I don't think so. That's why I wasn't saying it.
But yeah, he's definitely out there.
Breeshawn Hall?
Some guy named
in college?
B in
high school.
Just down the hall.
Yeah, down the hall.
Yeah, that's what you said.
Okay,
He's just
I'm
breezing
sorry about
down the
that.
hall.
Yeah. That's what
We get it.
That's where you heard the rumor.
Yeah.
If you had a hypothetical wide receiver,
What else can I come up with?
if you had a hypothetical wide receiver and say that this team wanted to trade him for a 3rd or something like that, we're in day 3 now, and all we got is 5s. Like,
What's the Brian, what is it? It's if you're trading a year out, it loses so like a second next year is like a third this year.
Yeah.
So yeah, you may have to do a 2 next year.
I don't think they're going to trade future picks for any 6-foot wide receivers that run fast or anything like that. But if you keep drafting, you basically run out of trade capital, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So at some point you got to have a conversation. Say, all right, do we stop drafting here to at least entertain trade? We just can't keep going through the trade day and be like, oh well.
I mean, you could trade next year's 4th.
They love to do that. That's their favorite move, Kyle.
But you can think about too, maybe the potential. Maybe they're pretty good at adding up the compensatory stuff too.
Yeah,
you just got to get somebody. If I'm a team and I'm coming in tomorrow, and I'm looking at my board, I still want to draft. I'm not interested in taking next year's picks to sit out a pick. I'm kind of looking at my board like, you know what, I want to keep going here because I feel like looking at. I mentioned, I mean, 3rd round guys. I'm gonna have some 3rd round guys for in the 4th round. I'm probably gonna have some 4th round guys in the 5th. I mean, this board I think is going to stretch for me in the 3rd and 4th rounds.
How beneficial has the ice cream factor been, Brian? That when we all talk about 10 to 40 and stuff like that, if it's all crammed together, teams across the league right now might feel like we got 3 of our top guys here, and it's just because if they're all together and it's the ice cream factor, then every team ends up feeling really good about how they evaluated it and how they separated the stack.
Bobby, you made a good point. I'm just probably taking it in another direction here. I wonder how many teams. I wonder if all these running backs are going to get drafted.
That's what happened last year.
I wonder if they're all going to get drafted.
You got some leftovers there.
Yeah, and I wonder if some of these guys are actually going to get into, teams are like, okay, I just see so many of these running backs on the board. Do all of them get drafted?
See, I've got some PTSD. Last year, we just watched the 4th round.
And then all of a sudden.
And it just was hammered.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said.
It was like boom,
are they going to get
boom,
drafted?
boom.
When you said, are they going to get drafted, I thought you meant like before they pick in the 5th round. And I was going to say, that's what happened last year was they hit the 4th round, and that's when it was like 4 out of 5 picks in a row were the 4 running backs we were talking about hopefully fall into them. And then right before it got to their 5th round pick, the last guy we were looking at, I felt like was Tyrone Tracy, and then he got scooped.
Yeah. It was right at the end of the 4th round. It was Shipley, Davis, Garindo, Irving. I mean, all those guys.
Keelan Robinson from Texas.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, that was a big one.
It's so much better.
That was shocking, really.
It was.
Jarring pick.
Between 120 and 130 last year, 5 running backs went off the board. Between 120 and 130. The same exact thing can happen. Same exact thing because of the way this class is stacked. And at some point, you got to look at your board, and you might have said up to this point, oh, we can snag a running back later if you're one of these teams that needs a running back. Cowboys might be in that same very boat. You get into it and you say, okay, now we can't wait until later. We got to snag one now. And the Cowboys just don't have a pick at this point.
Is there going to be a run on, say, these one technique defensive tackles before a running back run? When you're talking about Walker, West, Phillips, those kinds of guys?
I mean,
the D tackles, yeah. I mean, both those positions though stretch enough.
And take both tackles. Take Walker, Peebles, West, Farmer, Pegues, Phillips. Are we going to see a run on those guys before you see a run on running backs?
Perhaps. How many 3rd and 4th round defensive tackles do you have left?
I have 2 3rd rounders left. I have Walker and Peebles.
Walker in the 3rd at a 1 technique. I have West and Phillips in the 4th at 1 technique. But then as 3 techniques, Peebles, Farmer, Pegues.
Since we're filling time here before we get going, do you think all your 3rd and 4th round defensive tackles get picked before Shedeur Sanders?
Oh, jeez. Maybe.
No.
I don't know. I didn't think there was a chance he was getting past like 5 picks today.
No. We've also only had, 3 linebackers go?
By the way, did you guys see the Shedeur Sanders story
Maybe
tonight?
4?
Which one?
Him getting pranked?
No.
Somebody got his phone number and called him and faked like they were a GM telling him he was getting picked. And it was on a live stream.
Oh, no. So he got excited.
And then the guy said, "You're gonna have to wait a little longer," and then hung up.
Oh, jeez!
Wow.
So now I think everybody just feels bad for him.
That's tough.
That's terrible.
That's tough.
That's trash.
I think
I've got a pocket of those 1990 linebackers.
Oh yeah,
like
Jason
King,
Gilden.
Paul.
Yeah, there's a lot of linebackers.
Stutzman's a medical, right?
Stutzman's a medical, but I mean, I think he's still. I don't think his issues are too much for everybody.
Simon. I got those pockets of those inside plugger, tough downhill run linebackers.
And then you got the Bossas, the Chris Paul Jr., Barrett Carter. Teddy Buchanan. I mean, let's just have Teddy Buchanan be the guy that falls to the fifth.
I would love Teddy Buchanan.
Let's just get Teddy.
I think the run on backs is probably most likely to happen because just looking at all these groups, I just think the backs are the
best.
The best players.
They're the best players.
I agree with you.
They're just better dudes at this point. So I think they're going to fly. And to Bobby's ice cream point, you can favor three guys, but like every team's going to have a different top three or whatever. And I think that's even more reason. Like the Cowboys be like, all right, Pittsburgh, take your guy. And then 49ers be like, sure, take your guy. And they're just going to keep taking guys. I think the run's going to be stupid.
Okay, of the running backs real quick there, of the running backs you have, say, in your third round, who are you the most surprised is getting to the fourth?
Samson.
Samson. I don't know how Samson's still on the board.
I'm right there.
Samson and
Neal.
There's remember we talked about this actually the first time you brought up Samson this season was we brought up the point of there was some chatter about our Heupel guys who play in the Heupel system. Are they starting to get dinged by the NFL a little bit of are they system players?
The Tennessee players, I've had issues with them translating. The wide receivers, and even
that may be why Samson's getting
maybe I loved Jalen Wright last year. Like he was my guy, and I mean he stunk as a rookie with the Dolphins, but it wasn't quite as strong as I was hoping for.
I mean, Tennessee guys.
Dante Thornton is still on the board too as a wide receiver. Same sort of thing.
I kind of like Thornton myself. I mean, I am in the fourth round, but
Jalen Hyatt, Cedric Tillman, Jalen Wright, Velus Jones, these are all Tennessee players recently who have not panned out from their offensive. And so, it may just be that the league is looking more skeptical at them.
If you had to hope a wide receiver falls to you that you think could be like that wide receiver 2?
None of them.
None of them?
There's not a wide receiver 2 on the board.
Other than Royals?
Royals
is not a wide receiver 2 to me.
You don't think so?
A.O. Manor?
Yeah, I like A.O. Manor.
I just don't. There's enough teams that seem freaked by the medicals that I don't know what to think about.
There's something about Torrey Horton, man. Colorado State that's just kind of like, hey, I'm here.
I don't know if I kind of feel that way about, believe it or not, about Nash or Hudson.
Nick Nash.
Hudson from
Kobe
Florida.
Hudson. I like both those guys.
I like Thornton from Tennessee, but I don't know if he would be a wide receiver 2. There's a lot of work that's.
The deep ball is awesome. I just don't know that he's got anything else going for him yet.
I agree.
He could develop it.
All right. It appears that the front office is working their way into the press conference room here in the next couple of seconds.
Let's go catch.
I want to just set things up for tomorrow, kind of set the table. 149, 174 in the 5th round. No 4th round pick for the Cowboys to start tomorrow. However, our coverage will start at 10 a.m. Central Time. You don't want to miss the hour from 10 a.m. to 11. It's one of the coolest hours of the weekend. We're going to get to hear from position coaches, scouts, front office members. It's going to be a full hour of interviews and conversations about what has happened already this weekend and what could happen moving into day 3. And then the 6th round and 7th round as well. And now there's the press conference that is working their way into the press conference room at the moment. 5th round, 6th round, 7th round picks, 7 of them there. Here's the press conference.